Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into a brand new what-if story. What if Bella was the vampire world's greatest secret? Here's a quick summary. Bella arrives in Forks carrying secrets no one could imagine. She already knows vampires exist, has crossed paths with the Volturi, and hides a mysterious gift that could change everything. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. BPOV Bella is 4 years old. I was standing in the hotel room, looking out the window and watching the children playing on the streets in Rome. Being as clumsy as I was, it was wiser to stay out of situations where I might get hurt. Besides, I didn't really know anyone yet. As I'd just moved to Italy with my mother a few days ago, I didn't even understand what the other children were saying. Flashback. A few days ago. I'm sorry Bella, but we're going to leave Charlie, Mummy doesn't love him anymore. Renee softly whispered to me, as we boarded the plane that would take us away from Forks. All too soon we landed in Rome, where Mum booked us into a hotel while she tried to find us a house to live in, and sorted out the divorce papers with Dad. She didn't think I understood what a divorce was, but I did. Back to present. I sighed, and gave up watching the other kids. I moved away from the window. I knew that even if I had spoken their language I wouldn't fit in. I was different from other people, I had a gift. I was able to shield myself. From what I could tell it was invisible to others, to me it looked like a translucent haze of white when I cast a shield around myself. Others also couldn't feel it, although to me it felt like a comfortable second skin. From the age of 2 I had realized that I had a shield. I had experimented, finding that wrapping myself in a shield was surprisingly easy to do, and came in very handy as it stopped me from getting hurt when I tripped, or fell. The main things I noticed about my shield was that it not only acted as a physical barrier, but it also seemed to absorb the force of impact, so I was never hurt at all. This was a fact I noticed when I tripped and ran into a pole one day, managing to throw up my shield before I hit it. I was surprised to find that while I felt nothing on impact, the pole now sported a small dent. As I got used to my shield I started experimenting, and found that I could cast shield around other people and objects. That was how I found that they couldn't feel my shield. I regularly cast shield around my parents and held them for hours at a time, and they never gave any indication that they had ever felt it. In fact one time, I had been shielding my mother while I watched her make dinner, and she accidentally chopped her finger on the chopping board while cutting the vegetables. The knife had ended up with a slight dent and Mum's finger had been fine. She had seemed a bit puzzled at first, but she quickly shrugged it off while I looked on innocently. By the age of 3 I had control of my shielding ability enough to be able to pick up multiple items and move them by wrapping my shield around them and mentally moving my shield. It came in handy at night when I was in bed and didn't want to get up and go to my bookshelf to retrieve books. Instead I simply wrapped a shield around my chosen book and moved it until it was in my hand. I did find that while wrapping shields around myself and others, and moving small things didn't take any energy, if I tried to move large things it became very tiring. Like the time I decided to move my bed around my room. I could only lift it about a foot in the air. Before I started to feel slightly drained of energy, not a whole lot, but noticeable nevertheless. These days I tended to only use my shields if I was protecting myself from a fall, which happened regularly with my clumsiness, or if I was feeling particularly lazy and didn't want to get up to get something. Of course, I never used it in front of people. I had no desire to stand out from a crowd, and I tried to fit in as much as a plain, clumsy kid could. I also had no desire to have people prod and poke me if they found out what I could do, so I kept silent. As my gift was fairly easy to hide, no one suspected that I was anything other than ordinary. But even though I tried to fit in, I knew I was different, and because I wanted to keep my ability a secret I was always a bit wary of people. My mother interrupted my musings by bouncing on my bed in an excited manner. "What do you think of Italy, Bella? Isn't it beautiful?" she gushed. "Yes Mum, it's gorgeous," I agreed quietly. "Good, I'm glad you like it baby, because I've decided to try and find a house here for us to live in," she announced, enthusiasm pouring out of her. "In fact, why don't we go sightseeing, and see a little more of Rome?" she suggested. I agreed and got ready. Following Mum out of the hotel lobby and onto the street, I watched the olive-skinned pedestrians making their way along the footpath. My mother stopped at a shop and struck up a conversation with the lady behind the counter. I decided to wait outside, and walked a little further down the street, keeping a watchful eye on Mum, who was still chatting animatedly in Italian. All of a sudden I felt a shiver of dread run down my back, before strong hands grasped me, forcing a strong-smelling cloth to my nose. I tried to scream out, but gagged on the rag. Struggling with all my might, I felt the world turn hazy as I slipped into darkness. I awoke to find myself in the middle of a small room. The single light bulb suspended high above us, casting dreary shadows into the corners of the room. I sat up and slowly took in my surroundings. The walls and doors seemed to be made completely of metal, as did the floor. The ceiling was a few stories above my head and there were no windows. As I finished my cursory glance, I was shocked to note 3 tall figures in the corner of the room. When they saw that I had detected them, they moved towards me. They seemed to glide across the room, their grace making their movements seem effortless. As they moved into the light, I took note of the fact that they were all extremely pale, with dark, bruise-like circles below their eyes. They were all old-looking, with skin that appeared fragile and papery, but what was most surprising was their eyes. All 3 of them had eyes that were dark burgundy in color. "Look, our little meal is awake," the tall man in the middle exclaimed, his long black hair swaying slightly as he leaned down to inspect me. "What are you? Why am I here?" I trembled as I asked my questions, my mind instinctively wrapping a comforting shield around myself. "Why aren't you observant, small one?" he exclaimed. "Well, normally I wouldn't tell you this, but since you are going to end up dead anyway, we are vampires," he explained, "and quite simply, you are here to be our meal." I shivered slightly from the thought of being eaten, but I was slightly comforted by the knowledge that my shield was shrouded over me. I had no doubts that they were in fact vampires. As a 4-year-old I had an active imagination, and I could see that they were definitely not human, nor did they have a reason to lie when they clearly thought that I was going to be their meal. As I quickly processed the admission of the vampires, I felt my curiosity suddenly bubble to the surface. If I had ever listed my faults, curiosity would have been at the top of the list. I had always been too curious for my own good, simply having to know anything and everything. Realizing that they couldn't hurt me, curiosity quickly overcame fear as I looked closely at the 3 tall old men before me. "So do you burn in the sun and sleep in coffins like Dracula?" I asked, inquisitiveness burning in my tone. The first man laughed uproariously, while the other 2 managed to crack small smiles. "No, my dear, thankfully we don't. In fact, we sparkle in the sun, and we don't sleep at all," he explained. "Oh, so what are your names?" I asked, intrigued by the answers he was giving me. "I am Arrow, and there are my brothers, Keys and Marcus," he said, pointing to each of his companions in turn. "I'm Bella," I replied softly, holding out my hand. He took it eagerly, and I became confused as his face quickly became confused, before a blank mask overtook it. He softly released my hand, muttering, "You are the most interesting individual I have ever met in my thousands of years." His brothers looked at him curiously, while I patiently waited for an explanation. He sighed, "You see, young Bella, some vampires have gifts, which they get when they become vampires, and usually it is something carried over from their human life which becomes stronger. Marcus here can see relationships between people. I myself am able to see every memory and thought that a person has ever had as soon as I touch their hand. In all my thousands of years as a vampire, I have never come across anyone who was an exception to that until now. You, Bella, are the first person that my gift has not worked on." While his revelation about other beings with special abilities like mine was surprising, I was relieved that my shield also worked against this surprising development. It suddenly occurred to me that they hadn't tried to eat me yet. "Why haven't you eaten me yet?" I asked, confused, before I realized that I should gain as much information as possible before they decided to drink my blood. "And where are we?" "Well, little Bella, we haven't eaten you yet because we are trapped in this room with you and we are saving you to give us strength when we try to escape." I was puzzled. Aren't vampires really strong and fast? Can't you just smash a hole in the wall, or rip the door off? Arrow chuckled, "Unfortunately, my dear, our captors have made it so that even a slight pressure on the walls will cause it to burst into flames, the one and only thing that can kill vampires. So we have been trapped in here for nearly a month now." I mulled that over for a little while before I decided to test the walls. With my shield secure, I confidently walked up to the wall and held out my hand to push against it. No! Arrow shouted, dashing forward to stop me from burning myself to a crisp, but he stopped as flames poured out where my hand touched the wall. All three watched in amazement as the flames danced along my arm without burning it. I finally stepped back and the flames died out. I turned to find all three vampires examining me closely. That's quite a gift you have, young Bella. Arrow's eye glinted with sudden interest. It is very similar to a vampire I know called Renata. She is able to manipulate a physical shield around herself, and even push it out onto others. He explained. You know someone who has shield like me? I asked. I was suddenly burning with a need to meet this person. Indeed, in fact I'm sure I would be able to let you meet her if you can help us get out of here. Arrow proposed. You won't eat me. Of course not, Bella. You are far too intriguing. If you can help us out of here we would be in your debt. He explained. We need to know whether you can extend your shield to cloak all of us. Keys finally spoke up. I nodded shyly in response to his question. I can shield all of you at once. I admitted. I concentrated until I saw them all covered in a white mist. I have you all shielded. I announced. How long can you hold the shields around us, Bella? Arrow inquired. I shrugged. I don't know, the longest I've held them around others is a couple of hours, but I can hold mine constantly. How interesting. Arrow's eyes were bright with interest. What? This is all well and good, but now that we know she can keep her shield around us, do you think we could put off the questions until we escape? Marcus asked, cutting off Arrow's questing. Oh, of course, how rude of me. Arrow apologized. Now, how are we getting out of here? They all turned to look at me. I looked around the room, and decided that the door would be the easiest. Walking towards it I pushed out a fifth shield and slammed it against the door. Flames roared out of it, but they quickly died down as the door flew backwards to reveal a simple room with 3 stunned occupants. Arrow, Keys and Marcus quickly stepped through the hole, and I unshielded them once they were through. They immediately headed for the 3 men, one of which I recognized as my abductor, and I watched with fascination as the 3 vampires attacked and drained our captors. Their grace amazed me as they leapt for their prey, their sharp teeth quickly finding the jugular and biting down. In a matter of seconds 3 lifeless and bloodless human bodies lay on the floor in front of 3 sated vampires, whose eyes were now bright red. I felt a momentary sense of guilt as I realized that I didn't feel sorry for the dead men. They had after all kidnapped me to feed to 3 hungry vampires. Once they were finished, and they had destroyed all evidence in the building that there had ever been vampires there, we exited the building and I noticed that the sun was just setting. I realized that I had been away from Renee for about 3 hours. I knew she'd be worried sick by now. I was distracted from my thoughts by the 3 vampires beside me arguing about what they were going to do with me. We can't just let her go, Keys argued. What if she tells someone about us? We owe her our lives. We can't just kill her. Arrow already promised her that we wouldn't, and we can't turn her because she's too young. There's no way we want to deal with an immortal child. Marcus disputed. Arrow sighed. How old are you, Bella? 4. I answered. I watched as their faces became surprised. You are incredibly intelligent for someone your age, he observed. His face turned thoughtful as he internally considered options. I decided that now would be a good time to remind him of his other promise. I would still like to meet Renata, and I would love to know more about vampires. I stated. I was still incredibly curious about them. Arrow sighed. Yes, of course, little Bella. I wouldn't dream of doing back on my words, however there are more pressing matters that need attention first. Your parents will undoubtedly be looking for you, and we have to decide how to explain why you were with us and how you got here. He explained. You mean we're going to let her go? Keys asked, outrage evident in his voice. You are forgetting, Keys, that even if we wanted to, we can't kill her because of her shield. Arrow reminded him. I think our best option is to keep an eye on her as she grows to make sure she doesn't tell anyone, and turn her when she is fully grown. He proposed. You mean I'm going to have to be a vampire when I grow up? I asked, suddenly concerned. Will I have to kill people and drink blood? I started shaking at the thought. Calm down, little one, it won't happen for at least another decade of 2, and I supposed if you are that opposed to killing people, we can find other options for you. Marcus assured me. I relaxed slightly. Now that we've decided what to do, we need your promise that you won't tell anyone about vampires. Keys was evidently feeling reassured now that they had a plan. I promise. I solemnly said. I had absolutely no intentions of telling anyone about this. Even in the unlikely event that they would believe a 4-year-old hadn't made it all up, I knew that I would have to reveal my gift as well, something I was never planning to do. They continued discussing the best ways of keeping any eye on me before they finally agreed on a plan that hinged on me convincing my mother to find a house in Volterra, a small Italian city situated a couple of hours from Rome. We finally made our way to the hotel where I was staying. I had been given a piggyback ride from Marcus as they swiftly moved through the streets, only slowing to a human pace when we got close to the city center and there were more people. We walked into the lobby, to find my distraught mother crying as she talked to the hotel manager. She looked up as we came in, and her tear-stained face lit up when she noticed me on Marcus's back. He lowered me to the ground and I ran into her waiting arms, looking up at her relieved face as I hugged her. She straightened after a moment, turning to the 3 vampires who were silently watching our reunion. "Thank you so much for bringing her back," she exclaimed. "What happened?" "Well, Mrs. Arrow trailed off suggestively. "Swan," Renee supplied. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Arrow Volturi, and these are my brothers Marcus and Keys." He introduced them before starting on our prearranged story. My brothers and I were walking down the street when we saw a man run up to little Bella here and snatch her, putting a chloroform-soaked cloth over her face. He then ran away, carrying her limp form. My brothers and I then chased him into the outskirts of town, where we lost him, but we kept looking anyway, and eventually found him again. When we came upon him and he saw how close we were, he dropped Bella and ran off. We waited with Bella until she woke up, and told us who she was and where she was staying, and then we brought her back. Arrow explained in a perfectly smooth voice, which betrayed no uncertainty. "Thank you again. What can I do to thank you?" Renee asked. The 3 vampires grinned at her question. "Well, Mrs. Swan, we happen to be the founders and teachers of a special school in Volterra that specializes in gifted students. We only have 10 students at any time, and they are given advanced learning programs to suit their capabilities." I droned out as Arrow continued to describe the virtues of the non-existent school which I would be pretending to attend so that they could keep an eye on me, and I could learn about vampires and develop my shield. "We have talked to Bella, and it is clear that she is an incredibly gifted child." I couldn't help noticing that his choice of words noted my gift, rather than my intelligence. "We feel that she would make an excellent addition to our school and we would like to offer her a full scholarship," Arrow explained. Mum looked slightly dazed by his voice as she processed what he had told her. "That's quite a generous offer." She finally turned to me. "What do you think, Bella? Do you want to go to this school?" It was time for me to act. "Oh yes please Mum." I jumped excitedly. "They were telling me all about it on the way here. Did you know the school is held in a castle?" I exclaimed. My enthusiasm must have been convincing. "Well, if you really want to go, dear, I think this would be a wonderful opportunity for you, so I guess we're moving to Volterra," she decided. "Yay." I jumped up and down animatedly, not even needing to fake it because I really wanted to meet the other vampires and learn more about my shield. I let Renee sort out the details of the school with them, waiting patiently until they were done, and finding that we would be going to Volterra in the morning to start looking for a house. When they finally finished, Mum and I bid the brothers good night and made our way up to our room. I fell asleep early that night, exhausted by the day's events, but with my curiosity still burning for more information about the mythical creatures I had encountered. Within a week, Renee and I had found a small house to buy in Volterra for a really cheap price, which I found out later was due to my vampire connections, and she had found a job illustration children's books for a local author, and working at the children's library. I was excited. I was finally ready for my first day of school. Renee and I had been taken on a tour of part of the castle a few days ago, where Mum was shown a couple of rooms with desks, chairs, laptops, etc. to make them seem like normal classrooms. She had then met some of my teachers. All in all, she had been very satisfied with the knowledgeable demeanors of the staff and the classroom setup. I chuckled, imagining her reaction if she had realized that their knowledge had come from centuries of living, rather than the few decades they appeared to be. I said goodbye to Renee outside the castle entrance before heading through the doors alone to meet some of the world's most dangerous predators. Once I closed the doors, I was startled to find 2 large male vampires suddenly appear in front of me. I calmed myself, and gave myself a mental reminder to get used to the extreme speed that vampires moved at. Hi, I'm Felix, the larger of the two introduced himself. And I am Dimitri, the second vampire stated. It's nice to meet you, I said, shyness suddenly overcoming me. I'm Bella. Well, you're just as cute as Arrow said. Felix cooed at me. I snapped. I hated being called cute. I pushed out a shield and sent him flying into the wall. Don't call me cute. I glared at him. Dimitri started laughing uproariously at his partner's misfortune. Felix, I can't believe you just got smashed into a wall by a 4-year-old. He choked out between laughs. Well done, Bella. You looked like an angry kitten. I gritted my teeth and sent him flying into the wall too. I'm not a kitten, I hissed. He was saved from replying by the entrance of Arrow, Marcus and Keys, who had stood to the side, watching the display with amusement. Well done, Bella, I can see that you are going to fit in well here. Arrow congratulated me. I smiled smugly at Felix and Dimitri, who both wore appropriately abashed faces. I'm glad you can keep Felix and Dimitri in line. Arrow continued, because they will be your personal guards while you are here. They looked dismayed at the thought of babysitting me, but quickly composed themselves when Arrow glanced at them. They led me away to another room where there were 7 other vampires all waiting, curiosity evident in their expressions as their eyes raked up and down me. Arrow proceeded to introduce everyone. This is my mate, or wife Sulpicia. He proudly indicated the tall, beautiful woman closest to the door, her brown hair billowing around her shoulders as she leaned down to shake Bella's hand. Welcome, little one, she smiled at Bella before withdrawing her hand. Arrow moved on to the next in the line. This lady exuded grace and beauty, her expression soft and kind. This is my Marcus's wife Didim. And, in my story she doesn't die, because I always thought she would be a nice character. She effortlessly knelt until she was at my level before drawing me in for a soft hug. Welcome, Bella, you have caused quite a stir here with your talent. We are glad to have you around. Nothing has been this interesting and surprising for us in nearly a millennium. She observed. I smiled softly back at her, before turning to the next lady. This lady was tall and very glamorous, her long mahogany hair was artfully styled in waves, and her clothes were bright and looked designer in origin. I am Heidi, she introduced herself, smiling at me. The next 2 in line appeared to be twins in their early teens. They both had angelic, childlike features, with pale blonde hair. Arrow introduced them as Jane and Alec before moving on to the woman I had been waiting anxiously to meet. Renata was relatively plain-looking in comparison to the stunning beauty of the other female vampires in the room, but she was still inhumanly beautiful. I greeted her enthusiastically before turning towards the last vampire in the room. He smiled down at me before introducing himself as Santiago. Santiago will also be one of your guards if Felix or Dimitri is needed for something else. Arrow added. I looked at him confused. Why do I need a guard? I can take care of myself. It was Keys that answered. Bella, occasionally we have visitors who would probably want to eat you, as well as other vampires staying in the castle who aren't as restrained as us. Your guard will make sure that no other vampires can get to you, and keep you out of sight of any vampires other than us. He paused, allowing me to process things before continuing. Also, other than the vampires in this room, nobody else is to know about you. He puzzled expression, and hurriedly continued. You see, by allowing you to live we are breaking our main rule. I nodded. Arrow had explained about the vampire rules and the Volturi royalty during our walk back to the hotel in Rome. So we can't allow anyone else to find out about you. There are other vampires in the world who are enemies, and would view you as a pet of ours and try to kill you as revenge against us. They also might view us as weak for leaving you alive and try to overthrow us, or view you as a liability because you know what we are and try to kill you so that you can't tell anyone. He explained. I nodded in understanding. So I have to have Felix and Dimitri babysit me. I clarified. Arrow chuckled. I'm afraid so, my dear. My school days passed quickly and without problems as I learned my lessons from the 10 vampires. I had found out that they had actually registered as a private school, making up fake students to fulfill the requirements. Every now and then I had to sit tests to show my mum how well school was progressing. I got along well with all of the vampires, finding to my surprise that I seemed to fit in better with them than I ever had with humans. Each of the vampires had their own interests, and they all taught me different things. Arrow taught me about mythological creatures, not only about the traits of vampires, but also describing in detail werewolves, fairies, witches, and shapeshifters. I was surprised to learn that there was a tribe of wolf shapeshifters in La Push, very close to Forks where I had been born. I was even more surprised to find out about another tribe in Africa that could shift into lions. Marcus and Keys taught me about literature, expanding on my already strong interest in classics by showing me their favorite novels of all time, and telling me real-life stories about some of the authors. They also both had a passion for chess, which I quickly picked up. They were only too happy to teach me, and I was soon developing my own tactics and strategies until I occasionally beat one of them. Didim quickly discovered my love of music, and taught me to play the harp, which I quickly came to love. She also found her favorite music throughout the last millennium, and with her guidance I developed my taste in music, Debussy quickly becoming my favorite composer, with Clair de Lune being my favorite song. Jane taught me about technology, especially mobile phones and computers, to the point where I could hack into any government agency or secret service in the world. Alec's enthusiasm for history made him my geography and history teacher, and I quickly learned all I could about different countries throughout the ages, learning their languages as well and extracting promises from all 10 vampires that when I was older they would take me to visit some of my favorite countries. Heidi taught me maths, surprising me with her passion for formulas, which contradicted her supermodel appearance. Sulpicia was also surprising, her interest was science, and she was an excellent teacher, always allowing me to do fun experiments. Santiago taught me about mechanical things, and I quickly mirrored his passion for cars, learning all I could about current cars and cars throughout history, as well as engines etc. I had already had Santiago promise me that he would teach me to drive once I was tall enough to see over the steering wheel. I quickly got used to being shadowed everywhere by Felix and Dimitri, although I regularly apologized for having to have them follow me everywhere. I imagined that it would be an incredibly boring thing to do every day. But they assured me that it was the most interesting thing they had done in years. They taught me to fight, which I found incredibly fun. They soon realized that even if they ganged up on me they couldn't beat me because the moment they grabbed me I would push out my shield and throw them off, or cast shield around them and freeze them in place, or levitate them off the ground by moving the shield wrapped around them up into the air. They always grumbled when I left them hanging, while I laughed at them. Renata was of course in charge of helping me learn more about my shield and how to develop my control. Arrow liked to observe these lessons and I soon found that I could catch things mid-air with my shield and throw them back, which led to some interesting games of football. After only a couple of days though, Arrow announced that he thought I had a second shield, a mental one. He explained that the power he had, as well as those of Jane and Alec, were all mental powers. Jane's power was making people think they were burning, while Alec made them feel nothing. Neither power worked on me, leading Arrow to the conclusion that I must also have a mental shield. After a lot of concentration and time, I soon found my second shield. My mental shield was also visible to me when it was on others, and with practice I was soon able to wrap it around others as easily as a physical shield. The only difference was that the mental shield was a see-through bright blue color. When I wrapped both shield around someone, the combined colors made it look like a light blue coating. The only exception to my mental shield was me. Even though I obviously had a mental shield around myself, mine was not able to be seen, and it was extremely hard to push away. I usually only succeeded in pushing it away for less than a minute before I got distracted and it would snap back. The years raced by as Renee and I continued to live happily in Volterra. Every year I would go back to Forks and spend 2 weeks with my dad, and the rest of my time was spent with Mum, or with my vampire family. By the time I was 8 I had excellent control of my shields, to the extent where when Felix and Dimitri tried to ambush me, a regular occurrence, I could not only cast a shield around myself before they pounced at vampire speed, but I could also instantaneously cast shield around them and freeze them in place. We had also figured out that my range for both of my shields was 5 miles, and I had worked on my personal mental shield to the point where I could keep it away from me for nearly 20 minutes. Although it still required concentration, and I still couldn't see why I would want to do it anyway, but Arrow and Renata thought it would help strengthen my shields. Due to my eagerness to learn, excellent teachers and photographic memory, I was now a proficient musician, chess player, hacker and mechanic. I had also already fluent in Italian, French, Latin, German, Spanish, Cantonese, Mandarin, Japanese, Chinese and Portuguese, all of which I spoke regularly with the vampires to keep practice. I was already smart enough to pass senior high school tests, and Mum was particularly proud of the accomplishments that we had told her about. Even the vampires were proud of me, glowing with pride as they gave me presents on my 8th birthday. All of the presents were expensive, mostly jewelry including large, clear priceless diamonds and solid 24-karat gold. I had quickly learned in the last 4 years that the Volturi vampires were incredibly rich. Money was of no concern for them, having spent the last couple of millennia acquiring it, and they spent whatever they felt like. This became evident the first time Heidi took me shopping, which turned out to be a marathon, as she dragged me into shop after shop and bought me over $20,000 worth of clothes, shoes etc. in one day. Despite my protests at first about them spending money on me, I quickly realized that they were hurt by my protests, and I soon learned to accept what they gave me with good grace, even the black card they gave me when I turned 6. All in all, at the age of 8, I was very comfortable with my life. Back to America. BPOV Bella is now 8. Not long after my 8th birthday, I found out that the author Mum worked for had retired, and Renee, who had always been rather flighty, decided that it was time for us to move back to America. I was distraught for days when I found out I was leaving, and all of the vampires were depressed to find out that their favorite little human was leaving Volterra. Felix and Dimitri had especially grown attached after spending 4 years as my guards, and even volunteered to go with me until they found out that Renee wanted to move to sunny Phoenix, Arizona. Seeing how upset we all were, Arrow managed to charm my mother into a different deal. In the end, the new arrangement was that I would spend 6 months with Mum in Phoenix every year, then, board at school, in Volterra for the other 6 months of the year so that I could maintain my advanced education course. Once I heard the new plan I was relatively excited, although a bit scared. I'd never been to a real school before, and I was worried about having to try and fit in with so many other people. The only real friends I currently had were vampires. Heidi and Didim tried to reassure me. They were sure that the other children would love me, and they thought that it would be good for me to experience some normal human activities, such as school. Bearing these assurances in mind, I packed the stuff I was taking to Phoenix, and had Felix and Dimitri take everything I was leaving in Volterra to the castle. I was to be given my own tower, with an extremely large living area including an open lounge, kitchen and music room on the first floor. My large bedroom, with an ensuite and an enormous wardrobe, Heidi insisted so that she had somewhere to put all the stuff she bought. Meat was at the top of the tower, with floor-to-ceiling windows giving me an uninhibited and picturesque view of Italy. Sulpicia, Didim, Heidi and Jane had helped me pick out a white, silver and blue color theme for my tower, and promised to decorate and furnish it while I was away. With a saddened heart, I bid my vampire family goodbye, hugging each of them in turn and hopped in the car with my mother for the long drive to the airport. As we drove I fingered their parting gift to me. It was a 3/4 inch wide, 24-karat white gold cuff bracelet engraved with a pattern of 10 freesia linked with lavender sprigs. At the center of each freesia a clear 1/2-carat diamond was embedded. The freesia and lavender represented me, and was because to them my scent smelt like a combination of both flowers. The 12 diamonds represented each member of my vampire family, for their durability, and because, like diamonds, they sparkled in the sun. It was my favorite gift from them because of its sentimental value. I smiled as I looked down at it, now secure safely to my wrist. I had no intentions of ever taking it off. The flight to Phoenix was uneventful, and I slept most of the way. When we finally collected our luggage, left the airport and found our way to the house Mum had bought, I was surprised to find how much I liked the small yellow house in front of us. The house was situated within walking distance of the beach and the school Mum had enrolled me in. I would be in 3rd grade there. Arrow, Marcus and Keys had warned me to act like I didn't know the answers to everything, because I would stand out, and we didn't want anyone asking questions. Over the next week we quickly unpacked, brought new furniture, and settled into our new home. I found myself loving the beach, and I regularly dragged Mum there so that I could play in the waves. I mentally added learning to swim to my to-do list, absently wondering whether I could convince my vampires to install a pool at the castle. School was an interesting experience for me. Due to spending a lot of my time with vampires, my hearing had developed to the point where I could hear a vampire whisper from about 20 feet away, a trait that was useful for overhearing Felix and Dimitri's plans to ambush me. My sense of sight and smell had also heightened, along with a sixth sense for knowing when people are watching, or creeping up on me, also handy for foiling Felix and Dimitri. Because of my excellent hearing, I could hear the whispers about me. People were making up wild rumors for the first couple of weeks about the pale new girl. I hadn't even considered the fact that everyone else in Phoenix had a tan from spending time in the sun, while I was very pale. In addition, my Italian accent, developed from my time in Italy, stood out like a fox in a henhouse. Some of the Snyder comments made me wince. I heard she was locked up in a mental institution and they just let her out. That's why she isn't tan. My mum said that she heard from a lady at the library that she's from some weird country, so she's not like us. I rolled my eyes at that, surprised that they thought being from another country was weird. After the first few weeks though, the rumors died down, and I fell into a regular routine. I kept fairly quiet at school, never volunteering to answer questions, and avoiding talking to teachers when possible. At home, I enjoyed spending time with my mum, and I soon took over the cooking duties when I found out how much I enjoyed it. I talked to my Volterra vampires a couple of times a week, glad that I didn't have to worry about the time difference since they didn't sleep. They were always encouraging, and eager to learn about my weeks, especially school, since when they were born there hadn't been school. I sometimes got the feeling that they were living vicariously through me. I soon found that Santiago had gotten me subscriptions to Car and Driver and Road and Track car magazines. When I called to thank him, he simply replied, "Well, the chances of you getting to play with any real cars over there are pretty slim, and you need to keep up to date on the cars coming out. You can pick out the one you want us to get you as a coming home present. It's time we taught you to drive." I couldn't contain my squeal of delight at this, and I spent a lot of my free time researching for the perfect car in the next few months. Not to be outdone by Santiago, the others also regularly sent me things. The day I started school, I came home feeling a little sorry for myself after being subjected to everyone whispering and staring. I was cheered up immediately by what awaited me in the living room. A beautifully carved harp, a baby version of a concert grand harp, was sitting there courtesy of Didim. It was a duplicate of my one in Volterra, made especially for me due to my size. Didim also regularly sent me blank music sheets for composing, and music pieces to play, along with the latest CDs of musicians and bands that I liked. It soon became common for me to come home after a particularly boring day of school to immerse myself in music for a few hours. Heidi constantly shopped for me online, having everything with her sent to me or stored in my tower in Volterra, as well as subscribing me to 5 different fashion magazines. She also sent me complicated maths equations to do when I was feeling like my IQ had dropped 50 points from being in a normal school, while Sulpicia sent me medical journals and quantum physics books to read. Marcus and Keys sent me many first editions of classic books, and any other literature they thought I would find interesting. They also had Jane send me a chess program for my computer, which I played to keep up my skills, although that soon became a bit boring when I won every time, even on the hardest level. Taking a leaf out of Santiago's book, Alec got me subscriptions for National Geographic and History magazine. "Pick out your favorite countries, and when you get back we'll take you to visit some of them," he promised. I spent the time I could spare from choosing a car, excitedly looking at different countries around the world to explore. Jane subscribed me to 6 different computer magazines, and regularly sent me new parts and programs for the state-of-the-art laptop she had given me before I left. Felix and Dimitri sent me books on the different styles of fighting throughout the world, everything from jiu-jitsu to aikido and boxing. When they found out that almost everyone else had gotten me magazine subscriptions, they immediately signed me up to receive 3 martial arts magazines. Arrow had a different approach. He sent me popular books and movies about mythical creatures so that I could laugh at how wrong the creators were. Dracula was a particular favorite. They also got me subscriptions to 2 children's magazines to help me learn more about people my age, and so that I would understand what the other kids at school meant when they talked about certain celebrities or TV programs. All in all, at the start of every month I would receive 20 magazines in the mail, which I would eagerly peruse, then discuss with my vampires. I did eventually make a few tentative friends. Chantal was a sporty girl in my class, who originally started talking to me because of my accent. We became friendly mainly because we were opposites. She was sport and loud, I was clumsy and shy, but I wasn't complaining, mainly because I was eager to have anyone as a friend, and I didn't mind not being able to get a word in edgeways in a conversation. Being friends with Chantal meant that I met her best friend and neighbor, Breeze. Breeze was relatively quiet, but not shy. She would happily speak out quite bluntly when she wanted to, but only spoke up when she wanted to be heard. I managed to fake my way through conversations about stars and their favorite TV shows, often discreetly pulling out the iPhone Jane had sent me and Googling information during the conversation. Occasionally I even watched some TV, although I preferred to read books or play music. The weeks passed by quite quickly, and I found myself enjoying my new life quite a lot. I even got invited to a few sleepovers, which involved lots of talk about makeup, clothes and boys as well as lots of singing, junk food and manicures. With the exception of junk food, and the actual sleeping part, the sleepovers reminded me of Heidi, and I was looking forward to seeing my vampires again. When the time came to head back to Volterra, I gave my mum a tearful goodbye after saying a reluctant goodbye to Chantal and Breeze. I was surprised to find that I was slightly nostalgic, but it was quickly brushed aside as enthusiasm to be back in Volterra took its place. I had finally picked out the car I wanted and sent Alec a list of all the places and countries I wanted to visit. I excitedly hopped on the plane, eager to see my vampire family again. BPOV. Over the next 2 years I greatly enjoyed my time in both countries. When I first got back to Volterra, I found that, as promised, my tower was now decked out with a supersize flat-screen TV mounted on the wall, combined with the best sound system money could buy, and every type of gaming system possible. A comfortable white leather lounge suite sat in front of it, and on the coffee table was a beautiful chessboard made of ebony and ivory. In a different corner of my open living area was a large desk with a computer customized by Jane, complete with two 32-inch monitors. While in a separate area, to the back of the room, was a large kitchen which would make chefs drool, with a plethora of shiny new kitchen appliances resting on the granite counter. My room now had a huge king-size bed complete with electric blanket, and a soft white, silver and blue comforter. All around my tower there hung priceless original paintings, each more beautiful than the last. I also found, to my delight, that, after finishing the furnishing of my room, and stocking my closet and bathroom, they had fulfilled my last request and taken out the stairs that had led to my bedroom. My bedroom was now 100 feet above the floor below, and the only way to get to it was to levitate myself there using my shield. It was just high enough that vampires couldn't jump to it, and could only get up if I wrapped a shield around them and brought them up. This made it a perfect getaway from everyone, where I could have uninterrupted quiet time if needed. I settled easily into a new schedule. Santiago had been as good as his word, and a shiny, new, silver Audi R8 had been waiting for me on arrival, although I learnt to drive in the castle's other cars because I had no wish to crash my brand new car. Driving lessons quickly became one of my favorite parts of the day. I started off in an aerial atom at a private track, with Santiago running at vampire speed beside me and teaching me how to control the small vehicle. Being an overexcited 8-year-old that was just learning to drive, I managed to crash on my first lesson. I had been begging Santiago to let me go faster, stating that as long as I was going in a straight line it shouldn't matter what speed I was going at. Santiago refused, but, being the stubborn person I am, I ignored him and floored the little atom. The speed was so exhilarating that I forgot that the end of the track was near and didn't have enough time to stop. Luckily, thanks to my shield, both myself and the atom were fine, although my pride took a big hit, and there was a large cent in the wall that we crashed into. Santiago, of course, couldn't resist teasing me about it for years to come, to my immense embarrassment, and Dimitri and Felix, who watched all of my driving lessons, occasionally mentioned the incident to get a rise out of me. It's times like these that I wish vampires didn't live forever and have perfect memories. I grumbled shortly after the crash as all 3 vampires laughed at me. Eventually I managed to learn to drive properly, and I quickly enjoyed the speed of the cars. Santiago wanted me to be able to control any type of car, and I had progressed to a Hummer after the Atom, before quickly moving to a Pagani Zonda. I tried many different cars, from muscle cars to exotics, before I finally began driving my Audi almost exclusively. Santiago's driving lessons included racing, drifting, and drag races, as well as burnouts and a plethora of car tricks. Of course, Santiago also continued to show me the best ways to boost my car's performance, and I was soon tuning my Audi under his ever-watchful eyes. Although I hadn't been able to convince my vampires to install a pool, they had enrolled me in swimming lessons at the public pool, and I quickly learned that I was much more graceful in the water than I was out of it, much to Felix and Dimitri's surprise. Now that I lived in the castle, Felix and Dimitri decided that I had time to spare, so they taught me how to play different games on the multiple gaming systems they had installed in my room. I have to admit I enjoyed competing against them at Mario Karts and Halo a lot more than I let on, and it was amusing to watch two vampires who were centuries old pout at me when they lost. Most of my other lessons were still fairly similar, only more advanced, and I still enjoyed them all. One of the others that changed was Alex's lessons. Now that he had my list, we regularly took weeks off to travel to a different country and explore, choosing weeks when the weather was forecast to be overcast so that we could go outside during the day. Often one or two of the other vampires came with Alec, Felix, Dimitri and I. Jane was one of the most regular. She seemed to enjoy being close to her twin, and came on at least half of our trips. The others took turns coming, seeming to enjoy watching my sense of wonderment each time we went to a new location. Heidi especially enjoyed coming along, and dragged me off to the largest shopping centers to buy things for me. By the time I was 10, I had traveled to every continent in the world except Antarctica, and I had added many languages to my repertoire. Shortly after my arrival in Volterra for another 6 months, and just after my 10th birthday, Marcus and Keys called me into the meeting room for a discussion. "Bella, you know we feel like you are part of our family, and you know we are somewhat regarded as royalty amongst the vampire world, so we have a proposal for you." Arrow started. I stared nervously at them, unsure of where this was going. "We would like to crown you Princess of the Volturi," Arrow explained. To say I was shocked would be an understatement. I could feel tears prick in my eyes as I was overwhelmed with happiness. "I would love to officially be a part of the family," I choked out before succumbing to my happy tears. They all stared at me perplexed as my cheeks were overrun with salty water. I quickly regained my composure and boldly hugged all of them. All of the vampires were pleased that I had accepted, and I was even presented with a beautiful tiara. I soon started calling Arrow, Marcus and Keys my uncles, Didim and Sulpicia my aunts, and Felix, Dimitri, Santiago, Heidi, Jane and Alec my cousins. There was, however, one aspect of my family that I did not like: their feeding habits. Now that I was old enough to understand that they got their food source by sending Heidi out to fish, I was not happy with the fact that as a future vampire I might have to take innocent lives in order to live. I decided to have a very serious discussion with Arrow, and I found him in the library, looking up literature on mythical beings to show me. "Uncle Arrow, can I talk to you about your feeding habits?" I casually asked, hoping he wouldn't refuse me. Arrow turned to me, confusion in his eyes. "What would you like to know?" "Well, I know you kill humans to survive, and I know that when I become a vampire I'm going to have to drink blood, but I don't think I would ever be able to kill an innocent person just for food." I explained. I had long ago accepted that my vampire family killed humans regularly for food, but I knew that I didn't want to do that if there was another way to live as a vampire. "Is there any other ways to live?" I asked, hoping there would be some other options. Uncle Arrow sighed. "We thought you might bring this up soon, and you will be happy to know that there is another option," he promised. "A couple of centuries ago we had a visitor stay with us for around 80 years. His name was Carlisle Cullen, and he had never drunk from a human before. He had golden eyes, though they still went black when he was hungry, and he drank exclusively from animals." I considered this, relief washing over me as I realized that there was another option. Then I realized something: if it's possible to survive off animal blood, why don't you all do it? I demanded, looking defiantly up at Uncle Arrow. Arrow looked apologetic. "While it is possible to maintain the diet, it is almost impossible for vampires who have tasted human blood to remain on a strict diet of animal blood. It's like the difference between always having plain white rice and steak. Humans taste 100,000 times better than animals, and they actually satisfy our bloodlust. From what Carlyle told us, animals fill you up, but they aren't truly satisfying. After millenniums of drinking human blood, we are just so used to it, it's almost like an addiction now. He tried to explain. It's the type of diet that can really only be maintained if you start it from the moment you are changed. A bit like the saying, you can't miss what you've never had. He chuckled for a bit. We used to call Carlyle a vegetarian vampire because of his aversion to our natural food source. He told me. I mulled the concepts around in my head and finally nodded, accepting his explanation. So it's possible for me to survive off only animals when I'm changed. I'd never have to kill a human for food. I clarified. Yes, he confirmed. In fact, if you would like, before your change we could take you to meet one to the covens that adhere to this diet. Maybe even arrange for you to stay with them after your change, he offered. There's more than one, I asked surprised. Yes, there's Carlyle's coven of course. He now has a family of vampires that follow his diet. I don't know where they are at the moment, somewhere in America I think, but they move around every few years so that Carlyle can maintain his job as a doctor at hospitals. He stopped and waited for his words to sink in. Doctor? I asked, astonished. Uncle Arrow smiled. Yes, he has such excellent control of his bloodlust that he dedicated his existence to saving lives. He confirmed. I was impressed. The other coven of vegetarian vampires, live in Denali, Alaska. They consist of 3 succubi sisters, and Eleazar and Carmen, a mated couple. Eleazar used to be a part of the Volturi, and his gift is the ability to telephone the gifts of others, although I'm fairly positive that it wouldn't work on you. He is a good friend of ours, but when he found his mate he wanted to try a different way of life. We still keep in contact with him, and he seems to be quite satisfied. We even mentioned to him that we have recently crowned a new princess. He winked at me. I frowned, worried. Don't worry though, we didn't tell him you were human, or who you were. He assured me. You know we can't allow anyone to know we bent the rules and let you live. He reminded me. I sighed, relieved, but as a close friend of ours, we wanted to tell him that had crowned a new princess, and that she is extremely powerful. Anyway, it won't hurt to have a few rumors of the new, extremely powerful Volturi princess floating around. They will all assume that you are a vampire of course. He seemed amused by the thought of it. Hopefully it will help vampires fear us, so that they don't go breaking the rules. He explained. We don't want to have to send out your guard to deal with another newborn war like the ones in South America again. I shuddered. Arrow had told me about the newborn wars that had happened, and they sounded horrific. I was happy to let the rumors of me spread through the vampire world if it prevented vampire wars that Felix, Dimitri, Santiago and Jane would have to go and break up. As far as finding you a vegetarian coven to live with for at least your newborn vampire years, or longer if you get attached, I would recommend Carlyle's coven. He mused. I raised my eyebrows at him. They have a structure that is more like a family, with 3 mated pairs, and another male, and they are more integrated into human society. Besides, he mused, I hear that the single male, Edward has never found a mate. He trailed off suggestively. I scowled at him. I'm 10 years old, Uncle Arrow, I stated firmly. I'm too young for you to start matchmaking. He grinned at me, but not for long, my little princess, not for long. He laughed as he walked away, and I gritted my teeth to try and quell the urge to smash him into a wall. I mulled over the idea of hunting animals for a few days, and even though I had made my decision to be a vegetarian vampire when I was changed, I was having a hard time picturing a vampire hunting a wild animal. Unluckily for Felix and Dimitri, I decided that I wanted to see a demonstration, and that they would be the perfect vampires to show me. No way. They both shouted at me when I asked them. When we hunt we give ourselves over to our animalistic side, we might end up trying to hunt you instead. They tried to get out of it. I rolled my eyes. Oh come on. I whined, giving them my best pout and puppy dog eyes. Please. I begged. It's not like you could hurt me, even if you could go after me, and I'll have Jane with me. I reminded them. I could see their resolve waver, so I decided to go in for the kill. I'll have extra fighting and gaming sessions with you guys for a whole month. I promised. They looked at each other for a second and groaned. All right, they submitted. Yes. I clapped, jumping excitedly. Manipulative little princess. Dmitri whispered lowly to Felix, who nodded slightly. I pretended I didn't hear as I waltzed off happily. The next night I found myself comfortably whipping through the trees on Jane's back as we made our way out of Volterra, and into the forest, with Dmitri and Felix in tow. I was feeling exhilarated. I loved getting rides from my vampires, the speed and rush of trees whizzing past us was energizing. I was enjoying myself so much that I was almost disappointed when we stopped and Jane leapt up into a tree, climbing until we had a clear view of Felix and Dmitri below. Jane silently pointed to a herd of roe deer that weren't too far away. She wrinkled her nose slightly, making a disgusted face as their scent hit her, and muttered, "They don't smell very appetizing," before lapsing back into silence. We watched as down below Felix and Dmitri sunk into hunting crouches. I was thankful for my developed sight as I watched them silently speed towards their prey before leaping in the air and landing on the backs of 2 deer. In a matter of seconds the necks of both animals were broken, and the sharp teeth of the 2 vampires had sunk into the delicate necks of the deer. I watched fascinated, and slightly disappointed that it hadn't taken very long. But thankfully, after draining the deer, Dmitri caught the scent of a wild boar, and took off after it, with Jane and I following. He had a slight tussle with the boar, goading it until it became angry and tried to gouge him with its tusks, before he finally decided to kill it. He straightened and laughed. "Well, he certainly tasted better than the deer," he observed, although it was nowhere near as good as humans. I gave him a patronizing glance before I realized that Felix was missing. "Where's Felix?" I asked, puzzled. We backtracked and they picked up his scent, following it until we found Felix in a large clearing, laughing as a large brown bear tried to claw and bite him. His shirt and cloak were now ripped, and he seemed to enjoy watching the confused bear try to kill him. We waited patiently until finally Felix seemed to get bored and put the bear out of its misery. On the way back Felix's only observations were, "Well, fighting a bear before eating it is much more entertaining than eating a scared human, although it isn't nearly as satisfying to drink." I rolled my eyes at him, and settled back, enjoying my ride home. The only lessons in the castle that I did not enjoy over the 2-year period were the dancing lessons that all 12 vampires insisted on. With my clumsiness, I was constantly stepping on Renata's toes as she took over my dance lessons now that I had full control of my shield and could use it to do virtually anything with it, from flying, to picking up things, even as large as trucks, and catching and throwing things, or shielding everyone in a 5-mile radius with both my mental and physical shields at will. Secretly, once I had learned the basics, and I wasn't stumbling over Renata anymore, I actually quite enjoyed these lessons, although I still complained loudly, and never let on that I liked them. Didim had extended my music studies as well, and when I wasn't off exploring other countries I worked hard, learning to play the guitar, flute, cello and piano, although the harp was still my favorite. My mother was particularly pleased with how well I was developing, and seemed to enjoy both the times I was with her, and the opportunities that my boarding in Volterra afforded her. She was a free-spirited person who loved trying new things, and in the 6 months of the year when I wasn't there she took night classes in all of her interests, from yoga to cake decorating. While her interests never lasted very long before she was off doing something else that took her fancy, she enjoyed trying new things and I was happy to encourage her, glad she was doing okay without me there to look after her. To me Renee was more like a big sister than a mother, and I always did all I could to help her when I was home. I was fairly sure that she suspected that there was something different about the Volturi, but she could also tell that they loved having me, and doted on me, so she continued to let them have me for 6 months of the year, realizing that it was an excellent opportunity for me. She loved the fact that they had taken me to visit most of Europe. I hadn't told her that I had been to most of the other continents as well, and I was always sending her pictures of me in other countries. We were sure that she didn't suspect what they really were, or she would have stopped me from going back a long time ago, but to be safe we usually limited her contact with them to mainly phone calls with Arrow, Marcus and occasionally Didim. I of course, called her every day when I stayed there. I tended to make a few new friends every time I went back to Phoenix, although I mainly stayed close to Chantal and Breeze, who were always interested in hearing the latest stories about Italy and my time there. I told them what I could, leaving out a few details here and there. Life continued on for me quite happily in this style for a few years. I was pleased that both my rather small human family, and my large vampire family, seemed content and happy. At 15 I was fairly mature, had traveled most of the world under the watchful eyes of my family, and was a proficient musician and linguist, being able to play most instruments, and speak most languages. I had read the majority of the books in Castle Volturi's vast library, and had a thorough knowledge of the history of the world, including humans, vampires and other mythical creatures. They had given my own black card, which I used sparingly, but I was surprised with how used to spending I had gotten under Heidi's influence, and found that I didn't bat an eye when I paid $4 million for a beautiful painting I wanted for my room in Phoenix. I never told Mum how much it was worth, although I suspected she knew it was extremely expensive. Santiago was proud the day I got my driver's license, passing the test with ease, much to the tester's surprise. Now that I officially held a driver's license, they bought me a blue and white Bugatti Veyron for my birthday, one of the fastest cars in the world. With the engine boosted, it got up to speeds over 450 km per hour when Santiago and I took it to the Autobahn in Germany. Santiago also taught me to ride motorbikes, and even taught me how to drive a boat, taking me out on the Tiber River near Rome. Heidi had also decided that now I was 15, I should have at least one nightclub experience. Apparently because it would make the other kids back at school think I was cool. I, of course, was reluctant for a number of reasons, the first of which was the fact that there was no way I looked old enough to get into a nightclub. I had forgotten that when you have money you can get whatever you want, and when we arrived at the club, Felix simply slipped the bouncers large wads of cash and they looked the other way while I walked in. The first thing on their agenda was buying me some alcohol to try, believing that I should try it at least once before I became a vampire. They ordered me a Cosmo and a tequila shot, and watched eagerly to see what I would think. I sipped at the Cosmo first, grimacing as I tasted the alcohol. It was tolerable, but I didn't particularly like it. I put it down, and hesitantly took a sip of the tequila. It felt like my throat was on flames and I quickly spit it out, coughing and spluttering. The three vampires roared with laughter, and I glared fiercely at them. I'm never drinking alcohol again, I declared. One of the other things I had been worried about soon came up when Heidi decided that it was time for us to hit the dance floor. The other people quickly parted for us, leaving us a large space in the middle. People seemed to instinctively shy away from them, something I had gotten used to over the years and barely noticed now. Heidi started moving to the music, dragging me with her and showing me how to move. I was sure I looked terrible, and this was why I had tried to avoid clubbing. I was, however, for the first time in my life thankful for the fact that when I was 13 Heidi had decided that it was time to teach me how to walk in heels. She had forced me to wear them everywhere for months, until she was satisfied that I could do so without stumbling, tottering or falling in them, although I still occasionally tripped due to my clumsiness. It had been a major source of amusement for Felix and Dimitri on the first week as they repeatedly caught me when I overbalanced in my ridiculously high shoes. I had gotten angry over being ridiculed, and secretly practiced every night in my room until I could now comfortably run in high heels without falling over, something I was actually quite proud of. I still preferred flat shoes though, and even though I was fairly stable, I was very scared of the idea of trying to dance at a club in the extremely high heels Heidi had put me in for the night. I was also very worried that if I did trip over, I would give everyone a peep show due to the fact that Heidi had forced me into an electric blue mini dress for the night, and it barely came to mid-thigh. After a few songs I managed to escape from Heidi, leaving her surrounded by drooling guys, and I made my way back to the bar and sat on a stool, asking the bartender for a Coke. I sipped it, watching my vampires dancing gracefully around the dance floor, and relieved to be off my feet in these killer heels. I was surprised when a guy casually walked up to the bar and asked, "Is this seat empty?" indicating the stool next to me. I frowned at him, disgusted that he would try coming onto me. "Yes, and this one will be too if you sit down," I growled. He seemed surprised by the amount of venom in my voice, but, steeling himself, he decided to try again. "How did you get so beautiful?" he asked. I had to give him credit for trying, but he needed to get some better pickup lines. "I don't know," I replied sweetly, a fake smile plastering itself on my face. "I must have gotten your share too," I continued, my gaze quickly turning cold. Felix and Dimitri walked up behind me then, and he seemed to get the message, leaving in a hurry as he took in their large, heavily muscled forms. All in all, I decided that clubbing was definitely not as enjoyable as people made it out to be. Back in Phoenix, Mum had started dating again. I was often amused by her stories of some of her more horrible dates. "You wouldn't believe it, Bella. This guy spent the whole date running his hands up my arms and trying to subtly cop a feel of my B-easts," she said indignantly, or, "The guy the first went out with yesterday was always making lame jokes, and laughing at them. They weren't even funny, Bella," she ranted. "Nobody finds, what do you call a camel with no humps, Humphrey, funny." Sometimes I felt a little bad for her having to survive these bad dates, but I was glad that she normally seemed to have fairly good dates. I was especially happy for her when she told me she was serious about Phil. Phil was a minor league baseball player, and a couple of years younger than her, which was probably a good thing given her childlike tendencies. I teased her about being a cougar, but I was happy for her. When I finally met Phil, I got along really well with him. We shared the same tastes in modern music, although he wasn't a fan of classical, and I thought he was perfect for Mum. Castle Volterra got a receptionist when I was 16. Uncle Keys had gotten tired of always having to sort out all the documents and tedious details that came with the upkeep of the castle, and they employed a beautiful woman by the name of Gianna. Gianna was very friendly, and I quickly made friends with her. She never asked questions about the vampires, or me, and kept her mouth shut about her observations. We were all sure that she knew what they were, her sparkling green eyes missing nothing as she silently watched the castle's activities, but as long as she didn't voice her suspicions, technically they weren't breaking any rules by having her work for them. Arrow made sure to shake her hand regularly, checking her thoughts, and we soon realized that she was hoping to be changed at some point. She was very loyal to us, and I respected her greatly for that. She never asked questions about why I would be staying, or where I had come from, and was always very polite. She also held a great respect for me, because I had saved her life. I had been talking to Gianna about the renovations to a room next to my tower, where my new grand piano would be going, when a hungry vampire walked into the castle, obviously seeking Marcus, Keys and Arrow. His eyes were pitch black, and when Gianna absent-mindedly flicked her hair, he lunged for her. I had reacted instinctively, cloaking us both in shields, before catching the hungry vampire mid-air with another shield. Growling at him, I smashed my shield in on itself, quickly leaving the vampire a pile of pieces in the floor. Felix and Dimitri had come running at Gianna's terrified shriek, and arrived just in time to see me smash the vampire into pieces with my shield, my eyes blazing with anger. They stood there shocked for a second, before Dimitri pulled a lighter out of his pocket and set the remains on fire. The next day they gave me my own lighter. I still saw my dad, Charlie, for 2 weeks every year in Forks. We would spend the time exploring, watching TV, and fishing, where Charlie would fish, and I would sit on the bank and read a book, which we both found relaxing. I refused to go anywhere near the little boat after the fiasco that had happened when I was 11. It was the last time I had ever fished, when one day I had leant too far over the edge of the aluminium boat, searching for the fish, when I suddenly found myself in the water, having capsized us. I had surfaced with mud all over me, and when I had finally gotten clean, I found that my body was covered with dozens of leeches. I had been subjected to days of torture trying to find them all and get rid of them, and I now avoided the boat like a plague. We usually went down to the Quileute reservation while I stayed too, as Charlie's best friend Billy lived there and was one of the tribal elders. I was usually a bit standoffish though, knowing that they carried the gene that could turn them into shape-shifting wolves. Billy's youngest son Jacob was also a little too nice at times, even though I was 2 years older than him, and I tried to avoid him when possible. One of my favorite places on the reservation though was First Beach. It was absolutely beautiful, and I loved sitting in the soft white sand and listening to the waves crashing onto the shore. Inevitably though, the 2 weeks would quickly come to a close. Charlie always seemed to enjoy having me, and I usually left every year feeling a little guilty that I didn't spend much time with him. All of this changed the year I turned 17. Much to my surprise and delight, Mum married Phil. I decided that it was time to spend a few years properly getting to know my dad, and my vampires agreed with me, although they extracted promises from me that I would visit for a couple of weeks every year. We were all well aware that my deadline to be changed was coming up quickly. We had agreed when I was 4 that I would be changed before I turned 20, so I only had a few years left as a human. I knew that Renee and Phil needed to spend time together alone as a newly married couple, and that if I wasn't there she could go with Phil when he had to travel due to his work. While I could have easily gone to Volterra, I would have plenty of time to spend with my vampires after my change, so it was time to pack for Forks. Before moving to Forks I bid my vampire family, and Mum and Phil goodbye, taking a few of my favorite things from my tower and my room in Phoenix, including my small harp. There wouldn't be room in my Forks bedroom for a full-sized concert grand harp, guitar, flute, and a few of my favorite paintings. I planned to buy a car when I got there because I had no intentions of riding around in the police cruiser with my father, the chief of police. I also couldn't let Santiago ship my Audi R8, or my Bugatti Veyron to the US for me because they would stick out badly in such a little town, and I didn't want that kind of attention. Instead, I figured that I would probably get a small, relatively inconspicuous car that could still go fast. I hated driving slowly. I promised Santiago that I would let him know what I bought so that he could send me the parts one would need to boost the engine and tune the car. I promised to regularly call and email my vampires, and said goodbye, wondering what life would be like in Forks, with my father and 2 full years of high school awaiting me. I had packed lightly, intending to go shopping once I was there. I knew I would need more warm clothes and coats as it was always cloudy in Forks, and rained for at least 300 days a year. Heidi had been disappointed that she wouldn't be able to send me loads of clothes, but I had been firm, knowing that my relatively small closet in Forks wouldn't be able to hold the copious amounts that she normally bought me. Didim and Sulpicia had helped me select some of my favorite jewelry to wear to dances and proms, which they made me promise to attend. I hoped the kids at school would think that it was costume jewelry, as some of it used to be crown jewels of England, and was ornate, beautiful and priceless. I didn't need people asking questions about where I had gotten it. Before I left, I had promised Arrow, Marcus and Keys that I would only use my shields if I was in danger, or practicing somewhere where I was sure I was alone. I also couldn't tell anyone of my connection to them in the unlikely event that I ran into any vampires. Most importantly, I was under no circumstances to tell anyone I was the Volturi princess, or tell anyone about my gift. All of these promises I made. I knew that if anyone found out about my gift, or my ties to the Volturi, I would be in danger, and I fully intended to live my life in Forks like a normal human. I got off the plane in Port Angeles, easily spotting Charlie in the crowd, his police officer uniform making him stand out. "Hi Dad," I greeted him. "Hi Bells," he said, hugging me softly. We grabbed my luggage and headed for what would be my permanent home for the next 2 years. It was mainly silent as we drove. Charlie wasn't one for small talk, and neither was I. Eventually though, Charlie broke the silence. "Oh yeah, you got about 20 magazines in the mail yesterday." He seemed puzzled. I smiled. "Yeah Dad, they'll be coming every month, I have subscriptions to them all." I explained. The only changes in my magazine subscriptions over the years had been the change of the 2 children's magazines for Vogue and TV Weekly, the rest were still the same. I looked down at my cuff, running my fingers softly over it and smiling as I was reminded of my vampires. My cuff had been resized a couple of times over the years as I grew, but it was still the same, the 12 diamonds, combining to a total of 6 quart, still sparkling brightly in the sun. At the center of the engraved freesia. "Oh, and I bought you a car," he said. I inwardly winced, certain that as the police chief he would have chosen the slowest and safest transport possible. I smiled at him. "Thanks Dad, but you didn't have to do that, I was happy to buy my own." "Oh it's okay Bella. It's Billy's old 1953 Chevy truck, and he sold it to me pretty cheap," he explained, looking pretty proud of himself. "It was just sitting around now that he's in a wheelchair and can't drive." "Thanks Dad, I really appreciate it," I said sincerely, touched by how thoughtful he had been, although I was already thinking of ways that I could disable the car so I could buy something better. It looked like my plans to not use my shield would be forgotten before we even reached Forks at this rate, as I wondered absently whether I could park the truck on a hill and invisibly push it with my shield until it ran into a tree and crashed. "It's nothing Bells," he said, "I just want you to be happy here." I grinned at him. "I'm sure I will be Dad." I said, and we soon lapsed back into a comfortable silence for the rest of the drive. We soon reached home, and I got my first look at the truck Charlie had bought me. I had to admit, it had a certain charm about it, but I doubted that it would go over 50 miles per hour. "Wow Dad, it's charming," I said cheerfully. He seemed pleased that I liked it, and I felt slightly guilty for planning on destroying it. Charlie helped me bring my stuff upstairs, my instruments and paintings having already arrived by courier a few days ago. He left me to unpack, and I was grateful that he didn't hover. Once I sat down I realized how tired I was, and I decided that now would be a good time to practice with my shields. I unzipped all of my suitcases and left them open on the floor, and then opened my closet and drawers. I closed my bedroom door and stood behind it in case Charlie decided to come back upstairs. Then I got to work unpacking everything quickly with my shields and placing them in the drawers and closet, extremely grateful for my gift. Once the suitcases were under my queen-sized bed, I set up all of my instruments in a corner of my room, moving my rocking chair over near the window. Then I placed my laptop on the desk next to my bed. The 3 paintings were harder to place. I carefully unwrapped them from the packaging they had been sent in, and held them up against the walls with my shields as I stood in the middle of the room, deciding where to put them. I had just decided where to put them when I heard a soft knock at my door. I softly put the paintings on the floor, scolding myself for nearly revealing my gift on my first day in Forks, and thanking my lucky stars that Charlie knocked first. I opened the door to find Charlie standing there, an apologetic smile on his face. "I'm sorry Bella, but I've got to go down to the station for a couple of hours, one of the guys called in sick," he explained. "It's okay Dad," I said, assuring him, "I've got to finish unpacking anyway," I lied. "Okay then. I'll be back before dinner, I'll pick up a pizza or something," he said, making his way back downstairs. I waited until I heard his cruiser leave before proceeding to hang my painting up. I flopped down on the bed and pulled out my iPhone, calling Volturi. After assuring them that I had gotten here safely and that I was settling in well, I explained to Santiago that it was going to take me at least a few weeks before I could get rid of the truck and get something faster. Santiago seemed to think it was hilarious that I was going to be driving a vehicle that would, undoubtedly, have trouble going over 60 miles per hour. Slightly cheered by my phone call, I then called Renee and assured her as well that I was fine. She had never liked it here, and she seemed to be afraid that I would hate living here too. In fact, she sounded almost puzzled when I said I was fine here. By the time I had finished with my phone calls, collected my magazines from where Charlie had left them for me on the kitchen table, and hung my paintings, Charlie was back with a pizza. I was relieved to find that we both had the same taste in pizzas, and I soon remembered that Charlie was a hopeless cook. I offered to take over the cooking now that I had moved in. He seemed grateful for the offer, and showed me the jar where the food money was kept. He had next to nothing in the cupboards, so I took the food money and put it in my school bag, deciding that I would have to go shopping after school tomorrow. I slept peacefully, and woke early in the morning, mentally preparing myself for another day as the new kid. Thanks to my alternations between Italy and America, I had been the new kid many times, and it never seemed to get any easier, what with the stares and whispers. The only consolation was that I knew it would die down within a couple of weeks, even less if something more interesting happened to come along. I arrived at school early, knowing I would need to get my schedule and a map before school started. I was one of the first to arrive, and I hurried to the office, avoiding the stares of the few early students. In the office, I found an older lady behind the desk with a name tag that said Ms. Cope. "Can I help you?" she asked. "I'm Isabella Swan," I explained, the new student. I watched as recognition dawned. "Of course, Chief Swan's daughter," she exclaimed. "We've been expecting you." I smiled politely and she gave me my schedule, a map, and a slip to have all my teachers sign and give back to her at the end of the day. I said goodbye and headed slowly for my first class, taking note of the buildings I passed, and referencing them against the map. On my way I was accosted by an overly zealous guy with blonde hair. "Hi, you must be Isabella, the new girl, right?" he asked. "Just Bella," I corrected. "Well, I'm Mike Newton," he introduced himself, before giving me a spiel about the school. As soon as was politely possible, I extracted myself from the conversation and headed for my class once again, making a mental note to try and avoid Mike. I managed to make it through the first part of my day, only having to put up with one other guy, called Eric, who wanted to walk me to class. On the bright side, I met a very sweet girl called Angela, and her friends Lauren and Jessica. Jessica, I quickly realized, was the gossip queen of the school, and as we sat down to lunch she filled me in on the latest school gossip. I glanced over the cafeteria as I half-heartedly listened to Jessica before I froze in shock. I blinked, making sure I wasn't just dreaming, but sure enough, at the back of the cafeteria sat 5 inhumanly beautiful vampires at their own table. They had trays of uneaten food in front of them and were all staring off in different directions. "Who are they?" I asked, cutting Jessica off in the middle of her spiel. Jessica took a look at the vampires I was staring at. "They are the Cullens," she explained. I was pleasantly surprised by the name, and realized that this must be Carlisle Cullen's coven, which relieved me because I knew they were vegetarians. They just moved here from Alaska with their parents. They're all adopted. Dr. Cullen, their father, and his wife Esme adopted them all. "That's nice of her," I observed, knowing it would take a very caring person to willingly care for 5 immortal teenagers. "Yeah, but I don't think she can have kids of her own or something," she stated, somehow seeming to think that that would make her less of a person. I frowned. Jess missed my frown, and continued telling me about them. The small girl with black hair is Alice Cullen, the B-owned guy next to her is Jasper Hale, and they're like a thing. The B-owned supermodel is Rosalie Hale, Jasper's twin. I internally rolled my eyes, knowing that there was no way they were biologically related. The big guy with muscles is Emmett Cullen, he's with Rosalie, and the guy with the bronze hair is Edward. She finished with a sigh. "But he doesn't date," she warned me, "apparently no one here is good enough for him." She sniffed, making me wonder when he had turned her down, so like, don't waste your time. I chuckled, I wasn't planning to. I assured her. I continued eating my lunch in silence as I observed them. I watched as Jasper seemed to be in pain, and I could see, even from a distance, that his eyes were dark with hunger. I watched as Alice left the table, dumping her food props in the bin as she danced gaily out the door. She was abnormally graceful, even for a vampire. Rosalie was without a doubt the most beautiful creature I had ever seen, which is saying a lot when you've grown up with vampires. Beside her, Emmett and Edward appeared to be having a one-sided conversation. I frowned and listened closely. "Actually, Emmett, I'm a bit disappointed. Jessica didn't tell her much about us at all. Only the barest hint of a scandal," Edward whispered. I was very thankful that I had such a cute hearing. It was obvious that no other humans would have even noticed they were talking. All of a sudden Edward chuckled. "Yeah, me too," he whispered. I was confused. I was positive that Emmett hadn't actually said anything. All of a sudden, as if someone had called his name, Edward's head whipped around and he made eye contact with me. I stared back, studying him. He was without a doubt the best-looking person, vampire of human, that I had ever seen, his features perfectly angular, with his disheveled bronze hair and sparkling golden eyes making him look like a god. He seemed to be confused by me, a frown starting to form on his brow as he continued staring for a moment longer before he seemed to catch himself and looked away just before the bell rang. I quickly dumped my rubbish and walked off to class, trying to avoid Mike and Eric. I managed to get to the biology room without an escort, and had Mr. Banner sign my slip. He welcomed me to the class and told me to take the only free seat in the room, next to Edward Cullen. I turned and made my way towards him, but as I passed a heater I suddenly saw him stiffen as he turned to glare at me. His eyes were now pitch black, a stark contrast to the honey gold they had been at lunch. I knew he was hungry, and I quickly wrapped my shield around myself and prayed that he had enough control to resist trying to eat me, as I quietly sat next to him. He leaned his chair as far away from me as possible. I could tell he wasn't breathing, and I saw his fingers gripping the edge of the desk tightly. As we silently worked our way through the lesson, with me using my hair as a curtain so that he couldn't see my jugular pulsing, I prayed that he wouldn't lose control, because he would have to kill all of the other people in the classroom if he did to keep his existence a secret. I decided to help him out, and I placed a shield around him, holding his torso in place so that he couldn't move. I knew he wouldn't notice, as he was staying absolutely still, but it would be evident if he did choose to move. Thankfully the lesson came to a close with Edward still motionless beside me. Just before the bell rang, I released the shield around him, and watched as he jumped to his feet the moment the bell rang, racing at a barely human pace, out of the classroom. As I packed up, I saw finger indents in the side of the desk where he had been gripping tightly. I subtly used my shield to smooth out the dents when no one was looking before I headed for my last period of the day gym. I was terrible at sports, and always had been, although I did find it quite entertaining to watch vampires play sport. Due to my clumsiness, gym was by no means my favorite subject, and I have to admit I'd been a bit upset to find that it was compulsory at Forks High. I was given a uniform and told that I could sit out for the day, so I sat on the bleachers and let my mind wander to Edward Cullen. I was confused by his reaction to me in biology. I knew he didn't eat humans, it was evident in his eyes when he wasn't thirsty, and I was confused by the fact that it seemed to be only my scent that set him off. He seemed to have perfect control when he was around everyone else. Then here was his one-sided conversation with Emmett. I had a feeling that Edward had a gift. I was shaken from my thoughts by the bell ringing, and I rushed to my truck eager to get home. As I drove out, I noticed that the Cullens had the only nice car in the lot, a silver Volvo. I only barely remembering to stop at the shopping center to pick up some food, in my rush to get home and talk to Arrow. When I got home, I headed to my room and, pressing one on my phone to speed dial Volterra. A few moments later Arrow answered and I launched into a description of my first day. Arrow, you'll never believe my luck. It seems that I attract vampires wherever I go. I said. Forks High School has 5 vegetarian vampires attending it. I explained. The Cullens? He asked. Yep, and apparently their father, Dr. Cullen, works at the hospital. Ring any bells? I asked. Not waiting for his reply I continued, oh, and they must have a few gifts amongst them. I swear I heard 2 of them have a one-sided conversation. He chuckled. You're right, he confirmed. Elazar mentioned a while back that Edward Cullen is a mind reader, Alice Cullen can see the future, based on people's decisions, and Jasper is an empath. I was surprised. A very talented family, I murmured. I'll bet that's why Edward looked frustrated with me. He can't read my mind, I snickered. Arrow laughed with me. It's probably the first time he's ever encountered someone whose mind he couldn't read. He mused. Yeah, I agreed. Then a thought occurred to me. That's why you suggested that we'd be a good match, isn't it? I accused. You knew I would be immune to his mind reading. I was annoyed. Arrow stayed silent as I quietly fumed, cursing Arrow and his matchmaking. Don't get any ideas, I warned him. Then I suddenly realized that I had gone off track, and forgotten about my biology lesson. Arrow, something happened today with Edward. I paused, unsure of how to describe it. Edward seemed perfectly fine with all the other students, he didn't look thirsty at all, but the minute he smelt my scent he tensed up, his eyes turned black, and he looked like he was trying to stop himself from killing me. I said, describing the strange experience. Arrow immediately sounded concerned, and I could hear my 2 worried guards in the background mumbling about plans to kill Edward if he even thought about hurting me. Bella, you are going to have to be very careful around him, Arrow warned. I have a feeling that you are his Latua Cantante, or his singer. Your blood calls to him. I'm actually surprised that he managed to resist. The memories I have seen from other vampires who have met their singers all showed an irresistible urge to drink their singer's blood. In fact, I've never met a vampire that managed to resist their singer. His explanation made me worried and I felt sorry for Edward. Perhaps we should send your guard to Forks to keep you safe, Arrow suggested. In the background I could hear Keys and Marcus agreeing. I saw red. Absolutely not, I yelled. I do not need to be babysat anymore, Uncle Arrow, and I forbid them to come. I am perfectly able to take care of myself, and in case you've forgotten, I do have a shield. I ranted, furious that he thought I couldn't protect myself. I can't believe you would even suggest it, or that Uncle Marcus and Keys would agree. How would we explain why there are suddenly 2 new vampires in Forks who seem to be mysteriously shadowing me? The Cullens would be sure to notice, in fact Carlyle would recognize them, and wonder what the Volturi wanted with me. That wouldn't be suspicious at all. I finished sarcastically. Besides, I'm not going to allow Felix and Dimitri to hunt anywhere near Forks, so they can't come. I added as an afterthought. I'm more worried about what will happen if Edward loses control and tries to attack me in public. I explained. We would have a hard time explaining why he pounced on me, and an even harder time trying to come up with a good reason as to why I wasn't hurt. I stated. Arrow didn't seem as worried. I highly doubt he'll hurt you now, Bella. Now that he's resisted you once, it will probably become easier for him over time, and he should become somewhat desensitized after a while, although I suspect he'll probably try to avoid you as much as possible. He paused for a moment. Just be careful, Bella, we don't want you getting hurt. I sighed. I know Uncle Arrow, I'll be fine, I assured him. The next morning I kept a furtive lookout for Edward, but I never saw him. I did see the rest of the Cullens giving me curious glances though. By the time lunch got around I realized that Edward wasn't at school today, and I felt guilty, knowing I was probably the reason for it. As I stood in line, getting my food, I was getting frustrated with Jess, who hadn't stopped talking all day. I realized that there was no way I would manage to make it through lunch if I had to sit next to her and keep listening to her drabble. I ran through my options, quickly realizing that the best way to avoid her would be to sit with the only people in the room that she wouldn't dare approach. I paid for my food and turned away from Jess. As I passed everyone and continued towards the vampires, the cafeteria went quiet. I saw Alice's eyes glaze over for a second before she turned to smile confusedly at me. I could feel the eyes of everyone staring holes in my back as I came to a stop in front of the table. I smiled shyly at them. Hi, I'm Bella, and I was wondering whether I could sit with you. I asked. I lowered my voice to a whisper that was barely audible. Just between us, I couldn't stand listening to more of Jessica's gossip, and I know she isn't brave enough to come over here. I explained, winking. They stared back at me confused for a few seconds before Alice smiled and said, sure. The others looked at her like she was crazy, and Rosalie turned to glare menacingly at me, probably hoping that that would stop me. It didn't. I sat down and proceeded to start eating my lunch. As I leaned down and got a magazine from my bag to read, I heard Jasper whisper to the others, she's not afraid of us at all, in fact she's more comfortable sitting with us than she was yesterday sitting with Jess. What a strange human, he muttered. I inwardly laughed, if only he knew just how strange, I thought. I heard Rosalie snort softly. Who wouldn't want to get away from Jess, she said scathingly. Acting as if I was a normal human who couldn't hear them, I pulled out my Car and Driver magazine, opening it and drooling over the new Chevrolet Camaro that was coming out, absently wondering whether I should buy one, then realizing that I would have nowhere to put it here in Forks. I sighed and flipped the page. Rosalie broke the silence then. Is that this month's issue? She asked. I was surprised, because, from the glare she had given me, I figured that she probably saw me as a threat to her family. But apparently the Ice Queen/supermodel was a beeper for fast cars. I nodded. Yeah, I was just looking at the new Camaro, it looks like it would be really fun to drive. I explained, sighing again. Yeah, Rosalie agreed, although I have to admit that I would prefer a European supercar to a muscle car. I chuckled. I know what you mean. I would rather have my Audi R8 than a Camaro. I winced slightly as I realized that I had just given away the fact that I had a very expensive car. Sure enough, they looked mildly surprised. You have an Audi R8? Rosalie asked. I shrugged. It's in Europe with my extended family, I explained. It was a birthday present from them, and boy is it fun to drive. I exclaimed, my eyes lighting up as I thought about my car. I'll bet it is, Rosalie commented. I have a BMW M3 convertible, she told me proudly. Niece. It suits you, I commented. Did you install one of those performance packages for them that came out last year? I asked. She looked shocked that I knew that much about cars, but Santiago had taught me well. Yes, and I tuned the engine for racing. She informed me. It now has a top speed of 250 miles per hour. I whistled in appreciation. My Audi's the same. I have to admit, it's quite a shock to get here and find that my dad has bought me an old truck that doesn't go over 60 miles per hour. I said, slightly dejected by the thought of having to drive so slowly. Rose looked sympathetic. I think I may have to park it under a big tree and hope the wind blows the tree onto my truck and destroys it. I said seriously. The whole table erupted in laughter. I'd be happy to help you with that, Emmett offered, his eyes glinting mischievously. I smiled at him. I just might take you up on that. Alice butted in next. That's a gorgeous bracelet, she commented, looking at my cuff. 6 carats of top-grade diamonds set in 24-karat white gold. She murmured, observing it closely. I inwardly cringed. Yes, not many people can get all that from just looking at it. I complimented her. A lot of people seem to think it's silver with cubic zirconium. I informed her. She snorted, and her eyes moved from my cuff to take in the rest of my attire. You have great taste in clothes, she informed me. I love your shirt, the designer is one of my favorites. I smiled at her obvious approval of my outfit. Heidi would be happy. I continued talking with her and Rosalie about fashion until the bell rang. I put my magazine back in my bag and reluctantly left them. As I got a few steps away, Alice called, "Have fun in biology." I frowned suspiciously at her, and my suspicions were confirmed when I heard her whisper to the others, "Mike's going to interrogate her about her sitting with us." I left the cafeteria and groaned, trudging unwillingly in the direction of the classroom. As I was sitting down alone at my lab table, I saw Mike enter the class and head for me. I grimaced. I knew what was coming. "Hey, why did you sit with the Cullens today?" he asked. "Because I felt like it," I answered. "Am I not allowed to sit with them or something?" I asked. "No, it's just that they don't really talk to anyone other than their family, and they're a bit weird." He explained. "You should sit with us tomorrow," he concluded, smiling at me. I could feel my anger rising. "I can sit wherever I want, Mike, and I would appreciate it if you didn't make nasty comments about them when I'm around." I snarled, my eyes flashing with fury. "There is nothing wrong with them, so take your opinion somewhere else," I finished, before turning in my seat to face the board, studiously ignoring him until he left and went to his desk. I fielded more questions during gym, especially from Jess, who was desperate for gossip. My answers were always the same. I sat with the Cullens because I wanted to, and I found them quite normal. I just didn't mention that my idea of normal was very different to that of most humans. I managed to only trip twice in gym, both times because I was distracted by Jess and Lauren's pointless interrogations. Feeling relieved that another day of school was over, I left the gym, heading for my truck. My sixth sense suddenly kicked in, and I automatically shielded myself, my second skin comforting me. Suddenly Mike came up beside me, grabbing my arm and spinning me towards him, my back now up against the building. "Hey Bella, I'm sorry about before," he apologized. "How about I make it up to you by taking you to dinner," he offered with a smooth voice. He would have to do better than that, I mused. He had nothing on vampires and their dazzling skills. My skin crawled as I realized that Mike was running his hands up my arms. I froze as his fingers deliberately dipped inwards, trying to cop a feel. I scowled at him. "There is no way in hell that I would ever go out with you, Mike," I growled out before wrenching myself out of his grasp and taking off for the parking lot at a run. Never had I been more tempted to kill a human. I could hear him chasing after me as I neared the parking lot. I knew my truck was on the other side of the lot, and I desperately looked around for a means of escape. My eyes alighted on a red monster Jeep, parked close to me. It was already started, and as I reached it, Emmett hopped into the driver's seat. Before he closed the door, I raced up, and jumped, using my shield to push me. I landed on Emmett's lap. Shutting the door, I quickly put the Jeep in reverse and slammed my foot on the accelerator. I performed a perfect 180, spinning the Jeep quickly around, and sped out of the parking lot. By the time we reached the end of the parking lot, the Jeep was already going at 60 miles per hour, and I was thanking my lucky stars that vampires liked fast cars. I looked in the rear view mirror and cursed when I saw that Mike had gotten in his car and was attempting to follow me, no doubt to apologize again. I sped up, drifting the Jeep around a tight corner, and then swinging a tight left onto the main highway. Once on the highway, I effortlessly worked my way through the gears, until we were cruising at over 200 miles per hour as I weaved through the sparse traffic. I kept up the speed until we reached Port Angeles. Realizing how far I'd driven in my attempt to escape from Mike, I slowed down and did a handbrake park, easily spinning the Jeep into a parking space. I turned off the Jeep, and threw my head back, hitting Emmett's chest in the process. "Please tell me that Mike is not following me anymore," I begged. They were silent for a moment before Alice piped up. "No, he gave up when you turned onto the highway," she assured me. I let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God," I muttered, relieved. I don't think I could handle him apologizing again while trying to grope me. I shuddered at the memory, disgust lacing my tone. Then I suddenly realized where I was. Oh my god, I'm so sorry guys. I barely know you and I hijacked you in your car and took you all the way to Port Angeles. I exclaimed, horrified by what I'd done. I am so sorry. I said again. Jasper spoke up, a sense of calmness washing over me as he talked. It's alright Bella, we're fine. He assured me. Yeah, Alice added, if Mike tried to grope me I'd probably do the same thing. I laughed. No you wouldn't, you'd probably get Jasper to eat him instead, I snickered. They chuckled, thinking that I didn't know just how funny they found my comment. That's one advantage of having a boyfriend, Alice conceded. If you need someone to scare him away let me know, Emmett offered. I love scaring people. To prove his point he grinned at me, showing his bright, sharp teeth. I smiled back, completely unafraid, and his expression turned to disappointment. I suddenly realized that I was still sitting on Emmett's lap. I'm sorry Emmett, I forgot where I was, I said sheepishly. I should be going now guys. Thanks for being so good about me taking you on a detour. I said, opening the car door and jumping to the ground. Wait Bella. Alice called, where are you going? Yeah Bella, I was fine, Emmett smiled at me. I'm going to get a cab and go home guys. I said, confused. Rosalie rolled her eyes at me. Get in the car Bella, we'll take you home. But I've already inconvenienced you enough this week, what with hijacking you, and eating lunch with you, I protested. I can find my own way home. Alice sighed. Bella, get in now before I get out and force you in. She demanded, her look telling me I wouldn't like to face the consequences of her wrath. I hopped into the back, Alice scooting over to the middle to make room for me. Thank you, she said smugly. I huffed at her as Emmett started the Jeep and headed back to Forks. So Bella, that was some pretty cool driving you did back there. Emmett sounded impressed. Who knew a little creature like you could handle my monster Jeep like that? I kicked the back of his chair. Please Emmett, I started, rolling my eyes. I learned to drive in an Ariel Atom, a Hummer and a Pagani Zonda. I stated smugly. I figured that since they already knew about my Audi, it couldn't hurt to tell them about the other cars I'd driven. Your little Jeep doesn't scare me one bit. I said smugly. In fact, it's nothing in comparison to the amount of power my Bugatti Veyron has. I mentioned casually. I sat there, letting what I'd just told them sink in. You have a Bugatti Veyron too? Rosalie asked. At my nod she grinned in excitement. How fast have you gone in it? Well, last time I was in Europe I took it to the Autobahn in Germany and got it over 290 miles per hour. Rosalie looked impressed. She grilled me on my car for a little longer before sighing. I've got to try one of those out. It sounds exhilarating. It is, I assured her. I have to admit though, this Jeep is very impressive. Did you put the performance upgrades on? I asked her. She looked surprised. Yeah I did. How'd you know it was me? She asked. Well, you may look like a supermodel. I said, but you're obviously the one in this family with the passion for cars. She grinned at that. I'd love to get myself a Maserati GTS as a fun car to drive around out of town, but I don't know where I could keep it. I explained. Charlie knows I have money, but he doesn't know how much. Besides, it would stand out too much in Forks. I said regretfully. A Maserati GTS. We have plenty of room in our garage for another car, you could keep it there. Rosalie offered. The others looked shocked at Rosalie's offer. Rose, you never let people into your garage, especially not strangers, Jasper hissed at her under his breath. It's a Maserati Jasper, she hissed back, think of all the fun I can have tinkering with a new car. I haven't been able to play with a new car for ages thanks to Carlisle saying we had enough cars as it is. She grumbled. Wow, that's awfully generous of you Rosalie, if you're sure you wouldn't mind, I'd love to take you up on that offer. I was extremely pleased, now I could occasionally get out of town and have fun in my fast car when I was fed up with my slow truck. It's no trouble at all, she assured me. In fact, please call me Rose. She asked. Okay Rose. I grinned at her before pulling out my phone. What's your address for when I have it delivered? I asked. She told me and I typed it into my phone before calling Santiago. Hi Santi, I said when he picked up. Hey Bella, how's school? He asked. Not bad, I answered. Anyway, I'm because I want to ask a really big favor. I started, my voice turning persuasive. Santiago groaned. What is it? Can you order me a brand new midnight blue Maserati GTS, to be delivered to the address I'm texting you? I asked. Please, I added sweetly. He chuckled. I think we spoiled you, getting you a Bugatti Veyron for your 15th. Now you seem to think you need a new car every couple of years. He teased me. Of course I do, I teased him back, and thank you for my new Maserati Santi. I grinned, my tone smug. Yeah, I'll get right on it, he said. You should have it within the next couple of weeks, he assured me. I'll send you some upgrades for it too. I thanked him again, then hung up. Of course, the vampires in the car had heard the entire conversation, and were grinning at me, amused. And that's how you get a new car, I said proudly. They burst into laughter. I only wish it could get here before the weekend. Ned, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself, driving my slow old truck to Port Angeles this weekend. Why are you going to Port Angeles? Alice asked. I need to shop for some better clothes for Forks weather. I explained. I was suddenly wary as I saw Alice's eyes sparkle. I felt a momentary sense of dread, which was quickly replaced by unnatural excitement. I inwardly cursed Jasper. Shopping. Alice yelled excitedly, bouncing in her seat. Oh Bella, we're going to have so much fun. She exclaimed. Who said you were coming? I asked confused, though the idea definitely had an appeal. I did, of course, I love shopping. She answered. Beside her, Jasper chuckled. That's right Bella, Alice lives for shopping. He informed me. I realized that I wouldn't be getting out of shopping with Alice, who seemed to like it even more than Heidi, which was saying something. I gave in. Okay Alice, you can come. I said. But if we're going to do this, we're going to do it properly. I warned. In fact, I think we should make a weekend out of it. I said, a plan forming in my mind. I'm coming too. Rose said quickly, we can take my car. I grinned at her, sounds like fun. Then I told them my plan. I think we should drive up to Seattle after lunch on Friday, and fly to Edmonton so that we can spend the weekend shopping there and come back Sunday afternoon. I offered. I could see from the sudden smiles on Alice and Rose's faces that they knew which mall was in Edmonton. Emmett obviously didn't. Edmonton? He asked. Yep, I answered, home of West Edmonton Mall, one of the largest malls in the world. I explained. It has over 800 stores. I deliberately left out the fact that it also had an amusement park with a roller coaster, water park, ice shaking rink and aquarium, suspecting that he'd want to crash our shopping trip if he found out. Judging from the glances I was getting from Rose and Alice, they didn't want him to find out either. We spent the remainder of the ride back to Forks talking about different options. Alice offered to check out the flights and accommodation details and get back to me. I exchanged phone numbers with them, and they dropped me off at my house. That night I drifted off to sleep, eagerly anticipating the coming day. The next morning I was getting ready for school when I was surprised to find a knock on my door. I opened it cautiously to find Alice standing on my porch, a bright smile on her face. We realized that your truck is still at the school, so we're here to give you a ride. She explained. Behind her I saw the others, all sitting in a bright red convertible BMW M3, with the top down. I grabbed my bag, and quickly closed and locked the door. Thanks guys, I said as we reached the car. I really appreciate it, I said, genuinely touched as how nice they were. No worries Bella, Rose assured me as I jumped over the side and into the back seat next to Alice and Jasper. Your house is on our way to school anyway. She continued as she put the car in gear and headed to school. In fact, if your truck ever breaks down, just call us and we'll pick you up. She offered, turning to give me a smile, the car never wavering from its path, even though her eyes weren't on the road. I smiled back. Thank you. When we go to Seattle, Rose, you're going to have to show me what your baby can do. I said. She laughed. Let's just say that the ride to Seattle won't take very long, she winked. We arrived at school, and I tried to ignore the stares, whispers and gawking that I got when the other students saw me get out of Rose's car. I was very thankful that Rose's car was so ostentatious, because many of the guys that had been staring soon realized what kind of car we had gotten out of and promptly forgot about me as they raced over to get a proper look. In the meantime, I subtly escaped to my first class. I was proud of myself as lunch came, having successfully managed to avoid Mike all morning, and having given Jessica non-answers about the Cullens throughout our trig lesson. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and as I walked into the cafeteria Mike once again latched onto my arm. Bella, baby, why don't we have dinner together tonight? He asked. Let me show you just how beautiful you are. He tried to purr, but it sounded like a lawn-mower instead. Let go and don't ever touch me again, Mike. I said, the venom in my voice unmistakable. His eyes flashed with determination. Come on baby, you know you want to go out with me. He stated arrogantly, stop playing hard to get. I gritted my teeth to stop myself from throwing him through the window. I'm only going to say this once, Mike. I do not like you, I said slowly, stressing every word, my voice deceptively calm. Mike's hand was still on my arm, and he opened his mouth to say something when a large, cold white hand came down on his shoulder. He shivered and let go of my arm, turning to face the owner of the hand. I grinned my thanks at Emmett, who was glaring at Mike. I saw a quick flash of humor in his eyes as they caught mine, before he turned his cold stare back to Mike. Listen, Mike, he growled menacingly, if you ever touch Bella again, if you even come near her again, I will personally remodel your face. He warned. Mike was now visibly shaking. Do you understand? Emmett asked him. Mike nodded before turning and running out of the cafeteria. Emmett and I managed to make it to our table before bursting into laughter, and we were soon joined by Jasper, Alice and Rosalie, who had watched the whole exchange with amusement. Thanks, Emmett, I said when we finally calmed down. You're like the awesome big brother I never had. I commented. He looked pleased. I can see why you were so eager to escape from Newton yesterday. Rose remarked, her disgust of Mike evident in the way she sneered his name. I simply shuddered in disgust and nodded. In my rush to get away from Mike, I had forgotten to get any food, so I just snagged stuff off the others' trays. They weren't going to eat in any way. They looked at me, surprised, but I just shrugged at them. I'm too lazy to go up there and get my own stuff, so I hope you guys don't mind sharing. I said. Oh no, Bella, go right ahead. We always get too much to eat anyway. Alice assured me. In fact, you should just eat off our trays every day, we always get too much and waste it. She said. I smiled inwardly. Obviously Alice had figured out that it would help them look more human if the food on their trays actually disappeared instead of just being rearranged. Well, if you don't mind. I said hesitantly. Oh no, help yourself, they said. I tucked in eagerly, surprised that they had all managed to pick nice foods. Alice, Rose and I were soon chatting about our shopping trip as I happily munched away. Charlie had been happy that I was making friends and had quickly agreed to the shopping trip as he was planning on going fishing with Billy on the weekend anyway. That afternoon Alice caught me before I could get to my truck. Bella, you have to come over to our place this afternoon, she begged, Esme is dying to meet you. I sighed. Realizing I was never going to win an argument against her, I agreed and followed them to their house in my truck. Calling their home a house was the biggest understatement of the year. It was a huge 3-story mansion. I walked in feeling slightly intimidated by the beauty of it. Waiting near the door was a beautiful vampire with soft motherly features and wavy caramel hair. Hello, she greeted me, I'm Esme. You must be Bella, my kids haven't stopped talking about you. She said, smiling at me. I smiled brightly back before stepping closer and giving her a hug. She froze for a second in surprise before lightly hugging me back. It's a pleasure to meet you, Esme. You have a lovely home, and a wonderful family. I said. Thank you, Bella, I can see why my children all seem to find you so intriguing. She said as I blushed in embarrassment. I mumbled a quick thank you as I looked around the large room we were in. My attention was immediately caught by the grand piano sitting on a raised floor. What a beautiful piano, I commented. Thank you, dear, it's Edward's. Esme explained. Do you play any instruments? She asked. I nodded shyly. I mainly play the harp, but I can play a few other instruments, including the piano. I informed her. She beamed at me. The harp, how lovely, you will have to play it for us sometime. She declared. I smiled at her enthusiasm. Unfortunately, I didn't have room for the concert grand harp that I normally play, I explained remorsefully, and I only have a smaller harp to keep me in practice. Esme seemed to have the same generosity as the rest of her family, because she immediately responded with an offer. Oh Bella, you are more than welcome to keep your harp here, she offered. We have plenty of room, in fact I'm sure it would look lovely sitting near the piano. She gushed. Esme, I couldn't impose on you so much, I said, suddenly uncomfortable with the generosity of this family. You guys have already done so much for me, and I don't know how I'd ever repay you. I explained. Nonsense, Esme stated, we would be happy to have your harp here. But if you really feel the need to pay us back, you can play for us when it gets here. I decided that I shouldn't pass up this offer, so I smiled gratefully and hugged her again. Thank you, Esme, I whispered. I was taken on a tour of the house by Alice, before Rosalie took me out to the garage, proudly showing me the collection of expensive cars housed in the super-sized garage. One in particular caught my eye. I whistled. Nice Vanquish, I commented. Rose smiled. It's Edward's, she informed me. I was surprised. It sounded like Edward and I had a lot in common. It was disappointing that I had to be his singer and scare him away. I spent some more time watching them interact as a family before I reluctantly headed home to start dinner for Charlie. Thursday was spent with Mike going out of his way to avoid me, something I was very grateful for. Our plans for the weekend were finalized, and we would be leaving in the middle of the next day, before lunch. One aspect of my day that I tried hard not to think about too much was the incident that happened at lunchtime. I had tripped just as I reached our table, and fallen to the ground. Flailing my arms in a pointless attempt to stop myself, I had ended up dumping 2 trays of food on myself, much to Emmett's amusement, and my eternal embarrassment. He had continued to tease me about it all day, and after school his final comment made me snap. Bella, I must say you look good enough to eat. He grinned at me. All you need is a little whipped cream and a cherry on top and you'd be perfect. He declared. I flushed and glared at him. I will get you back for this, Emmett. You will pay, I warned. He laughed in disbelief, and I turned away, a plan forming in my mind. Alice started laughing and muttered, Oh Emmett, what have you done? Before pulling Rose aside to whisper to her as they walked away. Soon both of them were grinning like Cheshire cats. I took that as a sign that they approved of my plan. I woke early on Friday, eager to start my day. I rushed through my routine, managing to catch Charlie before he left for work to bid him goodbye and wish him luck for the weekend. I waited outside, and soon enough Rose drove up in her car with Alice. Emmett and Jasper were in the Jeep behind them. I tossed my lightly packed duffel in the boot and climbed in eagerly. Alice was practically vibrating with happiness in the passenger seat. I hadn't packed much, knowing that in all likelihood I would have plenty of luggage coming home. The morning passed slowly. I couldn't believe how slowly the clock was ticking as I impatiently waited for the bell to go. After what seemed like hours, the bell finally rang, and I rushed out of class and over to the BMW, where a bouncing Alice and a calm Rose were already waiting. Standing beside them was Jasper and Emmett. We bid the boys goodbye and got out on the road. As Rose had promised, it was a very quick trip to Seattle, and we were soon comfortably seated in first class on a plane headed for Edmonton. I settled down and had a nap on the way there, knowing that once we got to Edmonton it would be non-stop shopping. I also ate a big meal on the plane, pinching food off Rose and Alice and stuffing myself because I had a feeling that they weren't used to stopping for food while they shopped. We landed and quickly got our luggage, heading straight for the hotel conveniently located beside the shopping center in our hire car, a blue Mustang. We didn't even bother going up to look at our suite. We just checked in, and left our luggage and car at the hotel before quickly entering the huge mall. Alice sighed in happiness as we entered. This is heaven, she declared, before her eyes immediately started darting towards the names of the stores in view. Ooh, let's go here first, she decided, grabbing us. I resisted. Alice, our first stop is going to be the camera store. I said firmly. Why? She asked, confused. So we can take pictures of all the fun we have to rub it into the boys, of course. I explained as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Rose and Alice grinned evilly. I like the way you think, Bella, Rose declared as we headed for the camera store and brought 3 digital cameras. We had the assistants take them out of the boxes and set them up for us before leaving the store, shiny new cameras in hand to document our shopping trip. As I had suspected, Rose and Alice didn't stop in the 5 hours we were there before the store closed, and I was exceedingly grateful that I had been eased into long shopping trips at a young age, or I would have been overwhelmed by their non-stop attitude. Luckily, I had a few tricks up my sleeves from my previous vampire shopping adventures. I took the chance to sit down regularly when we went to different shops, and I carried a water bottle and energy bars with me in my purse. I fought early with Alice about paying for things. Alice seemed to think she could get away with paying for everything for me, and I stopped her after she sneakily paid for my things while I was still in the dressing room of the first store. At the next store I made sure I was at the counter as our items were totaled up, and when the total price was announced I smoothly handed over my black card. "Bella," Alice whined, "I was going to pay for that." I looked at her fiercely. "Alice, I have plenty of money and you guys have already paid for the hotel and flights and wouldn't let me pay my share, so I should at least get to buy you some clothes," I said. She looked at me closely, and observing the determination in my eyes she huffed. "Fine," she said, "we'll alternate shops if that will make you happy." She compromised. I would have been happier paying for everything, but I figured that this was the best deal I was going to get. "Thank you, Alice," I accepted. We had to leave when the mall closed at 11 p.m., and we headed back to the hotel and into our luxurious suite. We ordered room service and kicked back on the sofas watching TV and showing each other the photos we had taken at all of the stores, laughing at ourselves in some of the outfits we had tried on. I went to bed early. Tomorrow the shops would be open for 14 hours straight, and I had a feeling that we wouldn't be leaving the shopping center at all in that time. I woke early the next morning and ordered breakfast as I got ready. Unsurprisingly, Alice and Rose were already wide awake and eager to start the day, informing me that they'd already had breakfast while I was still asleep. I shrugged as I tucked into my huge breakfast, likely to be the last proper meal I would have in 14 hours. Before we left though, Alice and I got into an argument over shoes, and I was forced to unleash my secret weapon. Alice seemed to think that my outfit required heels, and upon realizing that I had the same shoe size as Rose, had rushed to Rose's suitcases and soon came out dangling a pair of black, dangerous-looking stilettos. "Alice, there is no way in hell that I am going to spend all day shopping in those heels," I said calmly. "My feet would ache for days after that." "But Bella, these shoes would look great with that outfit, much better than those flats you plan on wearing." "Absolutely not," I replied, looking over her head to mouth, "help," at Rose. Rose just looked on amused, making no attempt to get between Alice and her goal. I looked back at Alice and found her pouting at me, her face looking absolutely heartbroken. "Bella, as a good friend, I only want you to look your best today," she said. "Please wear the heels," she pleaded. "I'm only looking out for you." I almost caved into her wishes, and I'm sure I would have if I hadn't already been subjected to it by Heidi many times beforehand, although I have to admit that Alice was much better at guilt-tripping me than Heidi ever was. I sighed softly, realizing I was going to have to show her just how good I was at retaliating against vampires. I put on my own pout, an almost exact replica of Alice's. "Alice, my feet will be painful if I have to wear them all day," I pleaded softly in a heartbroken voice. "You wouldn't want me to only have memories of being in pain on this shopping trip, would you?" I asked, my eyes deliberately watering, tears threatening to spill down my cheeks. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Rose snap a picture. Alice blinked. No, I guess not," she said, making it sound like a question. Jumping on my chance, I wasted no time in hugging her. "Thank you, Alice," I yelled, rushing to my room to get my comfortable flats. From my room I heard Alice. "What just happened?" she asked in a confused voice. Rose laughed. "You just got beaten at your own trick," she explained. As predicted, we did spend the entire 14 hours inside the mall, stopping only once for a toilet break and lunch before we were off shopping again. With the amount of items we bought, including a few presents for the guys and Esme, I was incredibly thankful that the mall had a service which delivered all of our purchases to the hotel for us, as having to carry that many bags would have hindered us a lot. As it neared closing time, I remembered the one thing I had forgotten to buy before tomorrow, when we would forego shopping and spend our time at the amusement parks and other attractions located inside the mall. Just as I remembered, Alice piped up, "Oh, I'm glad you remembered, Bella. Of course we need bikinis for tomorrow. The guys are going to be so jealous when we show them the pictures of us on the water slides." I cocked an eyebrow at her and waited for her to realize that I hadn't actually said anything. Rose figured it out first. "Alice," she hissed under her breath, "Bella didn't say anything about getting bikinis." "Oh, I mean, we need bikinis for tomorrow. Rose and I didn't bring any," she said, desperately trying to backtrack. "Neither did I admitted, pretending I didn't notice anything unusual. We managed to find some bikinis we liked, then headed back to the hotel, where all of our packages were waiting in our room. We had bought 15 suitcases, and after dinner Alice and Rose slowly began to pack away all of our purchases, ready to take back to Forks, shooing me off to bed with assurances that they weren't tired. I believed them. Sunday morning was the most fun I had had in a long time. After I watched Rose and Alice gracefully perform many cool tricks on the ice rink, they dragged me out on the ice and taught me how to skate, something I had never tried before. It was incredibly entertaining because Rose and Alice were pretending to be human, and every so often I would fall. My shield kept me from getting hurt, and as they were holding my hands, they would have to fall with me in their charade, making it look like I had pulled them down. This inevitably ended with us sitting on the ice laughing our heads off, them laughing at me and my clumsiness, me laughing at them having to fall with me. After we got sick of the ice we had a great time on the roller coasters, before we stripped down to our bikinis and headed for the water park. We got a lot of stares as we walked around in our bikinis, especially Rose, who was in a skimpy red string bikini. My blue halter neck bikini, and Alice's purple one were a little more modest, but that didn't stop the guys from eyeing us all hungrily, and the girls from glaring at us with envy. We took tons of pictures of ourselves on the different water slides before relaxing in the wave pool until it was time for us to head back to the hotel. Reluctantly we left, upset that we hadn't had enough time to try out all of the other rides, and visit the mini golf course or the go-karts and the aquarium. We decided that next time we would have to come for a week and bring the guys and Esme, Alice mentioning that she hoped Edward would be back by then. By midday we were on a plane and heading back to Seattle, Alice's urge to shop momentarily sated. I finally returned home to see my family. I had missed them in the week I had been in Alaska, hating myself for nearly killing someone. But I was back now, determined to not let the call of Bella Swan's blood undermine my resolve. I was sure she was a devil sent to tempt the monster within me. I came in through my open bedroom window, and quickly crossed the room, eager to greet my family. I paused, my hand on the knob of my unopened door, as I was suddenly hit with the combination of the tortoise scent that had seen me nearly kill Bella last week, and the sound of beautiful, unfamiliar laughter coming from Alice's room. I focused on Alice's thoughts, and my confusion suddenly turned to fury as I realized that it was indeed Bella Swan who was in the house, laughing with Alice, and of all people, Rose. I snarled softly, how dare they invite my own personal demon into the house? I thought angrily. But as I continued to watch through Alice's eyes my anger quickly turned to shock and astonishment. Bella was laughing, her head thrown back, and her beautiful brown eyes sparkling as she helped Rose and Alice place clothes and shoes in Alice's enormous wardrobe. I suddenly realized that Alice and Rose had gone shopping with Bella this weekend, and my eyes widened in surprise. While Alice would, in all likelihood, go shopping with anyone, Rosalie going shopping with a human was astounding, especially as it was the very one I had wanted to kill. As I puzzled over their behavior I realized that I couldn't, hate Bella. It wasn't her fault that her blood called to me. I sighed, realizing I was still standing by my door. I released the doorknob and settled down to eavesdrop. I wasn't going to leave this room while Bella was in the house and take the chance that I might attack her, so I was stuck here until she left. Alice already knew I was back, but the others didn't. Welcome back, Edward, she thought at me, pleased. I continued watching them as they moved to the spare room next to mine, where 5 suitcases were already piled in the middle of the room. They began to unpack them, placing armload after armload of clothes into the closet. I sat there confused. Why would Alice or Rose be putting clothes into this wardrobe? Couldn't they fit their stuff in their own wardrobes anymore? My thoughts were soon answered though when Bella turned to Alice. Thanks for letting me keep all this stuff here, Alice, she said, indicating the wardrobe, now filled with enough clothes and shoes to rival Esme, though certainly not enough to rival Rose or Alice yet. I think Charlie would have a fit if I came home with all of this, she chuckled, and Rose and Alice joined her. I hadn't seen my sisters enjoy themselves this much in a long time. Besides, I'd never have been able to fit it all in my room, let alone my little closet. She continued. A thought suddenly occurred to her and she grinned. What with you guys letting me keep my stuff in the spare room, my car in the garage, and my harp in downstairs, I almost feel like I'm moving in. Alice's thoughts became happy and speculative. She'd make such a wonderful new sister. I wonder, before her thoughts cut abruptly off with the lyrics to the never-ending song. You're welcome, Bella, you may as well consider the spare room yours anyway. We almost never have guests. She explained. Downstairs I could hear Esme silently planning to redecorate the room for Bella, in case Alice and Rose ever invited her to stay the night. I was shocked and confused. Alice wanted a human as a sister. Even more surprising was that the rest of the family members also quite liked the thought of Bella moving in, even Carlisle, who, I gathered from his thoughts, had only just met her, was already getting attached. Jasper had no thoughts of killing Bella at all, and was happy to have Bella around because she made Alice happy. Emmett found Bella incredibly entertaining, and I laughed as I saw from his thoughts how clumsy she was. What surprised me most though was to hear Rose's thoughts. Rose had always been the most protective of everyone in the family, and I never thought I would see the day when she would voluntarily interact with a human, let alone actually like them. Bella seemed to have made my family happier, and the only sadness I could find in their thoughts was that, on some level, they were all missing me. I silently mused, continuing in my thoughts as the rest of Bella's words sunk in. Why would she need to keep her car and a harp here? Surely Rose would never let Bella's decrepit old truck stay in our garage. Why would it need to anyway? And what was that about a harp? I had read enough teenage minds over the years to know that there was no way someone as beautiful and popular as Bella would play a harp. It would be considered nerdy, and people who wanted to fit in and be popular at school picked cool instruments like guitars. I was soon proven wrong in my assumptions by Esme, who had joined the girls in what was now Bella's room. Bella, your harp arrived yesterday. I put it next to the Edwards piano, she informed her. It's beautiful, she commented. In Esme's mind I saw a large harp now resting next to my piano downstairs, and a replay of the conversation that had led to Esme offering to keep it here for Bella. Once again I was astonished, and I found myself frustrated that I couldn't read her mind. She never seemed to do anything expected. She appeared to be completely comfortable in a house full of vampires, when her instincts should have told her to run. She didn't do what normal things a teenage girl would do. I found myself pleasantly surprised. She not only played an instrument, but many, and she composed as well. Everything about her was intriguing, and I found that I had a sudden desire to talk to her. I quickly dismissed the thought as I hesitantly took a small breath and felt my throat erupt into flames. It was tolerable because of the distance between us and the fact that I had just gorged myself on blood, but it was still incredibly painful. I sighed, the one human I find that is actually interesting and I can't read her mind, I thought. My interest spiked as I heard Bella, I would love to play something for you, Esme. She offered. Esme was delighted, and she quickly accepted the offer and led Bella downstairs, the others following. Emmett and Jasper paused the video game they were playing, and turned towards the harp. Carlisle appeared from his office and settled on the couch next to Esme as Bella sat at her harp and began, her fingers lovingly plucking the strings. I listened, entranced as I soon recognized the song she was playing as one of my favorites, Clair de Lune, by Debussy. I softly hummed along, and I was delighted when it came to a finished, and instead of stopping she immediately moved on to another Debussy piece, Arabesque. She paused for a moment after Arabesque came to a halt and explained the next song. This next piece is one I composed for my Aunt Dee, who taught me to play and founded my love of music. She began playing a beautiful melody, full of happiness and fun. I relaxed on my couch and let the music flow through me, awestruck by her talent. Unsurprisingly, my family's thoughts mirrored my own as they complimented her on her performance. After Bella had shyly received their compliments, she exchanged a mischievous glance with Rose, who nodded and quickly disappeared, returning with 3 large stacks of photos, which she casually tossed onto the coffee table in front of Emmett and Jasper. I looked through their eyes, curious to see what was in the photographs. Emmett and Jasper's thoughts turned petulant as they focused on the photos, while Alice and Rose's turned gleeful. There was picture after picture of Rose, Alice and Bella shopping, ice skating, and playing on roller coasters and water slides. You tricked us, Emmett accused, rounding on the girls. You knew there was an amusement park there and you didn't tell us. He complained. They laughed at him. We didn't see you guys volunteering to come with us, Alice retaliated. They looked slightly ashamed of themselves. Emmett, we should have known something was up when they didn't try and get us to come with them and hold their bags. Jasper muttered wryly as they continued to look through the pictures. Behind them Esme and Carlisle laughed at them. I couldn't help but chuckle softly as I observed the pictures through their eyes. All three girls looked unbelievably beautiful and were glowing with excitement and happiness. Bella was perhaps the only human I had ever seen that could match a pair of vampires for beauty. The girls all continued laughing at Emmett and Jasper and teasing them before they finally promised that next time they went to that particular mall the guys could come. I found myself hoping that the invite included me. To further mollify Emmett and Jasper, they then produced some of the latest video games and handed them over. Bella explaining that two of her European cousins had recommended them. Emmett jumped up and thanked them all enthusiastically, hugging all three separately. I was surprised when Bella didn't wince at the strength of his hug. Emmett wasn't used to hugging humans, and he had squeezed her as hard as he had done to Rose and Alice, but she had given no sign of being in pain. I shrugged it off, figuring that perhaps he had tempered down all of his hugs. Bella left soon after, Rose and Alice taking her back home as it was now Sunday evening, and Bella hadn't been home since Friday evening. She took with her a few shopping bags, less than an eighth of the stuff she had actually purchased, the rest safely ensconced in what was now her closet in the spare room. I waited until they were gone before heading downstairs, my throat burning as Bella's fresh scent hit me. I swallowed back the venom, surprised that it was getting easier to ignore her scent, and embrace Esme, who had come running towards me. "Welcome back," she murmured softly. "It's good to have you home, son. It's good to be back," I said softly, before moving out of her embrace to give Carlisle a nod and fist bump Emmett and Jasper. I settled down next to them and took my first look at the photos with my own eyes, flicking through them and noting how much all three girls appeared to have enjoyed their long shopping trip and how at ease Bella looked with my vampire sisters. I could tell from Emmett and Jasper's thoughts that they were still upset that they hadn't been able to go, and I couldn't miss a chance to tease them. "The one time you two don't go shopping with your wives and there's an amusement park in the mall." I laughed at them. "Shut up, Eddie," Emmett grumbled. "Don't call me Eddie," I growled, and Emmett laughed. "So what's the deal with Bella?" I asked, changing the subject. "Dude, you wouldn't believe her, she has absolutely no fear of us. I even gave her a menacing grin that usually makes humans run away, and she just laughed at me." Emmett complained, slightly put out that she wasn't scared by him. "She's completely comfortable around us," Jasper added. "Not 1 ounce of fear." I furrowed my brows, confused as they told me, and showed me. With their thoughts all of their interactions with Bella since I had left. I was amazed that she had just walked up to their table at lunch, though I completely understood her need to get away from Jessica, having been subjected to her thoughts for a while now. I laughed when they showed me their shock when Bella had hijacked them and sped at over 200 miles per hour all the way to Port Angeles, and I was incredibly impressed when I found that she had a Maserati GTS arriving that would be staying in our garage so that her father wouldn't know about her obsession with fast cars. I was relieved to note that it wouldn't be her old truck staying in the garage like I'd first thought. Most surprising though, was that I found myself inwardly growling at the idea of that foul Mike Newton touching her, and I had no idea why. It wasn't like she was my possession. I calmed myself with the thought that I just didn't like Newton. It had nothing to do with Bella, a girl I barely knew. All in all, Bella was becoming a person of extreme interest to me. She had a love of fast cars and music, with her tastes in both similar to my own, and I found myself eager for the next day to come so that I would be able to see her, and hopefully talk to her. As I mused over this, I realized that I had gotten somewhat used to breathing in Bella's scent, which was all over the house, and that I had been ignoring the burn in my throat for quite a while as I engrossed myself in Emmett and Jasper's description of Bella. I just hoped that it would be as easy to ignore her scent tomorrow at school. I was keen to meet the little human that had enchanted my family. I came downstairs the next morning, finding myself both apprehensive and eager to get to school and officially meet Bella. When Rose and Alice had gotten home last night, they had filled in the blanks on the shopping trip with Bella, and I had been shocked to learn that ever-vigilant Alice had slipped up and nearly revealed her ability to see the future. Apparently they had both been so comfortable around her that she probably could have walked them out into the sun and they wouldn't have noticed. I had frowned at that and warned them to be more careful. Much to Alice's annoyance, we had all gotten a hearty laugh out of the special photo Rose had produced. It showed Bella and Alice pouting at each other, identical sad puppy dog looks on their faces as they both tried to get their own way. When Rose told the accompanying story, Jasper fell off the lounge in shock, incredulous that anyone had been able to turn Alice's pout against her. Emmett and I were impressed we'd never been able to turn down Alice's pout. I was still apprehensive about resisting Bella's scent, but I had secretly borrowed one of Bella's shirts and tried to get myself used to her scent in preparation, so I was relatively confident that I would be able to resist. I hated to think of the consequences if I did slip up. Not only would I hate myself, but because my whole family was now attached to her, they would probably hate me too. I was not willing to let that happen if I could help it. The rest of my family soon joined me downstairs, and we jumped into the Volvo and headed to school. We arrived in time to see Bella exiting her truck, and I smoothly slid the Volvo into the space next to hers. We exited, with Rose and Alice rushing immediately over to Bella. Emmett, Jasper and I followed them at a more sedate pace. As Bella turned and spotted me, I felt Jasper register the change in her feelings. She had been completely comfortable before, but now she was feeling slightly worried and sympathetic. I frowned. I would love to know what she was thinking about me that would make her feel sorry for me. After the way I had acted last week, I had expected her to be incredibly scared of me. I certainly wasn't expecting her to be worried about me. This was definitely not a normal human reaction. She should be running away from me screaming, or at the very least cowering. Instead, she simply gave me a beautiful smile. With her eyes lit up, her cheeks flushed from the cold and her glorious mahogany hair framing her face, she looked sensational, and I felt my breathing stop for a second. Jasper quirked an eyebrow at me. "What's gotten into you?" I snapped out of it and collected myself and returned her smile with one of my own. We all heard her heart stutter as she blushed a deep red, and I felt venom pooling in my mouth at the sight. I swallowed it back, finding that I had indeed become somewhat desensitized to her scent. Extending my hand to her, I spoke softly, "Hello Bella, I'm Edward. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you last week, but I was out of town for personal reasons." I was surprised when she reached for my hand with no hesitation. We simultaneously gasped as our hands connected and a spark ran between them. I looked down at our connected hands, confused. I had never felt that before. My siblings were no help. Jasper's thoughts were smug, but he was deliberately thinking about the Civil War. Emmett and Rosalie obviously hadn't noticed anything, and Alice was singing the tune of a Britney Spears song in her mind. I looked up at Bella, who had a perplexed look on her face and was also staring out our joined hands. It was obvious that she had felt it too. I suddenly realized from the thoughts of the other students that we had been standing there for a couple of minutes, and I released her hand, puzzled that I felt a twinge of regret and an urge to pick her hand back up. I could hear Jasper laughing at me in his thoughts, carefully keeping them hidden from me. Bella seemed to collect herself once I had let her go, and her smile returned as she looked up at me. "It's nice to finally meet you. Your siblings have told me a lot about you." I frowned at that, turning to look suspiciously at my siblings, who were all trying to look innocent, though amusement was breaking out over their faces. "What have they told you?" I asked guardedly. Her face broke out in laughter. "Nothing actually, they barely mentioned you, but Rose said you'd react like this if I told you they had said something." My siblings were now barely breathing as they laughed at me. "Not funny," I growled at them, causing them to laugh harder. I glared at them until the bell went and we had to go to class. I walked to class frowning, my siblings still laughing at me in their minds. I noted proudly that I had managed to resist Bella's blood. In fact, though my throat still burned, I found that it was becoming much more tolerable. At lunch, I entered the cafeteria, got a tray of food to use as a prop, and sat down at our normal table. I was the first to arrive and was soon joined by the rest of my family. Bella entered the cafeteria soon after, moving quickly through the line before grabbing a square of some sort of food, which she quickly unwrapped and placed into her pocket. Across from me, Alice started vibrating with excitement, and I frowned when she kept her thoughts blocked. I watched as Bella confidently approached us, not an ounce of fear in her demeanor, and inwardly winced as the jealous thoughts of Mike hit me. Bella soon sat down beside me, and I hesitantly smiled at her. She smiled back, and opened her mouth to speak when Emmett interrupted her. "Bella, no buffet outfit today." He guffawed, his mind going back to an incident last week when Bella had ended up wearing 2 trays of food due to her clumsiness. Instead of turning red with embarrassment like I thought she would, she quickly reached into her pocket, dived across the table and slammed her square of food in his mouth, smearing it over his face. Emmett shut up quickly, his face screwing up in disgust as he spit out what I now recognized as chocolate cake. The rest of us watched him, laughing at him. Emmett, you look absolutely delicious." Bella choked out between laughs. Emmett glared. "I will get you back, Bella," he threatened. Bella turned serious. "This is the kind of thing that happens when you mess with me, Emmett," she warned, her face and tone threatening. My eyes widened as Emmett cowered slightly. "If you try to make me embarrassed again, I will quite happily hurt you," she growled. We all chuckled under our breath at the thought of petite, human Bella, hurting super strong, human Emmett. Who knew a human could be so scary? Emmett muttered under his breath at us, and I had to agree with him. This human was so strange, she acted more like a vampire than a human. From Jasper, I could see that Bella was feeling quite smug about getting even with Emmett, and I had to admit that I was more than impressed. She couldn't have picked a better way of getting back at Emmett if she had known that we were vampires who were repulsed by food. I stopped at that thought, silently wondering if she could know what we were. Surely she must have noticed something different about us by now, with all the time she had spent with my family. But I soon dismissed that idea. If she did know what we were, she would have run away screaming. Even if she usually reacted differently to most humans, it was impossible for her to not run away in fear and disgust if she knew what kind of monsters we were. My musings were interrupted by Bella, who had recovered from her laughter at Emmett's expense, and had settled back in her seat, grabbing my bagel off my tray and taking a big bite. As she chewed, I looked at her in shock, registering that my siblings hadn't thought anything of her strange behavior, as Rose and Alice chatted with Bella, and Emmett and Jasper argued over a video game. Jasper noticed my shock and looked over from his conversation with Emmett. He smirked at me as he noticed Bella happily chewing on my bagel. "It's kind of funny to see your food steal your food, isn't it?" he asked. I nodded slightly and continued to watch in confusion as Bella ate half of my bagel before putting it back down on my tray. She picked up Rose's fruit salad next, eating roughly half of it before moving on to Jasper's bag of chips. He had already opened it, and she grabbed a handful. The others didn't even comment on her stealing their food props, seeming used to it, and I surmised that it was a daily occurrence for her to eat off all their trays. When she reached for Emmett's tray, he quickly grabbed it and held it protectively to him. Bella," he teased, "I'm a growing boy and I need my food," he stated, his eyes dancing with amusement. Bella laughed, then composed her expression. Her face turned into a pout, the same one we had seen in the photo of her with Alice. "But Emmy, I'm starving," she whined, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears that threatened to fall. I watched awestruck as Emmett took one look at her expression and hurriedly thrust his tray towards her, not even commenting on the fact that she had called him Emmy, something he hated. Bella smiled triumphantly, her tears disappearing as she picked up a slice of pizza and took a large bite. She Ned in contentment. "Emmett, you always manage to pick the best food," she complimented him. He smiled proudly, and I felt a fleeting sense of jealousy. Jasper looked over at me in surprise. I shook myself out of it, wondering why I was jealous that Emmett had been able to pick more appealing food. Last of all, she swiped Alice's chocolate pudding, scarfing it down as she looked at the clock and realized that the bell was going soon. Her phone vibrated and, after she checked the ID, she jumped up, apologizing as she rushed out of the cafeteria. I listened hard and could only make out faint words of her conversation. "Yes, Heidi. I know. Yeah, I went shopping without you. It was a blast. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Talk to you later." She soon came back, cousin from Europe, she explained. She wanted to hear about our shopping trip. BPOV. I skipped out of the cafeteria beside Edward as we headed for biology, feeling pretty proud of myself for getting even with Emmett. Shoving food into unsuspecting vampires' faces had been a favorite trick of mine against Felix and Dimitri for years. I continued down the hall and into the classroom, secretly impressed by how well Edward was handling my scent, especially with how close he had been to me. We sat down at our biology table, and I listened as Mr. Banner described the lab we would be doing today. I sighed as I realized it was something Sulpicia had had me do when I was 7. "Ladies first," Edward offered, turning towards me. I found myself lost in his golden eyes for a few moments before I collected myself, blushing furiously as I took a quick peek at the first slide through the microscope. Prophase, I said confidently. May I? He asked. I shrugged and pushed it towards him, inwardly seething that he felt the need to check my answers. Stupid no-wall vampire. He checked it and, seeing that it was correct, wrote it down. We took turns with the rest of the slides, and were finished in less than 10 minutes. Everyone else had barely started. We stared at each other. I was still slightly annoyed that he had initially doubted my knowledge, so I decided to aggravate him a little, knowing that he would probably feel frustrated by not being able to read my mind. Did you get contacts? I asked suddenly, taking him off guard. No, he answered, looking puzzled. Oh, I was sure your eyes were black last time I saw you, and now they're gold. I said, observing his eyes closely. Realization dawned in his eyes before he shrugged, and turned towards Mr. Banner, who was making his way to our table. Edward, didn't you think Isabella deserved a chance with the microscope? He asked, checking our answers. Bella, Edward corrected, and she identified 3 of the 5. He informed Mr. Banner. Mr. Banner's eyebrows shot up. Have you done this before? I nodded. I was in advanced classes in Phoenix. I explained, no need to mention my incredibly intelligent vampire family. I guess it's good that you two are partners then, he muttered before moving away. We sat in silence for a moment before Edward cut in. It's a pity about the rain, isn't it? I turned to him in surprise. He was asking me about the weather. No doubt he was referring to the fact that it had been snowing before lunch, while it was now raining, thwarting any plans others may have had for a snowball fight. The snow had been the reason I had been late to lunch, going out of my way to avoid the snowballs that had been flying around. No, not really, I muttered. You don't like the cold? He asked. I shook my head, not really. I answered honestly. Then why did you move to Forks? He asked curiously. I thought about it, complicated, I finished lamely, hoping he would leave it at that. He didn't. I think I can keep up, he argued. I sighed. I figured I might as well go with what was mostly the truth anyways. My mum remarried, I sighed. And you don't like the guy? He asked. If I wasn't nervous about where these questions were leading, I would have laughed at him. It was obvious that it wasn't often that Edward had to rely on talking to people to get the answers he wanted. It was obvious that he was aggravated by the fact that he couldn't read my mind. No, Phil's fine, I assured Edward, but he moves around a lot because he's a minor league baseball player, and I knew my mum wanted to be able to go with him, instead of having to stay with me. So I decided and come to Forks and spend some time with my dad. I explained quickly. Now both of my parents are happy. I concluded. He frowned, and I could tell he knew that I was editing my story. I inwardly cursed myself for being such a poor liar. While I could tell when someone else, even a vampire, was lying with no trouble at all, I had always been a terrible liar myself. And are you happy too? He asked. I shrugged. It doesn't really matter. Life isn't meant to be fair. I informed him. He smiled. I know what you mean. He muttered. Besides, I continued, I'm not unhappy here, your family has been very welcoming. I said gratefully, smiling back at him. He opened his mouth to answer when someone at the next desk banged their book down on their desk, creating a draft that ruffled my hair, blowing my scent directly into his open mouth. He tensed, and I hurriedly turned away, cloaking myself in a shield and pretending to listen to Mr. Banner, who was now back in front of the board, talking. I watched Edward out of the corner of my eye for the rest of the lesson, feeling sorry for him, and well aware that he was in pain. Thankfully the lesson soon ended and Edward rushed out of the class. I made my way out slowly and headed to Gym Grown. After a relatively successful gym lesson, where I didn't injure myself or anyone else, I bid goodbye to Rose and Alice, waved to Jasper, Edward and Emmett, who were on waiting in the Volvo, and headed home. I spent most of that evening trying to distract myself from thinking about Edward's mesmerizing golden eyes, silently berating myself for being more than a little obsessed with him. Now that I had actually talked to him, I found that along with being the most handsome vampire I had ever seen, he was also interesting to talk to. In a pointless effort to rid myself from thoughts of Edward, I immersed myself in a new medical journal that Sulpicia had recently sent, hoping that the medical terms would keep my overactive thoughts at bay. Eventually I gave up, and after a call to Heidi, describing the great shopping trip I had gone on and teasing her about being jealous, I went to bed. Even in my dreams Edward featured, his golden eyes bright, and his gorgeous smile directed at me. Eventually I woke up, and prepared myself for another day of high school. I found myself eagerly anticipating the day, then berating myself, because, if I was being honest, the reason I was looking forward to it was Edward Cullen. I stepped outside, and found, much to my disgust, that there was snow and ice everywhere. Making sure no one was around, I wrapped myself in a shield and lifted myself into the air, hovering a couple of inches above the ground. Moving my shield with my mind, I was soon standing next to my truck door, having successfully managed to avoid slipping on the ice. I drove to school slower than usual, worried about my truck's capabilities on ice, but I was pleasantly surprised by how well it handled the conditions. With my slow driving though, I was a little later than usual and my usual parking place was already taken, so I found a place 4 cars down from Edward's Volvo to park in. I got out and waved to the Cullens before a metallic glint caught my eye and I slid around on the ice, holding onto the tray of my truck as I made my way to the back of it and surveyed my tires. I realized that Charlie must have put snow chains on it this morning. I stood there, silently overwhelmed as I thought about how thoughtful and caring Charlie had been. I was interrupted from my thoughts as I heard 2 things simultaneously. The first was a loud screeching, the second was the voice of Edward Cullen yelling, "No!" I looked up in shock. My eyes, used to watching vampires move at fast paces, took in what happened next as I stood still in shock. Tyler's van was coming towards me at an alarming pace, and I knew I didn't have time to move. I instinctively threw my shield around me, and braced myself looking over at Edward's horrified expression. I was shocked when he threw himself towards me and knocked me to the ground, my shielded head hitting the asphalt as his hands shot out protectively in front of me, stopping the van. Simultaneously, my shield pushed itself out of its own accord, shrouding Edward, and pushing the van slightly away from us. As the van settled I instantly withdrew my shield from Edward, astonished that I had instinctively felt the need to keep Edward, an extremely strong vampire, safe. I was horrified that I had nearly given myself away in front of Edward and relieved that he would probably think he had pushed the van away. I was startled when I saw Edward's worried face turn towards me, and I suddenly noticed that I was cradled protectively in his arms, my body humming in contentment. "Bella, are you okay?" he asked anxiously as his eyes ran over my body, searching for injuries. I smiled weakly at him, still shocked by what had just happened. "I'm fine, Edward," I assured him. Then I inwardly grimaced as I realized that I was going to have to play the innocent little human, who had never seen anyone super strong or super fast before, if I wanted the Cullens to believe I was a regular human. Arrow had stressed the other day that the Cullens needed to remain oblivious for as long as possible, especially about my gift and connections to the Volturi. It wasn't safe for me to be around them if another vampire, or coven, found out that I knew about vampires and decided to enforce the Volturi laws by trying to kill me and punish the Cullens for associating with me. Of course I was confident that I could protect them if I was near, but I wouldn't be able to do that without revealing that I was the Volturi princess. I inwardly sighed, putting on a shocked expression. I looked up at Edward. "How did you get over to me so fast?" I demanded. His eyes tightened slightly, but he kept his face calm. "What are you talking about, Bella? I was standing right beside you and I pulled you out of the way," he lied convincingly. I was impressed with his ability to lie, but I was angry that he had thought he could get away with implying that I was unobservant. "No, you were standing over by your car," I stated firmly. His voice hardened. "You don't know what you're talking about, Bella. You hit your head." I glared at him. "I'm fine," I said frostily. His expression turned desperate. "Please, Bella," he said softly. "Why?" I demanded. "Just trust me," he said. I huffed. "Fine, but you owe me an explanation," I warned. I knew that he was worried that he had just exposed his family, but for some reason I wanted him to be able to tell me the truth, and I wanted him to feel that he could trust me to keep their secret. Edward was stopped from retaliating by the EMT's arrival. We sat back and waited as they moved the van away from us. I sat there, still comfortably wrapped in Edward's arms, and tried not to be impatient. Both Edward and I could have easily moved the van. I even contemplated subtly helping, but dismissed the idea. There was no way I was going to chance revealing my gift for a second time. When the paramedics finally reached us, Edward released me from his arms, and I felt A sense of loss as the traitor informed them that I had hit my head, but assured them that he was fine. I glared at him as they put me on a stretcher, and, much to my embarrassment, strapped a neck brace on me. As I sat in the ambulance I noticed a dent in the tan car beside my truck, which was obviously from Edward's shoulder. I knew I couldn't allow any of the other humans to get suspicious about the Cullens, so I subtly sent a shield over to the dent and quietly rearranged it, thankful that everyone was preoccupied getting Tyler out of the van. It would have looked very strange to anyone watching the dent to see it miraculously change shape out of thin air. To top it off, Charlie soon arrived, his panicked face desperate as he looked for me. When he finally found me, his face relaxed slightly, obviously noticing that I wasn't seriously injured. After multiple assurances that I was fine, the ambulance finally took me to the Forks Hospital. Edward came along too, but he got to sit in the front, and when we reached the hospital he simply glided in by himself, promising the paramedics that he would have his father check him out. I snorted softly at that. Obviously Dr. Cullen didn't need to worry about Edward's health. After a range of x-rays and examinations, I was finally left at peace, having dumped the stupid neck brace the first moment I was alone. Unfortunately, my peace didn't last long as Tyler was wheeled in next to me, looking horrible and covered in bandages. When he saw me he looked apologetic. "Bella, I'm so sorry," he exclaimed. "I'm fine Tyler, you didn't hit me," I assured him. "Thank God. For a moment there I thought you were going to die." I chuckled at that. It would take much more than a van to kill me. "How'd you get out of the way so fast?" he asked. Edward was standing next to me. I lied smoothly. Humans seem to buy my lies better than vampires. He pulled me out of the way. I finished. "Oh, I didn't see him there," Tyler said. I paused, hoping he'd buy it. I guess it all happened so fast. "Geez, I should apologize to him too," he groaned. "I nearly killed both of you." I gave him a small smile. "We're both fine Tyler, stop worrying." Unluckily, Tyler felt the need to keep apologizing, so I lay back and pretended to sleep. He kept mumbling his apologies, but at least he dropped his voice. As I lay there I analyzed what had happened this morning. I was completely puzzled by Edward's actions. He shouldn't have tried to save me at all. First of all, he barely knew me, and shouldn't have any reason to save me. Secondly, he had just revealed that he wasn't human, which would have had terrible consequences if I hadn't been the human in question. Thirdly, at the speed that Tyler's van was moving, he had had little time to react. It seemed that he had saved me instinctively, which was strange because he shouldn't have any reason to react like that. I just couldn't understand why he had saved me. I was slightly angry that he had nearly revealed his existence to an entire school, which would have had disastrous consequences for both the vampire world and the humans who saw something. However, I was more than a little grateful too. If he hadn't saved me I would have had a very hard time explaining why there was a dent in the shape of a human in Tyler's van and why I wasn't dead. Or even worse, if I had pushed out my shield and sent Tyler's van flying away from me I wouldn't have even had a chance to lie before I was chucked into an examination room. So all in all, it was very lucky that Edward had been there. I was interrupted from my puzzling thoughts by a familiar velvet voice. "Is she sleeping?" he asked. I opened my eyes to see Edward standing near the foot of my bed. Tyler stopped his pathetic rambling. "Oh hey Edward. I'm so sorry man, I could have killed you." I smirked a little at that and Edward chuckled softly. "No blood no foul," he replied. I snorted softly. Edward turned to me curiously, and I quickly composed my face. "How are you?" he inquired. "I'm fine," I informed him confidently. I knew my shield had protected me. "But they won't let me go until a doctor sees me," I grumbled. He grinned crookedly at me and I felt my heart stutter. Inwardly I chastised myself for reacting like that. I had never met anyone that had that kind of effect on me. "Don't worry, I'm come to spring you," he assured me. As if on cue, a handsome bee-owned vampire entered the room. I smiled at Carlisle. "Hi Doc," I greeted him. "I knew you missed having me over, so I thought I'd come visit," I joked. He smiled back, though there was some slight uneasiness in his eyes. No doubt he had been informed about Edward's superhuman exhibition. "Bella, you know you're welcome at our house anytime. You don't have to go to such extreme lengths to see me," he retaliated. We both chuckled as he looked over my chart and completed the forms. "Edward Said, you hit your head. How is it feeling?" he asked, his fingers gently probing my skull for any signs of bruising. It's fine, it wasn't that hard. I assured him. I barely felt it, which was true. Thanks to my shield I hadn't felt it. Well, in that case you're good to go home. I think your father's out in the waiting room, he informed me. I mentally winced at the idea of Charlie trying to take care of me for the day. Can't I go back to school? I asked desperately. I think you should take today off, Carlisle said firmly. Does he get to go back to school? I asked rebelliously, indicating Edward. Edward smiled smugly at me. Someone has to share the good news that we survived. Actually, I think most of the school's in the waiting room, Carlisle corrected. I groaned. Seeing this, Carlisle offered, would you like to stay a bit longer? No, no, I said quickly, hopping hastily off the bed. I stumbled a bit as I landed and Edward was suddenly next to me, catching me in his comforting arms. I looked up surprised, and found that he seems as shocked by his actions as I was. I hesitantly looked over at Tyler, and sighed with relief as I noticed that he had rolled over on his side and was facing away from us, luckily missing Edward's exhibition of speed. I reluctantly stood myself up properly, and Edward let his arms drop to his sides. Carlisle looked on curiously, his golden eyes missing nothing. Well, I'm sure I'll see you soon, Bella, Carlisle said, hopefully outside of the hospital next time. He grinned before moving over to Tyler. I turned immediately to Edward. You owe me an explanation, I reminded him, whispering softly so that Tyler wouldn't overhear. I knew he was unlikely to tell me the truth, but I was curious as to whether he would try to lie to me, or just try to brush it off. He immediately turned, and led me out of the room and down a hallway until we were alone. Then he faced me, his expression cold and hard. I saved your life, I don't owe you anything, he said harshly, in an obvious attempt to scare me and stop me from asking questions. Unfortunately for him, I was completely unafraid of him, and I glared right back. Look, I hissed at him. For some reason it bothered me that he didn't trust me with his secret, although rationally I knew he didn't know me well enough, and shouldn't tell me. If you're worried about me telling anyone, you can relax, I have no intentions of saying anything, I growled. His eyes widened slightly and a surprised look flashed across his face before his cold facade was back up again. Then why does it matter? He demanded. I just want to know for me. I want to know why I'm lying for you, I explained. Technically, I already knew, but I wanted him to tell me himself. Can't you just thank me and get over it? He demanded. Thank you, I said gratefully. If he hadn't saved me, my gift probably would have been revealed. His eyes searched mine silently for a few moments before he sighed. You not going to let this go, are you? He asked. I shook my head, determination in my eyes. Well then, I hope you enjoy disappointment, he warned before turning and walking quickly away. Why did you even bother? I asked angrily at his back. He paused. I don't know, he whispered softly, then continued to walk away. I sighed in momentary defeat as I turned and headed back to the waiting room. As Carlisle had predicted, most of the junior grade was crammed in there. I quickly grabbed Charlie and dragged him out of there, trying to avoid as many questions as possible. I knew the other Cullens wouldn't be there. It wasn't really safe for vampires to come into a hospital, where there were so many open wounds, unless they had impeccable control. In fact, I was impressed that Edward had easily been able to ignore the scent of blood from Tyler's open wounds. Thankfully, when we got home, Charlie had to go to the police station, so I buried myself in my magazines and books, trying to forget my puzzled thoughts. Eventually Charlie came home and we had a quiet dinner before I went up to bed. That night I slept with a shield wrapped around me, fully aware that by Volturi law, I was supposed to be killed by the Cullens. Of course, as the Volturi princess, I was technically exempt, but they didn't know that. I could only hope that the Cullens would decide that they wouldn't kill me. I didn't think they would because they obviously didn't like killing humans, and I got along well with them. Of course, if they did decide to kill me, my gift would quickly be revealed, and I would be forced to tell them everything, and employ my rank as Volturi princess to keep them quiet, which would probably mean a visit from Volterra for my guards. I didn't get much sleep that night, anticipation keeping me awake, and when I woke up the next morning, after only a few hours sleep, to find that I had had no vampire visitors in the night, I was relieved. I hurriedly got ready for school. When I arrived at school, as I suspected, the Cullens acted differently. Edward ignored me, treating me as though there was a glass wall between us, and after his vague nod in reply to my, "Good morning, Edward," I let him be. I was slightly hurt that he felt the need to ignore me, but I understood to an extent. He was trying to separate me from the vampire world, and I wished I could tell him that his efforts were pointless. I was already far more prominent in his world than he realized. The others also acted different, but they didn't ignore me. Alice was even friendlier than normal, if that's even possible. I remembered that she saw visions of the future and probably knew we were still going to be friends, and that I wouldn't tell anyone their secret. Jasper was wary, but I knew he was just being protective of Alice, so I didn't let it bother me. Rose was still friendly, although she was a bit more reserved and cautious. Emmett, of course, was, well, Emmett. He didn't seem to be bothered at all, and was the same as always, his boisterous attitude lifting the others slightly. At lunch, Rose finally asked cautiously, "So are you sure you're all right, Bella?" I smiled at her. "I'm fine, Rose, not even a scratch on me. I'm lucky Edward was there to pull me out of the way." The others looked at me, slightly surprised that I was lying to them as well, before Alice answered, "Yes, we'd all hate to think of what would have happened if he wasn't there," she assured me. I grinned slightly and subtly changed the subject. "I have to admit though that I'm a little annoyed that my truck wasn't badly damaged," I groaned. "It would have been the perfect opportunity to get a new car." They chuckled at me. "Don't worry, Bella. You can always keep praying that a tree will fall on it," Emmett reminded me. I looked up to see his speculative expression and wondered whether he might anonymously push a tree onto my truck if I parked under one. I hoped so. It bothered me more than I'd like to admit that Edward was ignoring me, and I could only hope that it wouldn't last long. When I got home, I decided it was time for a call to Volterra. No doubt they would be interested in this development. I sighed, wondering why I couldn't have found a normal school with no vampires in attendance for my final years of high school. But then I realized that I wouldn't have wanted that anyway. Things were much more interesting with the Cullens around, especially Edward. Knowing Charlie wouldn't be home for a couple of hours, I speed-dialed Volterra. When they picked up, I had Uncle Arrow call all of them together to explain the car crash incident, and my confusion as to why Edward had instinctively saved me. Keys was worried about exposure, but he soon calmed down when I assured him that I was the only one to see anything. They all talked quickly, their voices too quiet for me to hear over the phone, before Uncle Arrow came back to me. "Bella, we think it would be best if you told them soon that you know about vampires." I drew a quick breath in surprise. "But of course, don't tell them about your gift, or that the vampires you know are us," he continued quickly. "Obviously they are going to be confused if you keep acting like you don't know anything when it's obvious you do, especially with how comfortable you were with them, so it's best if you just say you ran into a few vampires in Europe when you were 4. Just omit our names, and the fact that you were in Italy." He reminded me. "Okay," I agreed. "If you do end up having to reveal your gift, or your connection to us, we'd rather you bring them to Volterra, where we can explain things to them properly." Uncle Keys added. I agreed, and was surprised when Uncle Marcus spoke up next. "Bella, I know you're confused about Edward's reasons behind his instinct to save you, and I doubt he fully understands the reasons behind his actions yet either. But you know my gift is seeing relationships, so I have quite a lot of experience in this area, and from what you described, it sounds as though Edward reacted that way to keep his mate safe." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Mate?" I asked, confused. "Yes, you," he informed me. "You think I'm Edward's mate, and that's why he saved me." I clarified. "Exactly, none of the other vampires there reacted like that, and they probably wouldn't have been fast enough to save you even if they had, because they would have had to make a conscious decision. Edward acted on instinct, and the most likely reason for that is because you are his mate," he explained. "Wonderful," I heard a delighted Arrow exclaim in the background. I groaned. "But I'm human," I protested. Marcus chuckled at me. "That doesn't change anything, Bella. Vampires can still find their mates even if it's a human, they just normally change them fairly soon after." "Oh," I said lamely, trying to process all of this information. "I'm surprised that Arrow didn't teach you about vampire mates before," Marcus mused. "Didn't you know that vampires mate for life, and that when they first touch their mate they feel a spark jump between them, which is them bonding for eternity?" He asked me. "Oh, so that's what that was," I muttered, remembering back to when I first shook Edward's hand. "So he is your mate?" I heard Arrow declare happily in the background. I listened to them quietly for a little while longer as they all congratulated me on finding my mate, before hanging up to go and start dinner for Charlie. I continued to think about everything Marcus had said as I made dinner, unsure of what to think about Edward being my mate. I knew it explained many things, like the way I felt around him, how content I was when he touched me, and how lost I felt when he wasn't there. I sighed as I realized that he obviously had no idea that I was his mate. He had looked just as shocked as me when we felt the spark, though I suspected Jasper, and probably Alice as well, both knew. Dinner with Charlie was a quiet affair, as I told him how nice the Cullens were, and that I was really enjoying my stay here. He seemed pleased that I liked Forks so much, and I was glad that I had come. The rest of the week passed by relatively quietly, Edward still acting as if there was a wall of glass between us. Santiago had told me during our phone call that my Maserati would be arriving on Friday afternoon, and when I told Rose, she immediately invited me to stay for the weekend so that we could work on it. Alice got a faraway look before she squealed and bounced with excitement. "Oh Bella, we're going to have so much fun!" she exclaimed. I didn't doubt her. When Friday afternoon finally came, I found myself chafing in my truck as I willed it to go faster, eager to see my new car. I finally reached the Cullen mansion to find the whole family minus Edward, staring at my new car. I hurriedly parked and rushed over. "Hi Esme, Carlisle," I greeted them before turning to fully appreciate my beautiful, shiny new midnight blue Maserati GTS. I sighed with happiness. Rose held out my keys and I excitedly took them. "Jump in," I told Rose and Alice as I got into the driver's seat. The car purred to life, and I revved the engine and took off out of the driveway. We sped away from Forks. I wasn't going to risk being pulled over by my father and having to explain why I was speeding in a brand new, very expensive car, though I was fairly certain that Alice would warn me before that happened. After we took a short joyride, I headed back to the Cullens, discussing with Rose on the way what kind of enhancements we should make. When we arrived back, I took one look at Emmett's sad, disappointed face and sighed. I chucked Jasper the keys. "Take Emmett and knock yourselves out," I said. Emmett looked happy for a minute before he frowned. "How come I don't get to drive?" he whined. I chuckled at him, because I want my car to come back in one piece, and Jasper is more likely to keep it that way. He shrugged, accepting my explanation, and he and Jasper were soon heading out of the driveway. I spent the rest of the afternoon in the lounge with Esme, Alice and Rose. I helped Rose plan the modifications to my Maserati, which we would begin tomorrow, Rose assuring me that they would all be done by next week. I didn't doubt her. With no need for sleep, I was sure Rose would be in the garage for most of next week's nights. Emmett and Jasper gave us back the keys when they came back, singing the car's praises. Once I was finished with Rose, and she went outside to do some work on her own car, I turned to see what Alice was doing. I found her sketching 3 dresses. "What are you doing, Alice?" I asked, trying to get a better look. "I'm designing the dresses we're going to be wearing for the girl choice spring dance that's coming up in 3 weeks. "There's a dance coming up?" I asked, confused that I hadn't heard it mentioned before. "Yep," Alice chirped happily, "and we're all going." "I've already asked Jasper, of course, and Rose has asked Emmett." "Who are you going to ask?" I hadn't really thought about it," I muttered. Remembering my promise to my Volturi vampires that I would go to all the dances, and send them pictures, I groaned, realizing that I would need to ask someone. To be honest, the only person that came to mind that I wouldn't mind going with was Edward. I sighed. That wasn't really an option with him avoiding me. In fact, it hadn't escaped my notice that even though I was in his house, he had purposely locked himself in his room to keep away from me. I had a feeling that I wouldn't be catching any glimpses of my mate at all this weekend. I knew he was in his room due to my shield. Once I had met a person, I could identify them when I wrapped shield around them, as long as they were within a 5-mile radius, because they all felt different in my mind. When I let my shield fan out to shroud everyone in the house, I could feel Jasper in the library, Emmett in his room, Edward in his room, Carlisle in his study, Rosalie in the garage, and Alice, Esme and I in the lounge room. I sent my shield out in a 5-mile radius and found no other sentient beings in the area, only small woodland creatures, before I withdrew it again. "Oh well, you have a couple of weeks to ask someone," Alice mused, bringing me back from my thoughts. I shrugged. I knew the only person I would ask was Edward, I would rather not go and face the wrath of 5 angry female Volterra vampires, than have to go with the likes of Mike, Eric or Tyler, whose eyes now followed my every move at school like a puppy's. But I figured that I might as well ask Edward, it wouldn't hurt to try. In fact, I was curious to see whether he would turn me, his mate, down. As soon as I made my decision, I saw Alice's face look blank for a second before she smiled happily at me. I took that as a good sign and I threw myself into helping Alice design the dresses. All too soon it was dinner time, and I was surprised to find that Esme was an incredibly talented cook, especially for someone who couldn't taste what she made. With the exception of Edward, we were all sitting at the dinner table, which I guessed didn't get used very often, with me eating, and pretending not to notice that they were simply rearranging the food on their plates, or, I suspected, placing bits in napkins on their laps. I took my first bite of the chicken Alfredo and Ned. Esme, this is delicious, I complimented her. She beamed in appreciation, and the others chimed in with their own expressions of appreciation, their faces of mild disgust not matching their words. Once I had finished dinner, and Esme had banned me from helping her clean up, I sized up the vampires in front of me. Are any of you good at chess? I asked hopefully. I have trouble finding good opponents. I explained. Jasper's eyes lit up. As a matter of fact, Bella, I happen to be very good at chess. In fact, I'm one of the best players in the house, only Edward and Alice can beat me. Yeah, but they cheat, Emmett muttered. Well, in that case, Jasper, I would love to play against you. The best of 5, I suggested. If you think you can beat me, he said cockily, before leading me out into the lounge room and setting up a chessboard on the coffee table. Everyone followed us out, no doubt curious to see whether I could actually hold my own against a vampire who had probably been playing for hundreds of years. I let Jasper win the first game while I got a feel for his tactics. Then I proceeded to thoroughly beat him in the second game. Checkmate, I said smugly. His mouth dropped open in shock, and I could feel the vampires behind me shaking with laughter. Unbelievable, he muttered under his breath as he reset the board for our third game. This time I could feel his determination to win, but using a tactic Keys had taught me, I eventually managed to win again. Emmett burst into raucous laughter as Jasper began to look annoyed. The fourth game, Jasper won again, this time using a combination of tactics I had never seen before, and catching me off guard. He looked at me triumphantly as he got me into checkmate. I gritted my teeth in determination as we started our last game. This one went on for ages, neither of us willing to concede defeat. Finally, with each of us having only a queen, castle, and king left on the board, I managed to surround him. Checkmate, I yelled triumphantly, jumping up excitedly. Go Bella! Emmett cheered behind me. Jasper just smiled, graceful in defeat. Congratulations Bella, you are an excellent opponent. We will definitely have to do this again. I nodded enthusiastically. I'm so glad I managed to find someone who can hold their own at chess here in Forks. My euphoric mood, however, was soon dimmed by Carlyle casually observing, a friend of mine in Italy has a similar tactic to that. I made a conscious effort not to stiffen as I smiled at him. Your friend must be an excellent player then, I commented, struggling to keep my enthusiasm levels up so that Jasper wouldn't notice anything. Not long after, it was time for me to go to bed. I walked into the spare room to find it fully furnished with a beautiful king-size bed, a bedside table and lamp, and bookshelves. On the wall was a framed canvas print of one of the photos we had had someone take during our shopping trip. It showed Rose, Alice and I sitting together at the top of W huge waterslide, screaming with excitement. I smiled at the happy memories it evoked as I got ready for bed. My bed was extremely comfortable, and I was soon sleeping peacefully. As usual, my dreams mainly consisted of Edward. The rest of the weekend mainly consisted of me helping Rose in the garage with my Maserati as we discussed cars, or beating Emmett at video games, much to his disappointment. Emmett just couldn't believe how I knew all the tips and tricks to winning almost every game he had, as I smugly thought about all my gaming sessions with Felix and Dimitri. Bella, he whined at me, how'd you get a better gun than me? You just have to know where to look I said haughtily, laughing at his expression. I soon got tired of video games though, and I took a break, going to the bathroom. As I came back, I passed by Carlyle's study, and noticed that he was reading the same medical journal Aunt Sulpicia had sent me. I stopped, curious to get his impressions. Have you read about the new wonder drug Cortolin yet? I asked, leaning in his doorway. He looked up at me in surprise. You've read this? He asked incredulously, indicating the journal. I shrugged, and nodded. I read it earlier this week, I muttered, suddenly aware that I had just shown them yet again how different I was from normal humans, all because I was curious to get his opinion. I decided that I had already jumped in, might as well start swimming. Personally, I think this drug had some great attributes, and the potential to make the lives of many much better, but the price is going to be a bit of a problem. I observed, making my way into the office and settling in one of the chairs. Carlyle nodded in agreement. It's a pity that it costs so much to manufacture. It would have great benefits if it was going to be available worldwide. In fact, I have a patient that I would love to trial some on, but I'm afraid it's much too expensive for him to be able to afford it, he sighed. Of course the side effects could be a bit of a problem too. I observed. Yes, he agreed, but they don't happen with everyone, and I think if they started off with small doses, and gradually increased the medication, the patients would be less likely to experience the side effects. I agreed, and we continued to debate the pros and cons of the new drug. That is how we were found 4 hours later, still discussing the drug, as the curious faces of Esme, Alice, and Jasper looked in through the open doorway. When they heard what we were discussing, their expressions turned to amusement and shock. Esme looked pleased. Honey, as happy as I am that you have found someone new to discuss your new medical journal with, Bella hasn't eaten for a while, and it's time for dinner. She informed us. I reluctantly got up, stiff from sitting still for so long, and followed them downstairs. Dinner was similar to the night before, Esme once again producing a delicious meal, and soon after I bid them goodnight and went to bed. I woke up with a start in the middle of the night, my sixth sense telling me someone was close by. I cast out my shield searching, and found someone standing outside my closed door. I recognized him instantly. Edward, I breathed. With my shield wrapped around him, I felt him stiffen slightly before relaxing. I knew instinctively that he had been in my room, watching me sleep. I just didn't know why. I hoped I hadn't been sleep-talking. My Volturi vampires had told me that it was something I did often, and with my dreams constantly revolving around Edward lately, I could only imagine what I had said. I sighed before rolling over and going back to sleep. I knew I wasn't going to get any answers tonight. The next day I went home early, thanking them all for having me. I spent a quiet day at home with Charlie, doing mundane things like cleaning, cooking, and getting ahead on schoolwork. It was relaxing, and it gave me time to sort through my hectic and confusing week. I went to sleep that night peaceful, as I wondered what my next week of high school would bring. One thing was for sure, with 5 vampires in school, it was bound to be anything but boring. The next couple of days at school were fairly normal, with the Cullens all being their usual friendly selves and Edward ignoring me. I had gotten over feeling hurt by his silence, and now I just felt annoyed. The rest of his family didn't see the need to avoid me, so why did he? I decided I was going to have to tell them soon that I knew what they were. Hopefully that would make Edward relax and start talking to me again. During these days though, sometimes I would catch Edward staring at me, and when our eyes met, neither of us could look away. It happened a few times, once in biology, and twice while we were sitting together at lunch. The first time our eyes met we stared intensely at each other, completely oblivious to the rest of the class, until Mr. Banner interrupted us by asking me a question about meiosis. The second and third times, Alice interrupted us, giving us a knowing smile as she did and confirming my suspicions that she knew we were mates. In fact, she had probably seen some of our future together. Despite these looks, Edward still didn't talk to me until Wednesday arrived. I had just joined a still silent Edward at my biology table when Mike walked up. To give him credit, since his little talk with Emmett he had stopped being so cocky around me, and usually either avoided me, or was incredibly polite. Still, it was a little odd for him to approach me. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Edward stiffen slightly, and surmised that whatever Mike was up to, Edward didn't like it. So Bella, I just wanted to apologize again for treating you like that on your first week. He had an appropriately abashed look on his face, but I could tell he was lying. I mentally groaned, couldn't this guy take a hint? I tried to smile, which it came out closer to a grimace, as he continued to talk. So Jessica asked me to the spring dance, he stated. I grinned happily. If he was going with her he wouldn't be asking me out. That's great, Mike. I exclaimed. He frowned slightly. Yeah, well, I told her I would think about it. I grimaced slightly at that. I thought I'd wait and see if you asked me first, because I would totally go with you. He finished with a wink. Next to me Edward's hand clenched into a fist, and I half hoped that he would backhand Mike across the room for asking out his mate. No such luck. I put on my best fake smile. Sorry Mike, but I've already got someone in mind to ask and it isn't you. I said as sweetly as possible. I would rather walk BPD through fire than go to the dance with him. In the first stroke of luck I had had all day, the class started and Mike was forced to go to his seat. I turned slightly, and once again my eyes were locked into a staring match with Edward's, but this time his eyes held a type of emotion I couldn't identify. Once again we were interrupted by Mr. Banner, and as Edward turned to answer I let my hair fall around my face, hiding the sudden blush I now had on my cheeks. I could feel Edward's gaze on me throughout the lesson, and eventually he whispered softly, "Tu és tão bela, e ainda assim tão difícil de ler," Portuguese for, "You are so beautiful and yet so hard to read." My eyes darted up to his in shock. I knew he hadn't meant for me to understand it, but I was glad that I did, and, if I was being honest, I was pleased that he thought I was beautiful, and smug that he couldn't read my mind. Eu estou longe de ser bela, e fico contente por ser difícil de ler. I'm hardly beautiful, and I'm thankful that I'm hard to read. I whispered back in flawless Portuguese. He looked at me in astonishment. Tatandon ko iyan, Filipino for, I'll have to remember that. He muttered to himself softly, obviously filing away that I understood Portuguese. I grinned. Sempre naman, yes you will, I replied, yet again surprising him with my knowledge of yet another language. This time he smiled softly back, and I could see from his eyes that he was testing me. Imali bilo koji ya mogu govoriti jezike koj nesit razumjeti. Is there any languages I can speak that you won't understand? He asked in perfect Croatian. My smile broadened. Ne znam, ali mozit zadrazati I pokusavat otkriti, I don't know, but you can keep trying and find out, I replied, cocking my eyebrow in challenge. He just smiled back before addressing my earlier comment. You are beautiful Bella, he said, his eyes showing that he was being truthful. I shrugged. I knew I wasn't ugly, but having lived with a family of inhumanly gorgeous vampires for most of my life, my perception of beauty was rather swayed, and it was hard to see myself as anything but plain in comparison. Whatever Edward, I dismissed his comment, although secretly, I was tingling with happiness. He looked like he was going to reply, but the bell went. Realizing my time with Edward was over and that he would probably go back to ignoring me, I quickly turned and packed up my books. I stood, surprised to find that we were the only ones left in the class. I was startled when I heard him address me. Bella, he asked. I sighed, turning around to face him, my previous anger at him ignoring me resurfacing. What? Are you talking to me now? I demanded. He smiled softly. No, not really, he admitted. I glared at him, and he cringed slightly. I'm sorry I've been treating you like this, but it's better this way. He explained. At my disbelieving look he continued, it's better if we're not friends Bella. I'm not a good friend for you. It was obvious that he truly believed that he was bad for me. For some reason that made me madder. Whatever Edward, maybe if you'd figured that out a little sooner you could have saved yourself all this regret and just let the van hit me. I hissed angrily, my eyes fierce. He looked stunned and his expression turned angry. You think I regret saving you? He asked, stepping forward until we were nose to nose. I glared up at him. Don't you? I said harshly. He matched my expression. You don't know anything, he growled before stepping back from me, his jaw clenched. I picked up my books and hurried out of the classroom, heading for gym. I know a lot more than you think Edward, I thought rebelliously, still seething from our encounter. Stupid vampire mate thought he could ignore me for a week and I would be friendly when he finally decided to talk to me again. Unfortunately for me, my day did not get any better. Before I could get to my truck after school I was accosted by Eric. I sighed. I had a sneaking suspicion that this conversation wasn't going to be one I'd enjoy. Sure enough, Eric didn't disappoint. Hi Bella, he managed to stutter out. Hi Eric, I smiled softly at him. He wasn't a bad kid, a little shy, but relatively nice. I just didn't really like him, we had nothing in common. I was wondering if you would go to the dance with me. he said quickly, his words merging into one. If I hadn't grown up with fast whispering vampires, I wouldn't have understood a word he had said. I decided to let him down easily since he wasn't really a bad guy. I smiled apologetically. Sorry Eric, but I already have someone in mind that I'd like to ask. I explained. Although, thinking about it now, I was still angry at Edward, so maybe I wouldn't ask him after all. Oh, yeah, he said awkwardly, that's okay. Bye Bella. He quickly made his escape, and I sighed in relief as I got into my truck. I heard a low chuckle, and turned to see Edward getting into his car. I glared at him, and reversed out, but I was soon cut off behind Edward, who had blocked me, and was now waiting for his siblings, who were slowly heading over to him, confusion evident on their faces. I glared at his car, tempted to dent it with my truck, and wondered why Edward had purposely stopped me from leaving. It didn't take long for my answer to arrive in the form of Tyler knocking on my window. I rolled it down. Hi Tyler, I'm sorry you're stuck behind me, I said, gritting my teeth and praying that he wasn't going to ask me to the dance. God must hate me. Oh that's fine Bella, I just thought that while you're stuck here I'd ask you if you were going to ask me to the spring dance. He said with confidence in his tone. My jaw clenched in annoyance. Sorry Tyler, but I already know who I want to ask, and it isn't you. I informed him harshly, my quota of patience for the day well and truly used up. Oh, he said, seeming surprised that it wasn't him I was planning to ask. That's okay, we still have prom, he said cheerfully as he walked back to his car. I stared after him in disbelief. There was no way I was going to prom with him. I shuddered at the thought. I turned back to see the rest of the Cullens getting into the Volvo, with Edward shaking with laughter in the driver's seat. No doubt he had found my run-in with Tyler funny, I thought furiously as he drove away. That night I was woken by another feeling that someone was watching me, and as I cast my shield out I realized that yet again Edward was watching me sleep, this time from the tree outside my window. I rolled over, realizing there was nothing I could do about it right now. I had no idea why he seemed to find watching me sleep so fascinating, but I couldn't help feeling slightly warmer at the thought of being close by. I just hoped that I wouldn't say anything embarrassing in my sleep. I fell back to sleep quickly, for some reason feeling more comfortable knowing my mate was close by. The next day I drove to school desperately trying to forget about my unhealthy obsession with Edward Cullen. Of course, as soon as I spotted his silver Volvo I was back to my thoughts about him. My only consolation was that, judging by his prescience outside my room last night, he was just as obsessed with me as I was with him. I was surprised when I got out of my truck, and Edward immediately approached. Hello Bella, he said softly, smiling at me. I stared at him suspiciously, wondering why he was talking to me again. Hey Edward, I smiled hesitantly. Then I remembered him purposely stopping me escaping from Tyler after school yesterday. So what was with the big hold-up yesterday in the parking lot? I asked, my eyes narrowing into slits. He looked amused. I didn't want Tyler to miss his chance, he said, his eyes dancing and a smile forming on his face. I was momentarily distracted by how unbelievably gorgeous he looked when he was smiling. Then I frowned, furious at being set up. Why you? My fists clenched in anger, and I couldn't think of a word bad enough to describe him. I wanted so badly to hit him with my shield and throw him through a building, or at the very least place a thin ring of my shield around one of his fingers and compress until his finger fell off. I figured that was reasonable. I knew it would reattach. I had cut off limbs from both Felix and Dimitri with my shields before when they aggravated me. Of course, realizing that I could do neither without revealing myself, I settled for growling at him. So are you trying to irritate me to death since Tyler's van didn't do the job? I had to admit, at the moment I was more likely to die from being annoyed by Edward than I was by a van hitting me. Edward's eyes flashed angrily. You are utterly absurd Bella. I simply glared at him. Why are you talking to me anyway? Didn't you say you didn't want to be friends? I only said it would be better if we weren't friends, not that I didn't want to be. He clarified. I rolled my eyes. Well thanks for clearing that up, I said sarcastically as I continued walking towards the school buildings. What did you want to talk about anyway? He tensed suddenly and, surprisingly, he looked nervous. Well I wanted to ask you something. He started. I stopped and looked up at him, his eyes were unsure. I sighed. Spit it out Edward. Well, normally I wouldn't do this, since it's supposed to be a girl's choice dance and I heard you say you already had someone in mind to ask, but seeing as 3 guys have already asked you, he trailed off nervously, shoving a hand through his gorgeous bronze hair. My mouth opened in shock and I'd be lying if I said I didn't find this situation amusing. Edward was nervous about asking me to the spring dance. Internally I was doing a happy dance. Well, since you haven't actually asked yet, and it is a girl's choice, would you go to the spring dance with me, Edward? I asked, searching his eyes for my answer. He smiled. I would love to, Bella. Then he looked thoughtful. But what about the guy you wanted to ask? I rolled my eyes. You were the guy the first was going to ask, Edward. I was exasperated. Evidently Alice hadn't told him who I had wanted to ask. Oh, he looked pleased. Sit with me at lunch? He asked suddenly. I frowned, confused. I always sit with you and your family at lunch. I know, but I meant, would you sit with me by ourselves? He explained. My eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. Okay. I agreed. He gave me a beautiful grin then. Thank you, Bella. The bell event and we turned towards our classes. As if he suddenly felt guilty, he stopped. You really should stay away from me, he warned, then kept walking. I watched for a second. Too late, I thought dryly. I continued towards my class, eagerly anticipating lunch. I'm sorry they haven't been showing up lately. I've noticed that there are quite a few stories that are having the same problem. Hopefully fanfic will fix it soon. Over 400 reviews already. I have to say thanks, guys, especially those who review almost every chapter. It makes me happy to know that you keep reading it and haven't gotten bored yet. Hopefully it'll stay that way. For those wondering, Bella will be telling them she knows they are vampires soon, but she will not be telling them about the Volturi for a while longer. She will just feel guilty. My story will combine some parts of New Moon and Eclipse, but as this is a Bella Edward story, and will not have much Jacob, I'm undecided as to how much of a part he and the wolves will play right now. I will only be including parts I like, and the timeline will be different. The rest of my morning passed in anticipation of lunch, and when I finally reached the cafeteria my eyes eagerly searched for Edward. He was sitting alone, a tray of food already waiting on the table. I noted that he had picked my favorites, pizza, lemo, ate and an apple. He gave me a crooked grin as our eyes met, and I immediately headed for him, ignoring the jealous stares I was receiving from Jessica and Lauren, and the amused and curious glances of the other Cullens as they realized where I was heading. I reached the table and sat down opposite Edward. He slid the tray of food towards me and I took a bite of pizza, chewing slowly. I looked up at him. He seemed unsure. Well, this is different. I started. Well, I decided that if I was going to hell, I might as well do it thoroughly. He explained cryptically. I frowned. It sounded as if he thought he would be condemned for being friendly to me. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I stated, confused. I know, I'm kind of counting on that. He smiled softly. So what brought this on? I asked, genuinely curious about the reason behind his sudden change in demeanor. His eyes turned intense. I'm tired of trying to stay away from you, Bella. He admitted. Then don't, I said, looking deeply into his eyes as I reached out and placed my hand on his. He flinched, and then seemed surprised when I didn't react to the coldness of his skin. Eventually he retraced his hand. I unscrewed the cap off the lemo, ate and took a sip, closely observing him. So, in plain terms, are we friends now? I asked hopefully. Friends, he mused, seeming to think it over. Or not, I muttered. Well, we can try, I suppose, but I'm warning you now that I'm not a good friend for you. You say that a lot, I observed. I'm hoping that eventually you'll heed my warning. If you were smart you'd stay away from me, he explained, his eyes worried. I think you've made your opinion of my intellect more than clear. I said angrily. He smiled apologetically. So, while I'm being not smart, we can be friends. I clarified. He nodded. Yes. I stared at him for a while longer. I wanted to tell him I knew that he was a vampire, and that I didn't care, but I knew this wasn't the right time or place to do it. Eventually his voice cut through my thoughts. What are you thinking? He asked. I smiled. I doubted that he'd ever had to ask that before. I was just wondering whether you were more like Batman or Superman, I joked. He smiled a little at that, but then his expression turned serious. What if I'm not the superhero, Bella? What if I'm the bad guy? He asked. It was obvious that he really believed he was bad, and I felt compassion for him. I looked up into his eyes, wanting to convey my message with sincerity. "You may be dangerous, Edward, but I will never believe you are bad," I said firmly, my gaze never wavering from his. His expression was surprised, then hopeful. I knew he was a long way from fully believing that, but I was determined to eventually make him see that he was good. We remained locked in each other's gazes until the bell rang, and I jumped slightly, startled. "We'd better get to class," I mumbled reluctantly. He sighed. "I'm not going today," he informed me. My eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Why not?" I demanded. He shrugged. "Sometimes ditching is healthy." I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion. Obviously he knew something about the class that I didn't, but I knew there was no point arguing. I contemplated ditching with him, but I didn't want it getting back to Dad. "Well, I'll see you later then." I smiled and unwillingly left the cafeteria, looking back at him one last time. I arrived just before Mr. Banner, and I settled at my lonely lab table, curious to see the reason for Edward ditching. When I saw what Mr. Banner had with him, I mentally kicked myself. I should have known. Blood typing. Well, Edward was right. It was definitely healthier for the other students if the vampires ditched class when everyone was blood typing. I tried to focus on Mr. Banner's demonstration, but the moment he pricked Mike's finger with a needle in the scent, a combination of rust and salt, hit me, I started feeling clammy and faint. I slowly lowered my head to the desk, trying not to breathe through my nose. Mr. Banner noticed when he handed out kits to everyone. "Bella, are you feeling all right?" "No, sir," I muttered softly. "Do you need to see the nurse?" I nodded slowly. "Can I have a volunteer to take Bella to the nurse?" he asked the rest of the class. I didn't even have to look up to know that Mike would volunteer, eager to get his hands on me, but I didn't have the strength to fend him off as he helped me out of the classroom and we headed in the direction of the office. Once we were outside, and out of Mr. Banner's range of sight, I pushed Mike away and lay down on the path, the cold cement under my cheek. "Wow, Bella, you're green," Mike observed anxiously. I didn't answer. Just then I heard another, very recognizable voice, advancing towards me. "Bella," Edward called, concern in his tone. "Go away, Edward," I grumbled. I didn't need him seeing me like this. He ignored me. "What's wrong?" he asked Mike. "I don't know," he replied nervously. "We were blood typing in biology, but she didn't even prick her finger. I was taking her to the nurse, but she wouldn't go any further." "I'll take her, you go back to class," Edward said, in a tone that brooked no arguments. Mike didn't even bother to reply, just turned and headed back to class. I suddenly found myself off the ground and cradled bridal style in Edward's arms. "Put me down," I demanded, trying to sound angry, but in my current state it came out pitifully weak. He ignored me, and as we walked I felt myself relaxing against his comforting, strong arms, my head resting softly on his shoulder. "So you faint at the sight of blood?" He seemed amused. I shrugged. I knew he'd find it ironic. All the Volturi vampires did too. "And not even your own blood either." I sighed, and just enjoyed the feeling of being in his arms. All too soon I felt us enter a warm building, and I opened my eyes to see Mrs. Cope's shocked face. "She fainted in biology," Edward explained, walking past her and placing Mai on the bed in the nurse's room. The nurse quickly put down the book she had been reading, "Their blood typing in biology," he told her. She nodded in understanding. "There's always one." Edward silently shook, holding his laughter at that, and I opened my eyes again to glare at him. "I'll be right back with an ice pack, dear," the nurse told me before turning to Edward. "You can go back to class now." Edward looked as he confidently, his face giving no indication that he was lying to her. "I'm supposed to stay with her." The nurse seemed to accept it because she simply nodded and left the room. I rolled over onto my side, facing him. "You could have warned me that they were blood typing today," I said petulantly. "I take it you don't react well to blood either." I stated. "Yes, and if I had known how you react to blood I would have told you," he assured me, amusement still prominent in his eyes. I looked at him, annoyance written on my face. He chuckled softly. "You really scared me," he admitted. "I thought Mike was dragging your body off into the woods." "Ha ha. Honestly, I've seen corpses with better color. I was concerned that I might have to avenge your murder." I had no doubt he would have. I chuckled softly, almost pleased by that thought. Then I felt guilty. Mike hadn't actually done anything bad enough to warrant me thinking like that. The nurse returned with an ice pack, which I held to my forehead, and I found that I was starting to feel a bit better, the walls of the room now staying still in my vision. Just then I heard the door to the outside office open, and Mrs. Cope called through, "We've got another one." I jumped off the bed so that the next person could use it, handing the nurse back her ice pack. "Here, I don't need this." I saw Edward stiffen slightly. "Oh no," he muttered anxiously, "get out to the office, Bella," he warned. I smelt the first scent of blood and rushed out of the nurse's room, Edward hot on my heels. We passed Mike helping a bleeding guy towards the room we had vacated. I took a big breath of fresh air when we reached the receptionist's desk, grateful that there was no scent of blood. Edward turned to me surprised. "You actually listened to me." "I smelt the blood," I explained. I had to admit that I was impressed with his ability to ignore fresh human blood. He looked confused. "Humans can't smell blood." "Humans," I thought. "Way to make yourself sound normal, Edward." "Well, I can. It smells like rust and salt, that's why I faint." He stared at me in silence until Mike came out. "You're looking better," Mike observed. I looked at him indifferently. I wasn't going to waste energy by actually bothering to talk to him. "So are you coming back to class?" I stared at him incredulously. "Are you kidding? You're still blood typing in there." "Oh," he looked sheepish. "So did Jess ask you about coming to the beach with us this Saturday?" he asked. I nodded, recalling the conversation I'd had with Jessica during trig. They were all going to La Push Beach, and I didn't really feel comfortable going there when I knew there was a pack of shapeshifters there. I didn't intend to make friends with a natural enemy of vampires, even if they did have a treaty with the Cullens. "I'm sorry, Mike, but I don't think I can come. I already have plans for Saturday," I said. I had been planning to check out the forest close to home, and maybe get in a bit of practice time with my shield if I could find a secluded spot and my vampire stalker wasn't around. "Oh, that's okay, maybe another time." He looked disappointed, and I felt a slight twinge of guilt. "See you in gym," he said, heading back to class. I was not looking forward to a gym lesson where I would have to put up with his disappointed glances and pointless attempts at flirting. "Gym," I groaned. "I can take care of that," Edward whispered softly in my ear, and I felt my body give an involuntary shudder as his cool breath hit my neck. "Go sit down and look pale," he instructed. That wasn't a hard command to follow. I always looked pale, and after my recent fainting spell, I now had a pasty color very similar to a vampire's skin tone. I sat down and listened as Edward used his smooth velvet voice and compelling golden eyes to charm Mrs. Cope into letting us go home early. I could practically hear her start hyperventilating. I looked up as Edward came back over. Without asking, he picked me up again and carried me out. I protested weakly, not wanting to seem pathetic, but it was really too comfortable in his arms for me to move. We headed outside and towards the parking lot. A light drizzle had set in and I lifted my face, grateful for the light rain that washed the perspiration from my forehead. "So what are your plans for the weekend?" Edward asked. I smiled. "I don't know," I replied truthfully. "I just said that to get out of going to La Push." He seemed pleased by this. "I think I'll just stay around the house, maybe see where the trail behind the house leads," I explained. His body tensed slightly. "The woods aren't always safe, Bella. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go hiking alone." His concern warmed me slightly, but I knew I'd be perfectly safe. "Don't worry, Edward, I won't go far," I assured him. He didn't seem reassured. We reached the parking lot, and he immediately headed for his car. Realizing that he intended to take me home, I asked, "What about my truck?" He shrugged. "I'll get Alice to drop it off." "I'm perfectly fine, I can drive home," I protested half-heartedly. He didn't answer, just continued towing me towards his car. When we reached it, he opened the passenger door for me, gently placed me inside. He closed the door behind me and was soon in the driver's seat, starting up the engine. The silence was annoying me as we left the school, so I reached over and turned on his radio. To my surprise, Claire de Lune was playing. I relaxed, humming along to the music. He turned to me, a soft smile playing on his lips. "Sometimes, Bella, you don't seem 17. He observed. I shrugged, returning his smile. "Just because I have taste in music doesn't mean I have to be old. I was always a mature child. I guess it stems from having a mother that is so childlike." I always ended up taking care of her. I explained, surprisingly myself by how open I was with Edward. It was good for her when I went to boarding school, she learned how to take care of herself, and she found Phil. And you approve of him for your mother? Yes, I replied simply, he's a couple of years younger than her, but she's always been young for her age, so he suits her. Besides, he makes her very happy. I was very happy, and partially relieved that Renee had found someone. I knew that in a couple of years I wouldn't be able to see her anymore, so I was incredibly pleased that she had someone else to take care of her now. That's very considerate of you, he observed, then he turned quiet, his voice lowering as he hesitantly asked, do you think your mother would be happy for you no matter who your choice was? His eyes looked anxious. Yes, as long as she felt that that person loved me, she would be happy for me no matter what, I answered him truthfully. I knew my mother, and if she truly felt I was happy she would never stand in the way of it. That was why I had been allowed to spend 6 months a year in Volturi. She knew how happy it made me. Edward looked thoughtful, his eyes showing some doubt at my statement. So what about you, Edward? I asked, distracting him from his thoughts, when did Carlisle and Esme adopt you? Then I winced, realizing what I'd asked. Oh, I'm sorry, Edward, if it's too hard for you to think about, just forget it, I can be a little insensitive at times. I hastily backtracked. No, it's fine, he assured me, my real parents died a long time ago. I'll bet, I thought dryly. They both got very sick and died. He explained. I thought back in history, wondering if it was likely to be an epidemic that his parents had died in. Where were you born? I asked. Chicago. I nodded at him as I sifted through my history lessons, immediately hitting on the Spanish influenza that went through the country in the early 1900s. I knew that that was the most likely one. No doubt Carlisle had been working as a doctor during that time. As I thought about it, I realized that that would make Edward around 100 years old, relatively young for a vampire. What about your siblings? I asked, having temporarily sated my curiosity about Edward. He sighed and looked outside. Now that you mention them, I should be going back to pick them up. I suddenly realized that we had been stopped outside my house for the last 10 minutes and I hadn't even noticed. He was avoiding my question. Oh well, it was better than lying to me. Oh, sorry, I said, unbuckling my seatbelt and opening the door. Thank you for the ride, Edward. I'll see you tomorrow. He looked apologetic. Actually, Bella, Emmett and I are going hiking up near Goats Rocks Wilderness, south of Mount Rainier for the weekend, and we're leaving this afternoon. Oh, I tried not to look disappointed, of course they needed to hunt. Well, have fun, I told him, trying to sound enthusiastic. He smirked at me, obviously not buying it. I'm sure we will. I finally stepped out of the car and closed the door. Just before I turned away, the window rolled down. Inside, Edward was still smiling. Next time, Bella, you can tell me more about your family. I smiled at that as I watched him drive away. Which one? I thought to myself as I turned and headed inside. The next day at school I spent in a rather melancholy mood, my mind constantly wandering back to thoughts of Edward. I felt strangely incomplete without him nearby, and I realized how dependent I had gotten on having him near. These days at school, and at night, I almost always had a shield around Edward when he wasn't in my line of sight so that I could feel that he was near. Knowing that he wasn't in school today had a major dampening effect on my mood, which was easily picked up at lunch by the 3 vampires who hadn't gone on the hiking trip. Alice was the first to say anything, her eyes sparkling humorously as she asked, "So Bella, you seem a little down today, not missing a certain tall, handsome, bronze-haired brother of mine, are you?" "No," I lied quickly. Unfortunately, I could tell from the looks on their faces that they weren't buying my denial one bit. "Bella, has anyone ever told you that you're a terrible liar?" Jasper asked, causing Alice and Rosalie to snicker. I glared at him in response. He just laughed. Rose decided that it was her turn to tease me. Bella and Edward, sitting in a tree, she trailed off suggestively, and I couldn't help but envision it. I blushed and all 3 of them laughed at me. They kept up their relentless teasing for the rest of the day, and I sighed with relief when I finally got into my truck and escaped from the school. I received a text from them not long after saying they were sorry they hadn't told me earlier, but they were going on a family camping trip for the weekend and wouldn't be back until Wednesday. I had to admit that I was a little saddened that I wouldn't be able to see them, but I knew the reason. The weather forecast for the weekend and early next week was sunny, and no doubt they wouldn't want to show off their sparkliness. While I was disappointed, I was happy to have the weekend to myself and do something peaceful. Being with Alice and Rose was tiring sometimes, although I enjoyed every moment of it. That night I was surprised when at dinner time when the first words out of Charlie's mouth were, "So have you asked anyone to the spring dance that's coming up?" My jaw dropped. I honestly hadn't expected him to know about that, and I wasn't sure how he'd take the news that I was actually going with a guy. I found myself desperately hoping that he would approve of Edward. Yes, actually Dad, I asked Edward Cullen, and he said yes. Charlie's mouth opened slightly. Edward Cullen, huh? I didn't know you knew him so well. At least he wasn't panicking at the idea of me with a guy. Well, I met him through Rose and Alice, of course. He nodded in understanding. Well, the Cullens are great people, Bella, and I'm glad you've made such good friends. I suppose if you were going to date anyone, I would rather it be someone like Edward. He seems very responsible for his age. I grinned inwardly at that. If only Charlie knew just how old Edward was. Then I blushed as I registered his words. Dad, it's not like that. I mumbled, embarrassed. We could both hear the unspoken, yet, in the room. Thankfully Charlie seemed to realize that I was sufficiently embarrassed, and he changed the subject. So what are your plans for the weekend, Bells? Any plans with the Cullens? I shook my head. No, Dad, they're all camping this weekend, so I'm just going to hang around the house, maybe go outside and get some sun, and relax. What about you, Dad? Fishing again? He grinned at me. Yep, I've found a new spot to try out. Well, have fun, Dad, I said as I got up and started washing the dishes. Will do, Bells, he answered, as he left to go to the lounge and watch some sport. I had a harder time getting to sleep that night, knowing my favorite vampire wasn't nearby. By the time morning came, I was bleary-eyed and still tired. As I got dressed and had a lonely breakfast, Charlie had already left for the day. I went shopping first, getting the groceries we'd need for me to cook meals for the two of us for the week. As I passed the library on my way home, I made a mental note to go to Seattle in the next few weeks for some books. I knew from my previous visits to Forks that the library was poorly stocked. I hoped to have found a way to incapacitate my truck by then so I could pick out a new car at the same time. I continued to think up different ways to destroy my truck until I got home. By the time I had unpacked the groceries and put on the first load of laundry, it was nearly midday and the sun was shining brightly, a rare occurrence in Forks. I decided that it was the perfect time to go for a walk. I locked up the house and headed out into the backyard, where a trail stared in the back corner. Before heading into the forest, I cast my shield around a small boulder that sat at the nearby. This meant that as long as I stayed within 5 miles of home, I would never get lost because I could simply feel my way back through my shield now anchored around the boulder. I headed out into the forest, the sunshine streaming through in different places, tinted green by the trees. The peacefulness, while relaxing at first, soon brought Edward back to the forefront of my mind, and I found myself desperately longing for him to be near. I stopped after a couple of miles, incredibly frustrated with myself for acting so lovesick. Bringing up a shield, I threw it angrily at a large tree, causing it to break at the base of the trunk and topple over onto the tree behind it. My anger faded after that outburst, and I levitated myself up into the branches of another tree, about 100 feet up, and looked out, enjoying the scenery around me as I calmed down. Soon enough, though, I found myself wishing Edward was here to enjoy the view with me. I sighed. I thought hard about my reactions to Edward over the weeks, how his grin made me go weak and how he constantly dazzled me with his eyes. I was more than a little annoyed that he unknowingly had such a large effect on me, yet I didn't seem to affect him at all. I knew we were mates, and I vividly remembered the spark that ran through me when we touched. Thinking about that, I realized that in all probability all mates felt like half of them had been ripped away when the other wasn't near. Hopefully that meant that Edward was missing me too. As I continued to analyze my feelings, they all kept leading me back to the same conclusion. I was wholeheartedly in love with Edward Cullen, my vampire mate. Not long after I came to this conclusion, I realized that the sky had started to darken, so I jumped out of the tree, free-falling through the air until I was about 10 feet away from the ground, where I cast a shield out underneath and caught myself like bouncing on a trampoline. I headed home, using the shield around the boulder in the backyard to guide me as I had deviated from the path. After my epiphany I had a relatively quiet weekend. I no longer bothered to squelch my thoughts of Edward knowing it was useless anyway. On Sunday night I again woke up with the familiar feeling of being watched, and again found that Edward was nearby. This time though, he wasn't outside my window, he was sitting, frozen, in the rocking chair. I didn't move, or even open my eyes. Edward, I sighed contentedly, before falling back to sleep, happy that he was back. EPOV. I arrived back with Emmett late Sunday night. Emmett was a little annoyed at me because I had been brooding throughout our hunting trip. I had missed Bella so much. Not being able to be near her or at least track her through the minds of others like I usually did at school was torture. I knew without a doubt that I was in love with her, and I had tried to avoid her when I had figured it out after saving her from being hit by Tyler's van. However, I had not counted on just how mesmerizing Bella was, and after a week of ignoring her I had snapped when Mike asked her to the spring dance. For a moment there I had entertained the thought of breaking Mike's neck. I had felt unbelievably euphoric when she had asked me to the dance the next day, especially when I found out that I was the one she had been planning to ask all along, in spite of my previously frigid behavior to her. I had admitted to her that day that I couldn't stay away from her anymore, and I meant it. Bella was now the center of my universe, and being away from her was unbelievably difficult. I had taken to watching her sleep at night after her first night at our house. Not only did it mean I was closer to her, but I was intrigued by her sleep talking. I couldn't help it when I first heard her sleep talking and sighing my name, so every night after that I spent watching her sleep, insanely happy when she murmured my name. Occasionally she mentioned her mother, and father, and one time she muttered something about beating Felix and Dimitri, but I had no idea what she was talking about. I figured it was random nonsense, perhaps some characters from a novel. When I thought about how she had planned to go hiking on the weekend I nearly rushed back to Forks a day early, but Emmett had put his foot down. He told me that just because I was lovesick it didn't mean I could get out of a hunting trip. In return for me staying he promised not to tell Bella just how madly in love with her I was. I knew she was meant to be my mate, but she didn't even know what kind of dangerous creature I was. Jasper had finally slipped up in his thoughts the day that I saved Bella. And after getting the gist of his thoughts I had turned to Carlisle, who had explained about the electricity I had felt when I touched Bella, and my fascination with her. It was another reason I had tried to stay away. She deserved so much better than me, a monster, and for that reason alone I wasn't planning on telling her that she was my mate. I knew she didn't believe I was bad, that was obvious, and while part of me was overjoyed by that, another part wanted her safely away from me. I just didn't know if I could ever bear to part with her. Sunday night I had happily run over to Bella's house, after enduring some comments from Emmett, being called whipped by Jasper, and having the rest of the family smirk knowingly at me. I was eager to be near her. She had woken just after I settled in the rocking chair, her breath faltering for a minute. She didn't move or open her eyes, just sighed, "Edward," contentedly before going back to sleep. I felt warmth flood through me at her uttering my name. It was like she could sense that I was nearby and was happy about it. I watched her for the rest of the night in adoration. Bella had to be the most amazing creature on the earth. I left just before the sun came up, incredibly disappointed that I couldn't go to school with her, and repulsed by my sparkling skin. I arrived home, and changed before sitting down at my piano to pass the time until Bella woke up and left for school. As I played, I found the song morphing into a melody that had been running through my head for the last couple of days. It was a lullaby, beautiful and sweet, with a hint of power behind it. Bella, of course, had inspired it, her actions continually amazing me. I hadn't even noticed that Esme and Alice had crept up behind me while I played. They both looked like they would be crying if that was a possibility for vampires. "That was beautiful, Edward," Esme said softly, her eyes shining with happiness. Alice smiled as well, her thoughts in agreement with Esme's. "Bella will be leaving for school in 10 minutes, she informed me. I got up. "Thanks, Alice," I said as I left the house. I headed to the school and found a tree in the forest where I could sit on the branches and be in thought-hearing range of everyone in the school without being close enough that anyone coming into the forest would see me sparkling. After what felt like an eternity, but was actually only a few minutes, I heard the chugging of Bella's truck in the distance, and she soon pulled into the parking lot. She was earlier than usual, and there weren't many people there. I watched as she grabbed her jacket and sat on it on one of the outside benches, soaking up the sun. The brightness brought out the beautiful red tones of her mahogany hair and she seemed to be enjoying it. As she settled, she turned and looked into the forest as if she knew I was there, which was impossible for a human. I was well out of range of even a vampire's eyes. She smiled softly before turning and picking up a novel to read, Wuthering Heights. She sat there reading for a while, not noticing how the school was piling up with people until Mike approached her. I let loose an involuntary growl. "Hi Bella," he said, causing her to jump slightly and put the book down. She rolled her eyes at him, obviously not liking the fact that he had approached her again. "Hi Mike," she answered shortly. From his thoughts I could tell that he thought she was happy to be near him. Of course she likes me, who doesn't? I'll bet she only asked Cullen because she felt sorry for him, or his sisters asked her to. I'm positive she'd love to go out with me tonight, and maybe dessert could be at my house. I snarled as his thoughts turned beep and images played in his head of Bella BPD at his house. "So Bella, how about dinner with me tonight?" He winked confidently at her, obviously forgetting that all his previous attempts to ask her out had failed. I tightened my grip on the branch above my head and sat up. Through Mike's eyes I watched Bella's eyes narrow. "Mike, I am only going to say this one time, so you'd better listen. I do not like you, and I never will, so stop asking me out. In fact, don't come near me at all. If you can't do that, I will ask Emmett to tattoo my instructions into your face with his fist." By the end she was snarling viciously at him. He backed away. "Damn, she looks scary. If looks could kill, I'd probably be 6 feet under right now," he thought to himself as he mumbled, "Sorry Bella," before walking off as quickly as he could. I sat back in the tree, letting the branch I had been holding fall to the ground in pieces. I was proud of her, and I had to admit, just a little intimidated by her glare. I followed her through her classmates for the rest of the day, happy when she made friends with Angela, a very kind girl whose thoughts were always kind. Jessica tried to prise gossip out of Bella again, but Bella continuously brushed her off. At lunch I listened in interest. Bella was talking to Angela. Always a person who included others, Angela offered, "Bella, would you like to come dress shopping with us tomorrow night?" I looked on as Bella smiled apologetically. "Sorry Angela, but I already have my dress, Alice deigned it for me." I frowned in confusion. Alice hadn't mentioned anything to me at all. "But I would be happy to go with you and help you pick out yours," Bella offered, seeing Angela's disappointed face. Angela smiled. "Thanks Bella, that would be wonderful," she said gratefully. "We'll pick you up right after school tomorrow," she offered. Bella smiled back and the conversation changed to another topic. I continued watching her all day, following her home from school and watching, entranced as she hummed to some of my favorite classical songs and cooked dinner that night. I only went home to change clothes and shower, racing back to watch Bella sleep. The next day was relatively boring as I yet again stalked Bella through everyone's minds. Eventually school let up, and after seeing Bella safely off to Port Angeles in Jessica's car, I ran back to the house for my Volvo. If Bella was going to Port Angeles, then I was too. I reached Port Angeles only minutes after Bella, Jess and Angela due to my rather fast driving skills. I couldn't get out of the car as the sun was still a few hours from setting, so I was stuck here. I settled and listened to Jess and Angela's thoughts. They had been relatively easy to find as there was only one store in town that sold dresses suitable for a spring dance. I was a gentleman and pulled out of their minds every time they went into the change rooms. Most of their talk was uninteresting observations about the dresses Jess and Angela tried on, and I found it incredibly boring to listen to. I knew that Bella was going to look much better than any of the other girls at the dance, she always did. I was looking forward to tomorrow when I would finally be able to be with Bella again and actually talk to her. I would be sharing lunch and biology with Bella again, although I probably couldn't steal her away from my family again and keep her to myself. Alice had complained loudly after we sat away from them last week and had threatened my piano if I tried it again. Besides, I reasoned, as much as I wanted her all to myself, my family loved her, and she seems to love them too. I continued to tune into the conversation of the three girls in the dress shop. One conversation in particular caught my interest. Jess had asked Bella about her previous boyfriends, and Bella had told them that she'd never had one before. I found that astounding. It couldn't be for lack of interest in her. Bella was quintessential. I've never found anyone I wanted to date before, she explained. What about Edward? Angela suggested knowingly. Bella blushed, looking adorable. Maybe, she answered, if he ever asks me out. I was intrigued. Did that mean that she would go out with me if I asked? My dead heart felt like it was beating at the thought. Well, if he doesn't, at least Tyler is taking you to prom. Jessica mentioned. I growled lightly. Nobody was getting their hands on my Bella. I was definitely going to ask her to prom soon. I was pleased with Bella's reaction though. Her eyes opened wide with surprise and she got a look of disgust on her face. Tyler? She asked incredulously. At their nod she continued, I would never go with Tyler, I'd rather go alone than with him. I was insanely pleased by this, but was shocked by her next words. Besides, she continued, I'll be going to the prom with Edward. She stated it with complete confidence, and I began to wonder if she would always throw me for loops like this. Yet again I found myself wishing I could read her mind. What could make her so sure that I would ask her to prom? Of course I intended to, but I didn't know how she could know that. I pulled out of their thoughts after that as Angela was trying on another dress and Jess was wondering what kind of lingerie to buy for the night of the dance. Apparently she had great plans for Mike. I was disgusted by the turn of her thoughts. Those two were made for each other. Bella seemed content to read, so I decided to give them a little privacy as I pondered Bella. She was incredibly confusing to me. The way her mind worked was a mystery that I desperately wanted to solve, yet somehow I doubted that I'd ever be able to, even if I could read her mind. After puzzling for some time I searched again for the thoughts of Jessica and Angela. I found them heading towards an Italian restaurant, La Bella Italia. I soon realized however that Bella wasn't with them, and hadn't been for some time. I got worried. From Jess and Angela's thoughts I ascertained that Bella had gone off on her own in search of a bookstore. I groaned, hoping that she wouldn't run into any trouble on her own. I was uneasy. I didn't like not knowing where she was, so I drove to the only bookstore in Port Angeles, a New Age store. By the time I got there the sun had almost set. I could see from the shopkeeper's thoughts though that nobody had entered the store in the last couple of hours, so it was obvious that Bella had taken one look and decided against entering. I checked back with Jess and Angel and found them in the restaurant ordering their food as they waited for Bella. Bella was still nowhere to be found. I anxiously drove around the streets near the restaurant and bookstore, searching frantically through everyone's thoughts for any sign of Bella. The sky was getting darker and my only hope came from the thought that soon I would be able to get out and track Bella's scent. Finally I found someone thinking about her, but my relief at having found her was extremely short-lived when I realized the dark turn of the thoughts I was hearing. I realized that the man had 3 companions, and they were all stalking Bella, their thoughts intent on raping her. I snarled angrily, gripping the steering wheel tightly as I drove towards the industrial area of Port Angeles. I didn't know exactly where she were, all I could see were tall buildings, but I knew roughly the area she was in. I hoped desperately that one of the men would look up and give me a clue so that I could find them. My rage continued to build as Bella walked on, seemingly oblivious to the dangerous threat closing in on her. Thankfully, a moment later I spotted a street sign in one of the men's thoughts and I recognized it. Changing my route slightly I sped towards them, hoping I could get there before they hurt her. I watched fretfully as she suddenly stopped and turned to face the 4 men shadowing her. They moved to surround her. How thoughtful of the little lady to not put up a fight, the leader thought, although it's almost disappointing. It's always more fun when they're feisty. Bella wouldn't be his first victim. He was surprised however, when she simply looked straight into his eyes and smiled. To say I was shocked by her smile was an understatement. Only Bella would not find the situation she was in scary. Any other young human girl would be rightfully terrified. The leader mentally ran though a list of his victims, none of whom had smiled. Even more surprising was Bella's next words. Excellent, she said, and I started to wonder whether she should be admitted to a mental institution. I haven't had a good excuse to beat someone up in a long time. All our men were now disconcerted, but it only made them more determined. The leader stepped forward. Hello darling, we're gonna rock your world tonight. He smiled evilly at her, moving to grab her. Before he could get hold of her arm she lashed out hard with her leg, her foot hitting the side of his thigh with a sickening crunch. For a moment I was worried that Bella had broken her foot, but I soon realized from the pain now clouding the leader's thoughts and the funny angle his leg was sticking out, that she had broken his femur. I was stunned. She shouldn't have been able to break the largest bone in the human body with a simple leg kick. Bella didn't look surprised at all though, she simply turned to the remaining 3 men. "Who's next?" she asked calmly. All 3 converged on her. One by one she took them all down, using extensive martial arts moves that combined the use of her legs, arms, elbows and knees. Every time she hit them a bone would break, and if I hadn't been so worried about her, and angry about them, I would have spent more time puzzling over her strength. Only one of the men managed to hit her, but Bella looked as if she didn't even notice. "You picked the wrong girl to mess with," she snarled at them. I agreed I was going to tear them apart for intending to hurt her. I continued watching, infuriated at the men as I neared them. The men were now all in pain, 3 of them writhing on the ground, while the last one was still fighting Bella. I finally reached them, spinning the car onto the street at top speed and letting the car spin around so that the passenger door was only meters away from Bella. Just as I reached over and opened it, Bella gave the last man a broken nose before viciously kicking him hard in the groin. He collapsed in pain and my previous plans of killing them dissipated as I saw how thoroughly beaten they all were. I also knew that as much as I wanted to kill them for their thoughts, I also wanted Bella far away from these despicable creatures. Besides, I reasoned, these men weren't going to be moving anytime soon. I could always come back later. I was sure Rose would love to help me. All of these thoughts only took a few seconds as I looked out the open passenger door at Bella. "Get in," I commanded, my tone betraying how murderously angry I was. She got in, grumbling, "Spoilsport," under her breath as she closed the door. My mind boggled over that comment as we sped away. I rushed through stop signs and red lights to get as far away from temptation as possible. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Bella look over at me and smile a little. Then she seemed to notice how angry I was. She sighed. "So are you more angry because you didn't get to save me, or because those men were trying to beat me?" she asked calmly. Yet again I was left perplexed by how her mind worked. Her question distracted me slightly from my angry thoughts. "The latter," I answered, before remembering that I should make sure Bella wasn't going into shock. "Are you all right?" I asked. "I saw one of them hit you," I stated, baffled by the fact that she seemed completely calm and pain-free. Perhaps she was having a delayed reaction. She chuckled dryly. "Trust me, Edward, I'm fine." For some reason she seemed uncomfortable with this line of questioning, because she quickly changed the subject. "So, it looks like I'm going to have to run Tyler over with my truck," she stated cheerfully as we finally came to a stop in a misused side road on the outskirts of Port Angeles. I had to chuckle at that. "Why? He's telling everyone that he's taking me to prom," she huffed indignantly, "so I figure that if I run him over he'll probably get the picture that I don't want to go with him and he'll stay away from me." Another thought seemed to occur to her. "Maybe I could total my truck at the same time," she mused, her expression thoughtful. I laughed, my anger dissolving as I listened to her melodic voice and compared the beautiful, fragile girl calmly sitting beside me to the fierce, vicious creature I had seen in The Rapist's thoughts. Bella was an enigma to me. She seemed to notice that I was calmer as she joined me in my laughter. "You really are desperate for a new car, huh?" I asked. "Yep," she answered cheerfully. Suddenly her expression changed as she noticed the time on the dashboard. She cursed. "I was supposed to meet Angela and Jess at the restaurant hours ago," she groaned. I sighed, and started the car, swiftly driving us back into town before parking in front of La Bella Italia. I hopped out and hurried over to Bella's door, opening it for her. She smiled up at me before accepting my proffered hand and stepping gracefully out of the car. I shut the door behind her, keeping her hand in mine, enjoying the warmth of it. She didn't seem to mind. I looked down the street and immediately noticed Jessica and Angela walking away from us in search of Bella. I nodded towards them. "Your friends are going to look for you," I informed Bella. "You'd better stop them before they run into our other acquaintances tonight." She shuddered in disgust at the thought of the 4 men, Jess, Angela. She called. They immediately turned and rushed towards her, their eyes lit up with relief. When they saw me standing next to Bella, her hand still comfortably ensconced in mine, their expressions changed. Angela was happy, thinking about how content Bella looked now that I was there. Jessica's thoughts were clouded with jealousy, her mind suspicious as she wondered whether Bella had planned to ditch them and meet me here. I inwardly rolled my eyes at her thoughts. "Where were you?" Angela asked. "We were so worried." Bella looked sheepish. "Sorry, I just ran into Edward and we got talking and lost track of time," she lied smoothly. I took that as my cue to jump in. "Would you mind if I joined you for dinner?" I asked to be polite, knowing they'd already eaten. "Actually, we already ate while we were waiting," Angela apologized. I smiled. "That's fine, I'd be happy to take Bella home myself after we've eaten, we don't want to hold you up," I offered. They looked to Bella for confirmation, and when she gave them a small nod they quickly agreed, saying goodbye before hopping in their car and driving off. I smiled once they were gone, happy with my good fortune in keeping Bella to myself for a little longer. We walked into the restaurant, and I managed to get the waitress to sit us in a private area, knowing Bella was likely to have some questions as to why I had been in Port Angeles and how I happened to show up when she got into trouble. Once Bella's dinner order was taken and her drink had arrived, I watched warily as she took a small sip, waiting for her to ask a question that I would probably have to lie about. She shocked me with her first question though. "So what's the range of your mind reading?" she asked as if it was the most natural thing in the world to be discussing. I gaped at her. How did she know about that? "What makes you think I can read minds?" I asked guardedly. She rolled her eyes at me. "Please Edward," she held up her hand and started ticking things off on her fingers. "You knew which restaurant I was going to without me telling you. You knew where to find me this afternoon. You always seem to know what everyone around you is thinking, and sometimes you even react to something before a person had done it. Was I really that obvious? But," she continued, "you don't seem to be able to read my mind, so there must be a few exceptions to your talent," she mused. "Only one," I muttered, an unintentional note of petulance in my tone. She smiled triumphantly at me, and I realized that I had accidentally confirmed her theory. The waitress arrived then, bringing Bella's plate of mushroom ravioli. Bella thanked her and dug in. Once the waitress was out of sight, Bella turned back to me. "So you were stalking me?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with humor. "Yes," I admitted, "and my range is around 10 miles I guess." "Well, thank you for trying to save me again, but as you saw, I am quite capable of taking care of myself." "I noticed," I said dryly, "you seem to know a lot about martial arts." I observed, remembering the combinations she had thrown at her attackers. She grinned and nodded. "I've been studying martial arts since I was 4. She admitted, "I could probably take on you, Emmett and Jasper all at once and win," she remarked. I laughed at her incredulously. There was no way she could win against even one of us, not with our superior strength and speed. Bella turned back to her food. I sat there and watched her eat, stunned by the fact that she didn't seem the least fazed by my gift, or that I had admitted to stalking her. I was somewhat relieved though that she hadn't seemed to cotton on to the fact that the reason I had such a gift was because I wasn't human. She finished her food quickly and I paid the bill, leading her out of the restaurant and back to the car. We started the drive back to Forks quietly, me driving slower than usual to prolong our time together. My curiosity soon got the better of me. "Why don't you seem surprised by the fact that I can read minds?" I asked. She looked over at me calmly. "It's fairly common for vampires to have gifts," she remarked casually, watching for my reaction. I nearly swerved the car off the road, but managed to keep my hands from moving. "You know what I am?" I whispered in shock. She sighed. "You and your family aren't the first vampires I've met, Edward," she said softly. "When I was 4 I met 3 vampires in Europe. I was lost and I watched them drain 3 men, but afterwards they were full and they didn't think I'd make much of a snack, so they let me live. They even helped me find my mother again, and told me a little about vampires. I guess they knew nobody would ever believe a 4-year-old story about supernatural beings that sparkled in the sun and never slept," she remarked dryly. My hands clenched as I realized just how much she knew about us. "In any case, as you can tell, I'm not scared of you or your family, and judging from the color of your eyes, and the fact that there haven't been any suspicious deaths in this area, I'm pretty sure your family doesn't have a traditional diet. Not to mention, the Quileute legends about the cold ones mention that your family only drink from animals." I was astounded by her knowledge, and extremely surprised that human drinking vampires would let her live. I was also a little annoyed that the Quileutes had turned out treaty into a legend which the younger generation didn't believe. How can you not be afraid when you know what we're capable of? I asked incredulously, you've seen vampires kill humans with your own eyes, and yet you're completely calm sitting next to me. I was seriously starting to question her mental health. She shrugged, you won't hurt me, Edward, and neither will your family. She said it with such confidence that it made me mad. You don't know that, I growled, we are so much stronger than you, Bella. We may not intentionally hurt you, but being near us is dangerous. Emmett could accidentally hug you too hard and crush you, or your scent could just overwhelm one of us. I explained, frustrated that she didn't see how dangerous it was for her to be around us, and yet some part of me was happy that she wanted to be near us. You won't hurt me, she repeated, her voice still completely sure. If you did, you would have already done it. I sighed, realizing that with Bella's stubbornness I wasn't going to win this argument tonight. So you really don't care that I'm a monster? I asked as we passed the sign welcoming people to Forks and headed to her house. It was Bella's turn to look mad. You're not a monster, Edward. Don't ever say that. Her tone was full of anger. Then she sighed, and calmed down. I need you to understand something, Edward, she started, and I looked at her curiously as I parked a car at her house. I don't care what you are, I probably wouldn't care even if you did hunt humans. She took a deep breath. I love you, she admitted softly. I was stunned, my body tingling with sensation as I reveled in her words, for once pushing my brooding and guilty thoughts about how unworthy of Bella I was aside. I lived in the moment, deliriously happy that this beautiful creature beside me loved me. I got out, and went around the car, opening the door and helping Bella out, pulling her softly into a hug. I love you too, my beautiful Bella. I whispered softly, looking down at her luminescent face, her eyes shining brightly with happiness at my admission. I leaned down cautiously, making sure the burn in my throat was in check as I softly placed my lips on Bella's. As I softly kissed her, intending on keeping it light, Bella's arms suddenly wound tightly around my neck and her body pressed up against mine as she opened her mouth and sighed into mine, pressing her lips tighter against mine. Our lips moved together, and my whole body felt warm for the first time in nearly a century. All too soon we were forced to stop as Bella needed to breathe and I needed to keep my vampiric urges to drain her blood at bay. I looked down at her and smiled, dotting her softly on the forehead. I'll see you tomorrow, Bella, I said softly, releasing her from my grip and getting back in the car. As I drove away I watched her, smiling after me as she made her way to the porch. As much as I hated leaving her, I was content, reveling in the feelings that 3 words from her and a key had brought out in me. I couldn't wait to hear her sleep talking tonight. I floated happily inside after Edward left, still on a high from the key. Charlie looked up from the TV as I passed the lounge room. Did you have a good time? I smiled radiantly at him. The best, Dad, I answered as I passed him and headed upstairs. I showered leisurely, running over my action-packed night. Edward's reaction had been interesting. I didn't realize that he felt so strongly about being a vampire. I was definitely not going to tolerate him calling himself a monster anymore. I had been so desperate for him to stop calling himself that I had blurted out that I loved him on the spot. It had made me nervous when he had literally frozen solid for a few seconds. When he didn't say anything, simply getting out of the car, I was worried that I had said something wrong or that maybe I was wrong about the reason he had been shadowing me, perhaps he had just been curious. But all my concerns had dissipated the moment he had pulled me to his chest and whispered that he loved me too. I was sure my heart would burst on the spot at his words. His key had left me breathless literally, and I had immediately wished I was already a vampire so that I wouldn't need air. Of course, inevitably, as I turned off the shower the guilt set in. I knew so much about Edward and his family, including their biggest secret, yet he knew next to nothing about me. I got dressed, wallowing in my guilt. I knew Edward would see straight through me if I didn't admit something soon. By the time I had gotten dressed and called down, "Night, Dad," to Charlie, I had decided that it was time for another phone call to Volturi before Edward arrived. I filled them all in on my night, Dimitri and Felix congratulating me on taking out 4 men. Go Bella, they cheered. Though I could tell that they would have been happier to have been with me and taken care of the men themselves, they took their status as my guards seriously. My whole family was overjoyed that we had finally professed our love for each other, and I received Arrow's smug, "I told you so," with good grace. Finally I got around to explaining how guilty I felt. I can't keep secrets from them guys, I love them, and I can't do it. I have to tell them. I understand if you don't want me telling them about you guys, and I won't do that unless you ask me to, but I need to at least tell them about my shield. I said. Besides, it will give them some insurance that I won't tell anyone about them either. I explained. Arrow sighed, well, if you're sure Bella, I know how closely you've guarded your secret, and if you feel you can trust them, then go ahead. I know Carlisle is a man with a lot of integrity, and I'm sure his family is too. The others agreed with him. Thanks guys, I said, relieved. I gotta go now, I have school tomorrow, and Edward should be arriving soon. The minute those words came out of my mouth I kicked myself. They pounced. He's been spending his nights in your room. Keys roared. Ah, how sweet, Heidi cooed. It's not sweet, Marcus argued, it's inappropriate to creep into a young girl's room especially uninvited. I rolled my eyes, even though they couldn't see it. Guys relax, I like him spending the nights, and don't worry uncles, we won't do anything inappropriate. Better not, Keys muttered, I feel we should at least get to interrogate him before we let you go on a date with him. He grumbled, if you were already a vampire and we could reveal who you were, then we'd have at least sent Felix and Dimitri to rough him up a bit and threaten him. I laughed, don't worry, I'm sure you'll all do it anyway after I graduate and we tell his family the truth. That seemed to reassure them for the moment, and I finished the call not long after. I opened my window, lay back on my bed reading as I waited patiently for Edward to arrive. Not long after I heard Charlie's bedroom door close, I felt Edward's presence in the tree. Outside. You might as well come in Edward, I know you're out there, I whispered, pleased when his surprised face quickly appeared through my window, followed by the rest of him. What are you thinking? He asked, seeing my amused expression as he closed the window silently behind him. I'm thinking about how fun it is to surprise you. I answered, ginning at him. He smiled back, sometimes I wonder if I will ever be able to understand the way your mind works love, he said. How did you know I was out there? He asked curiously. I sighed, it was time to start telling at least part of the truth. I can feel you when you're near. I explained. I know you've been watching me sleep at night. He looked sheepish, I couldn't help it, he explained, I want to be near you as much as possible. I smiled a little at that, besides, he mused, you're very interesting when you sleep talk. I groaned, I know. I bet I said your name a lot didn't I? I asked, embarrassed. He smirked and nodded, yes, he looked pleased, but upon seeing my embarrassed face, he crossed the room and held me tightly against him. Don't be embarrassed, he whispered, his cool breath washing over my. I swooned at his next words, if I could dream, it would be you I dream about. It's not fair that you dazzle me. I accused, as I collapsed in his arms. He looked down at me, smiling, a tender look on his face. He laughed softly, dazzle. He asked. Yes, you make me swoon all the time, I grumbled. He looked pleased, I love you Bella, he said as he softly placed his lips on mine and at me. The was sweet and tender, the only complaint I had was that it ended too soon. He laughed at my pouting expression as he pulled away. You need to get some sleep Bella, he reminded me. I huffed, annoyed because I knew he was right. I pulled him down onto the bed with him outside the covers and me under them so I wouldn't get cold. Resting my head on his chest, I felt incredibly content as he reached over and turned off my lamp. Just before dozed off he seemed to remember something. Bella? He asked. I hummed in acknowledgement, there's a special place where I like to go, and I want to show it to you. Would you like to come with me on Saturday? He asked. I'd love to Edward. I mumbled happily into his chest. I have something I need to tell you then too. But it really requires a demonstration, so I'd like to show you sometime this weekend. I said, hoping he wouldn't be scared of me when I revealed my gift. I wanted to show him first before telling the rest of his family, and hopefully his special place would be the perfect spot to finally reveal one of my biggest secrets. I drifted off into a contented sleep after that, steadily breathing in Edward's glorious scent. EPOV. I lay in bed, happy to finally be holding Bella in my arms. Surprisingly, I had long ago learned to ignore the burn in my throat when she was near, and instead of it hurting, it now served as a reminder that she was close to me. I didn't think I'd ever be able to hurt her now. I was confused by what she had to tell me. I could tell from her voice that whatever it was serious and important to her. I tried to think of what it might be. Then I thought back to all the things she had done which had amazed me tonight. Things that were impossible feats for someone like Bella. Now that I thought about it, a normal human would not have had enough force to break so many bones, especially not a femur. Her comment about taking on Jasper, Emmett and I at once and winning also disturbed me. At first I had laughed, thinking that she didn't know we were vampires, but now that she had revealed that she had known all along, I was confused. She seemed completely confident in her abilities, and while I would never fight her, or allow my brothers to either, I couldn't help but wonder if she really could do all she claimed. In any case, it was obvious that Bella was much more powerful than she seemed. Thinking about that, I was brought back to Bella's explanation of meeting a few vampires when she was 4. I figured that they were probably nomads, who though Bella was relatively harmless and would probably forget the traumatic experience of watching vampires drain humans. If they had known she would remember, they would have been forced to kill her under Volturi law. That reminded me that we would have to be careful with Bella. If the Volturi ever found out that we were friendly with a human who knew about us, they would kill her, and possibly us as well. I moved on from these depressing thoughts, thinking again about Bella. I began to wonder if she really was human. She seemed to have incredible strength, was fearless of vampires, and I couldn't read her mind. Perhaps she wasn't human after all, although she certainly smelled and looked human. But if she was human, what possible explanation could she have that would explain everything? I realized I wasn't going to be getting answers from Bella until Saturday, and while I tried to tame my burning curiosity, it wasn't working. As the sun began to rise again, I was still pondering Bella's secret, but I was no closer to an answer. BPOV. I woke up from the best sleep I'd had in years. I soon found out why as I snuggled down into my hard, but comfortable, pillow and it vibrated. Edward was chuckling softly. "You have to wake up, love," he said gently. I grumbled and clutched him tighter. "You've got to get ready for school, Bella," he chastised me softly as he picked me up off the bed. Charlie had already left for work, so he carried me to the bathroom, placing my feet on the ground and holding me steady until I got my balance. "You need to get ready while I go home and change. Then I'll come back and pick you up for school," he promised. I clutched his shirt as he tried to move away from me, looking up into his golden eyes expectantly. "Where's my good morning key?" I demanded. He grinned at me before swooping down to capture my lips with his own. I reluctantly let go of his shirt and he backed out of the bathroom. "I'll be back soon," he promised. "I want to show off my girlfriend to everyone at school, especially Mike Newton." I grinned. "So you're my boyfriend now, hey?" I asked, reveling in the idea of it, but somehow wanting more. He looked uneasy. "Well, unless you don't want me to be." A frown marred his marble face. "Of course I do, Edward," I quickly reassured him. "I just feel like we are already more than that," I admitted softly. "Me too," he said tenderly. He sighed. "You have to get ready now, Bella, or we'll be late." I nodded and closed the bathroom door, getting myself ready for the day. Sure enough, Edward was soon back, and he sat at the table watching curiously as I wolfed down my breakfast, before leading me out to his car. We arrived at school quickly, and once we were out of the car, the rest of the Cullens, who had been waiting by Rosalie's convertible, converged on us. Rose came over and hugged me. "Are you sure you're all right after last night?" she asked, concern in her eyes. I nodded. "I'm fine, Rose," I assured her. "They didn't touch me." She looked relieved at that. "Don't worry though, they were in no condition to move when I left them lying in pain in the middle of the street," I said smugly. All of the Cullens chuckled. Then Edward showed up and ruined my fun. I pouted slightly. Alice was the first to comment on our relationship though. Jumping up and down with excitement she yelled, "See Edward, I told you it would all work out," triumphantly staring at our joined hands. His jaw clenched slightly. I wasn't sure why, but then he relaxed and nodded. "Yes Alice, you were right," he said dryly. "Well, it's about time." Emmett enthused behind her. "Edward here has been moping for weeks and stalking Bella everywhere." "Shut up, Emmett," Edward snarled. I laughed. "Seriously, Bella, before you came Edward was always sad and moody, and now he's happy all the time," Jasper said. Edward sighed, but nodded in admission. "You should have seen him after you asked him to the dance, Bella," Jasper continued, and Edward's jaw clenched again. He was absolutely euphoric. The others snickered. I smiled up at Edward. "I think it's sweet, I murmured, stretching up on my toes to key him softly on the cheek. Edward relaxed, smiling back down at me. Ah, the rest of the Cullens crooned together before bursting out into laughter. Hey Bella, Emmett asked. I nodded. Yes Emmett, I asked sweetly. Now that we know that you know what we are, we can act natural around you when you come over, right? He asked. I chuckled. Yes Emmett, now that I know that I know what you are more than welcome to show off your super speed and strength as you want to Emmett. Yes, he pumped his fist in the air enthusiastically, no more playing human at home. We all laughed at his childlike antics. Congratulations guys, Rosalie grinned at us, pulling Emmett away as the bell went. We all headed into our classes, and I was surprised when Edward walked into my English class with me. Edward, don't you have trigonometry now? I asked. He grinned. Bella, my schedule matches yours now. Alice got Mrs. Cope to change it this morning. He looked pleased. Every lesson? I asked. Every lesson, he confirmed. That's wonderful Edward, I said enthusiastically, throwing myself into his arms. He hugged me briefly, but when more students started to pile into the room he stopped and found us 2 desks at the back of the class to sit in. We sat through the lesson holding hands under the table, ignoring the speculative glances of our classmates, and even our teacher. The rest of our classes were the same, but I didn't care about the looks we were getting as long as I was with Edward. When we walked into trig together Jessica's eyes bugged out, and her mouth dropped open. We sat down near her and she leaned over. Are you two a couple now? She asked, curiosity getting the better of her. I nodded smugly before turning back to Edward. He smiled at me, his golden eyes wickedly amused. Apparently it was because Jess's curiosity had not been sated. So do you like him? She hissed, thinking it was low enough that Edward wouldn't hear. I knew better. I nodded, blushing, and turned to look down at my notes. I continued to ignore Jess for the rest of the lesson while she desperately tried to get my attention. Lunch was an experience. As soon as we sat down Alice pounced. So Bella, how was your night last night? Alice asked slyly, her eyes dancing mischievously. I'm not talking, I stubbornly announced, crossing my hands over my chest and trying to ignore Alice's famous pout. I looked over at Rose for help, but she also looked intrigued. Oh yes you are. Now spill. Rose commanded. Edward, Jasper and Emmett looked on curiously. Yeah Bella, or we might have to dazzle you, Alice snickered. I blushed bright red and buried my head into Edward's chest, which was shaking with laughter. How do you know about that? I grumbled at Alice. Well, she lowered her voice to a whisper, my gift is the ability to see the future, and I may have sneaked a peek at your night, Alice said sheepishly. I unburied my head to glare at her. You spied on us. I accused her. Well I couldn't help it, I've been wanting you two to get together for weeks, I had to know what was going on, she defended herself. I sighed, realizing that there wasn't much I could do about it. I hoped I had sufficiently sidetracked Alice from her questions, but I hadn't. Now that we've sorted that out, you can tell us about your night starting with the key. Alice demanded. I groaned, how come you aren't interrogating Edward as well? I asked, stalling for time. Because we already bombarded him when he came home last night, Emmett chuckled. I groaned, fine, it was amazing, I've never felt anything like that before. I admitted. They all turned to look at each other. Did you two plan this? Alice demanded. Edward chuckled, and at my confused look he explained, that's exactly what I said last night. I laughed along with him. I dodged a few more questions, before Emmett decided that it would be fun to tease me. So Bella, what exactly does Edward do in your room every night? He asked, does he really just watch you sleep, or do the two of you do something more physical? He waggled his eyebrows suggestively. Well Emmett, if you really must know, I said, leaning towards him. He really only watches me sleep, I whispered in his ear as if it was a secret. Emmett looked disappointed. Ah Bella, he complained. I snickered, then swiped the chocolate cake off his tray. He watched me eating it for a bit before a light flickered in his eyes. You knew, he exclaimed, his voice unable to fully vent his frustration as he kept his voice low so that the rest of the school wouldn't hear us. You knew we found food repulsive. That's why you shoved the cake in my mouth. He accused. I smirked. Absolutely, I said proudly, and if you ever try anything else again, the cake will look like nothing in comparison to what I'll do to you. I warned. Emmett grinned. Bring it on Bella. He said smugly, "Just remember that I'm a big scary vampire," he said, baring his teeth menacingly, a hopeful look in his eyes. I held in my laughter, trying to keep a straight face, but it must have come out as a grimace because Emmett looked pleased. "I knew I could scare you," he said proudly. "Actually, Emmett, she was trying not to laugh at you," Jasper corrected him. The whole table burst into laughter at that as Emmett looked disappointed. "I'll scare you one day," he threatened. "Emmett," Edward warned. I ignored him, turning to Emmett. "I doubt it," I said smugly. Seeing Edward's annoyed glance, I decided that it was time to change the subject. "By the way, Emmett, I don't suppose I could persuade you to use some of your strength to help a tree topple over onto my truck if I parked under one, could you?" I asked. Emmett's eyes lit up with excitement. "Hell yeah," he boomed, causing some students near us to look over with surprise. We finalized our plans for totaling my truck this afternoon, Alice mentioning that about half an hour after I got home a storm would hit, the perfect time for a tree to fall on my truck. Edward promised to be my chauffeur for the rest of the week. Alice then mentioned that Sunday would be a perfect day for the six of us to go to Seattle and look for a new car for me, and Rosalie beamed at that. I told them I needed to go to the bookstore anyway, so we planned it out. That afternoon, after Edward dropped me home, and left to spend some time with his siblings, who he had been neglecting lately by stalking me 24/7, I moved my truck a little further up the driveway, right in the path of a tall tree. Leaving it there, I went inside and quickly finished my homework before starting dinner. Sure enough, 30 minutes later I heard the beginnings of a storm. Not long after Charlie arrived, we heard a loud crack, then a bang and a shattering sound. I rushed to the window, and looked out to find my truck totally destroyed, and a large tree resting on it. I feigned surprise. "My truck," I wailed. Charlie looked apologetic. "Sorry Bella, I know you didn't have it long. We'll get you a new car, and I'll drive you to school for the rest of the week," he promised. No, Dad, it's fine," I protested quickly, panicking slightly. "I'm sure the Cullens won't mind picking me up for school, and I already made plans with them to go to Seattle on Sunday for some books and shopping. I can pick out a new car then, you know I have plenty of savings," I hurriedly assured him, hoping desperately that he wouldn't try to buy me another slow vehicle. Luckily, he seemed to like my idea better, and he agreed, before telling me he would arrange to have my truck sent to the wreckers. I heaved a sigh of relief when I got to my room that night, and settled down to wait for Edward. The next couple of days passed by quickly, the six of us playing 20 questions at lunchtime to get to know each other better. Thankfully the questions were easy, usually favorite colors, movies, books, etc. They were all reluctant to talk about their pasts, so they didn't ask about mine. I found that I had many of the same tastes as them, having been subjected to a variety of things over the years by my Volturi vampires. I had the distinct impression from Edward's questions that he was trying to find out what I would like so that he could give me gifts. In return, I paid close attention to his answers, so that if he did get me gifts, I could at least get him a present as well. When he asked my favorite flower, I fingered my cuff. "Freesia," I answered. Edward stopped and took a deep breath of my hair. "That's very fitting," he observed, "your scent smells just like them." I smiled a little at that. "I've been told that before," I thought to myself. Finally Saturday arrived, and I awoke early and lay comfortably in Edward's arms as I listened to Charlie potter around the house for a bit before he finally left, heading to La Push to visit Billy. I got up once he was gone, eager to see Edward's special place. He had refused to give me any hints about it, and I was now burning with curiosity. I got ready while Edward left to get his car. I rushed around, getting dressed, throwing down breakfast, and packing myself some energy bars for the day. I was well aware of how forgetful vampires could be when it came to regular meal times. By the time Edward arrived back, I was already waiting impatiently on the porch. He grinned at me. "Excited are we?" "Yes," I exclaimed, getting into the car. He chuckled softly before putting the car in drive and pulling out. We drove until we hit the end of a dirt road, and I looked forward to see a trail. "Are we hiking?" I asked suspiciously. "Yes," he admitted, "it's about 5 miles, he said apologetically. "Well, at least there's a trail," I muttered. "Actually, Bella, we're not taking the trail," he said sheepishly. I looked at him incredulously. There was no way I was going to be able to go 5 miles through the forest without a trail and not manage to trip every few steps due to my clumsiness. While I wouldn't be hurt, it was incredibly annoying and slow. Please tell me I'm not going to be walking. I begged, can't you carry me? You're really strong and fast after all. I hadn't felt the rush of a vampire piggyback ride in almost a year. He looked thoughtful for a second before it turned to excitement. Of course, Bella, I just didn't want to scare you with my speed I was going to offer on the way back, he admitted as we got out of the car. The sun had started shining, breaking through the clouds, and it was getting warmer. I shrugged out of my jacket, tying it around my waist before turning to Edward. He turned his back to me and crouched down slightly. Climb on, he sounded incredibly excited. I jumped up on his back, wrapping my arms and legs tightly around him. It felt comfortable and familiar to me. I sighed happily and rested my chin on Edward's shoulder. Let's go then, I urged. Not needing to be told twice, Edward took off like a bullet. He was by far the fastest vampire I had ever met, and the speed was thrilling. In a matter of minutes we had stopped again, and I figured we must be fairly close to wherever Edward was taking me. He let me down, turning to gauge my reaction. Seeing my bright eyes and excited expression, he grinned. It's exhilarating, isn't it? Absolutely, I agreed. You didn't even get motion sickness. I shook my head. I love speed, Edward. He grinned at me. We're almost there, he said, it's just a little further. Taking my hand, he led me through the trees. I followed eagerly until the trees stopped. I found myself looking out into a beautiful meadow, adorned with wild flowers and framed by tall trees. It's beautiful, I breathed. Turning, I saw Edward, sparkling in the sunlight, his eyes warily watching for my reaction. Suddenly the splendor of the meadow paled beside him. He was gorgeous. I reached up hesitantly to this godlike creature, placing my hand on his sparkling cheek. Amazing, I murmured, letting my eyes travel over his body. He had unbuttoned his shirt, and I hungrily took in his sparkling form. You're beautiful, I informed him, looking deep into his honey eyes. He looked shocked, then angry. He ripped his face away from my hand. Beautiful, he asked in disgust. This is the skin of a killer, Bella. His face turned hard. I'm the world's most dangerous predator. He turned, and sped across the meadow, seeming surprised when my eyes followed the movement. You can't outrun me, he yelled, seeming furious that I was still standing calmly there. He picked up a tree out of the ground and threw it across the meadow, letting it crash into another tree. I'm 1,000 times stronger than you. I could crush you with one finger, Bella. He ran back to my side, his eyes fierce. I'm dangerous, Bella, you shouldn't be near me. Please grasp that. He said it with such conviction that I was suddenly afraid he would leave me. I snapped that. I threw a shield at him, pushing him flat on his back. Wrapping myself in my own shield, I levitated myself up a few feet in the air. I stared down at him furiously, keeping him frozen in place on the ground. He stared back up at me, his butterscotch eyes wide with amazement. Let me make one thing very clear, Edward, I growled at him, sending him my best glare. He winced a little. You are not dangerous for me, I yelled, venting my anger by picking him up and throwing him through a tree. He crashed through and I picked him up again, wrapping him in a shield. He fought slightly in surprise as I levitated him towards me until he was hovering just a few feet from me. His eyes actually had some fear in them now as he looked at me in shock. I knew I had to make my point stick. I brought the tree Edward had thrown towards us, until the entire thing was hanging in the air beside us, just inside the tree line. Flexing my shield, I crumbled the tree into sawdust, watching as Edward's eyes open even wider. I can make you crumble just like that tree, Edward, I said ferociously. If anyone should be afraid, it's you. I watched as recognition dawned in his eyes and he suddenly realized that I was not fragile. I sighed, feeling my anger dissolve away. I lowered us softly to the ground and took away my shields. I sat down, pulling him down with me, and took his hand. This wasn't how I was planning on telling you, I explained regretfully. He looked at me, waiting for me to continue. I have a gift too, Edward, I started. You can't see it, but I can shield myself physically, and others as well, I admitted, staring deeply into his eyes and praying that he wouldn't be scared of me. I watched in relief as the fear in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with relief and happiness. Oh Bella, he breathed, you have no idea how happy it makes me that you can protect yourself. I smiled at him. The only way you could possibly hurt me would be to leave, Edward. I said seriously. He smiled sadly at me, but quickly changed the topic to a brighter one. So this is how you managed to take down 4 men without a scratch, he mused. I've been wondering about that. I chuckled and nodded. It's also another reason why the vampires I met when I was 4 decided against killing me. I confessed, they couldn't. I'm glad, he muttered. I needed you to know the truth about me, Edward, and I intend on telling the rest of your family too. I want them to feel that they don't have to worry about me telling anyone. I figure that if I tell them my secret and trust them not to tell anyone, then they'll trust me too. I explained, call it insurance. He frowned. Bella, we already trust you, we know you'd never tell anyone what we are. He said seriously. I sighed in relief. Well, I'm glad it's out now, although you have to promise me that you won't say anything to them tonight. I want to tell them myself. He nodded in agreement. Alice will probably already know, he warned. I know, I agreed, but I don't think she'll tell anyone. Edward was intrigued with my shield and wanted to know all about it. I told him my limitations, and what I could do with it, explaining all that I could. I left out my mental shield though, knowing that there was no way of telling him how I knew about it without revealing the Volturi. Finally, after a few hours, we dropped the subject and just laid together comfortably in the meadow, enjoying the sunshine and each other's company. All too soon though, the sky darkened and I heaved a reluctant sigh. We have to go back. I muttered. I know, Edward agreed unhappily. We stood up, and I shook my legs a little, getting the blood circulation after lying still for so long. I turned to face him. Thank you for showing me this place, Edward, I said softly, reaching up to place a soft key on his lips. He smiled against my lips. You're welcome, Bella. Thank you for telling me about your gift. He whispered, lifting me up slightly and deepening our key. I remained wary of his teeth, fully aware of how sharp and deadly they were, as I allowed his tongue to explore my mouth, reveling in the feelings that being with Edward evoked in me. Eventually he pulled back. You are my life now, he whispered, looking deep into my eyes. My heart stuttered slightly. Then he slung me on his back and took off for the car. As we ran, the first wished the car was further away so that I could stay on his back, enjoying the feeling of his body pressed up against mine while the wind rushed past us. Unfortunately, my ride was soon over, and I placed a soft key on his neck as I slid off. He opened the passenger door for me, and we were soon heading home. As we traveled home, I remembered something I wanted to confirm. So how old are you really, Edward? I asked. He looked over at me warily. I wonder if it will bother you, he observed. I raised my eyebrows. Try me, I challenged. I was born in 1901, he admitted. I'm over 100 years old, Bella. He watched my face as it split into a big grin. I was right. I should have known by now that noting phases you, he said dryly. I laughed. What about the others? Carlisle is over 350, Japper is around 150, Esme is in her 90s, Rosalie and Emmett in her 80s, and Alice is around 60. He admitted. I nodded in understanding, filing it carefully away for future reference. For the rest of the drive I had him tell me about how he acquired his family members. He explained that Carlisle had originally changed him when he was dying of the Spanish flu, and he had been the first of Carlisle's family. Esme came next. She had been found at the base of a cliff, barely alive, and Carlisle had fallen in love on sight. I winced when I heard that Rosalie had been BP'd and beaten before being left for dead. No wonder she was so protective of her family. Emmett's story was almost amusing. He had been mauled badly by a bear, which ironically was now his favorite food. Rose had found him and carried him back to Carlisle. Alice and Jasper had found them later, Alice's visions leading her to them. She freaked out Esme and Rosalie when she arrived, knowing them both by name. Carlisle, Emmett and I had gone on a hunting trip. He chuckled. When Alice eventually explained herself and reassured them that she was going to be part of the family, they calmed down and were pretty happy with their new family members. I came home to find her moved into my room, and all my stuff in the garage. He grumbled. I laughed. That sounds like something Alice would do. I agreed, snickering. Why did she pick your room? It had the biggest closet. He grinned. Of course, I agreed. We soon arrived home, and I invited Edward in while I started dinner. He watched quietly as I moved around the kitchen, making a lasagna. So what's your favorite food? I asked. You already mentioned that grizzly bear is Emmett's favorite. He frowned at my question. Mountain lion, he admitted. Cool, I said, mentally thinking back to my memories of Felix and Dimitri hunting, and replacing them with Edward. Will I ever get to see you hunt? I asked. No, he looked scared at the thought. It would be far too dangerous for you. I won't risk it, even with your shielding ability. I narrowed my eyes at him, annoyed that he was still hung up over my safety, but I decided to let it go for now. Edward had to leave soon after because Charlie would be home soon, and I wanted to spend some time with him. I Ed him goodbye, making him promise to come back tonight, and he left. Not long after, Charlie arrived home, bringing Billy and Jacob with him. I smiled at them. Hi Billy, Jake, how have you been? Jake smiled at me. We've been great Bella, he answered, wheeling Billy's wheelchair into the lounge while Charlie turned on the TV. Billy didn't look happy though. Your father tells me you've been hanging around with the Cullens, Bella, he stated, his eyes worried. I froze. I knew he knew about the Cullens. He had a treaty with them after all. Yes, I replied carefully, hoping he wasn't planning on telling Charlie. I risked a quick glance, to see Charlie obliviously flicking the channels. Billy's eyes traveled in the same direction. He sighed. Well, be careful Bella, he said, the warning in his voice clear. I nodded, and left them watching the TV. I headed to the kitchen and Jake followed me, looking curiously between his father and I. Jake helped me finish with dinner and I called them all into the kitchen to eat. We ate in silence, the three males in front of me wolfing down my lasagna. It made me happy to know they enjoyed it so much. Jake helped me with the dishes afterwards, and they prepared to leave. Billy was left with me for a few moments alone as Jake went to start up their car, and Charlie went to get a fishing lure that Billy wanted to borrow. He turned to me. Bella, are you aware of the Quileute legends? About the cold ones, he asked. I stood my ground. Yes Billy, I am fully aware of all your legends, I said, a warning in my tone, even the one relating specifically to the treaty with the Cullens. His eyes widened at my admission. Then you should know that they are dangerous Bella. Stay away from them, he ordered. My eyes flashed. No Billy, I know that they are safe just as your ancestors did when they made the treaty. I said angrily. It was your grandfather who made it Billy. Do you think he would have done that if he felt that the Cullens were dangerous? I demanded. My eyes dared him to challenge me. Before he could answer though, Charlie came back with the lure, and we were forced to act as though we'd been having a friendly conversation about the weather. They left after that, and I quickly said goodnight to Charlie and got ready for bed. Edward arrived not long after I'd gotten settled under the covers, and he curled up around me as I drifted off to sleep, dreaming of Edward and the meadow. I woke up the next morning to Edward placing soft kisses all over my face. Wake up love, we're going to Seattle today, he reminded me. I was immediately wide awake. I jumped up, and Edward left so that he could come back and pick me up. I got ready and then made my way downstairs. Good morning, I greeted Charlie as I entered the kitchen. He was sitting at the table with a plate full of bacon and eggs. I got my usual bowl of cereal and joined him. Morning, he mumbled through a mouthful. Off to Seattle today? He asked. I nodded excitedly. I can't wait. He smiled at my enthusiasm. By the way, I ran into Mrs. Stanley the other day and she told me some interesting news. I internally groaned. No doubt Jessica's mother loved gossip as much as her daughter did. Really? What did she say? I asked cautiously. That you and Edward Cullen are now seeing each other. His eyes sparkled with interest. I sighed. I had known I was going to have to tell him soon anyway. Yes, we are Dad. We just started when I ran into him in Port Angeles on Wednesday while I was shopping with the girls. I explained. Ah, he said, so that's why you were so happy when you came home. He chuckled as I blushed and nodded. He'll be the one picking me up this morning, I informed him, so if you feel the need to interrogate him you can do it then. I wasn't particularly worried. Charlie seemed to like the Cullens, and he'd already said that if I was dating someone he'd prefer it to be Edward. He nodded his head thoughtfully. Maybe I'll get out one of my guns and clean it just in case. I rolled my eyes. Males and their dominance displays. He noticed my expression and chuckled a bit before turning solemn. Seriously though Bells, it looks like he makes you happy, and he seems to be very sensible, so I'm glad you picked him. I smiled. Thanks Dad. I got up and washed my bowl, before running upstairs to grab my purse. I had a feeling that my little black credit card that was linked to the Volturi bank accounts was going to be put to a lot of use today, although I was planning on buying a less conspicuous car, obviously nothing that would stand out too much when I drove it to school. Santiago had sent me a list of cars that were still fast, but had a price tag that people wouldn't faint over, weeks ago, when I first told him about my truck, and I had a fair idea of what I wanted. I had even narrowed it down to 4 choices. Edward arrived while I was mulling over the pros and cons of my list, weighing up what I knew about them up. I let Charlie answer the door, in case he really did want to interrogate him, while I stood in the background and watched. "Come in, Edward," Dad invited him. "I hear you're finally dating my daughter." His eyes took on a playful glint. He was enjoying this. Edward was controlling his features so that he didn't give away anything, allowing Charlie to have his fun. "Yes sir, that's correct." He looked over at me, and the adoration in his eyes was recognizable to anyone. Charlie seemed a little thrown by that. "Well, that's good. I was wondering when you were finally going to get up the courage to ask her out," he declared. "When I saw Dr. Cullen a few weeks ago we placed bets on it," he admitted. "What?" I roared. "You bet on us." I looked accusingly at Charlie, who had an appropriately abased look on his face. Edward also looked surprised. Obviously Carlisle hadn't told him either. "Yes, and since you guys finally got together on Wednesday night, I won," he declared proudly. "Carlisle bet it would take you until after the spring dance." I gritted my teeth. "Well, if you're done gloating about your bet, Dad, we'll be going," I said, trying to push Edward out the door. "Okay," he replied cheerfully. "Take care of my baby girl, Edward." "I will, sir," Edward replied, sincerity ringing in his voice. With that done, we were soon quickly heading to Edward's house to meet up with the others. When we arrived, I was immediately greeted by Esme with a hug. "Bella, it's good to see you again. We missed you coming over last weekend when it was sunny. If we'd known that you already knew, we would have invited you over." She apologized. "It's fine, Esme," I assured he. "It was nice to spend a day by myself anyway. At least now you guys don't have to pretend to eat dinners in front of me when I'm over," I laughed. I have to admit it was very funny watching you guys tell Esme how delicious her cooking was. All 6 vampires in front of me chuckled in relief, and I soon realized that there was a 7th one that appeared to be missing. "Where's Emmett?" I asked suspiciously, suddenly on guard. I wanted to thank him again for totaling my truck. Edward frowned. "I don't know," he answered. "He's still in the house, but he's blocking me by singing rap songs," his nose scrunched up in disgust. Alice looked annoyed. "He must be up to something. He hasn't made any decisions, like he's purposely keeping me from seeing what he'll be doing. The only time he does this is when he's planning on pulling a prank." I was now completely on guard, well aware that Emmett's previous threats to get back at me had been serious. Suddenly I felt a movement above me, just as Alice yelled, "No, Emmett." I reacted instinctively, realizing that Emmett was attempting to pounce on me from the stairs. I turned, shielding myself, and brought my shield-clad fist up hard into Emmett's jaw as he tried to grab me. My fist hit Emmett with a loud clap that sounded like thunder, and immediately after I pushed out my shield, throwing Emmett away from me. As I calmed down, I suddenly realized that I had thrown Emmett straight through the large glass back wall. He sat on grass on the other side, his face shocked and disbelieving. "Oh no, Ned. I'm so sorry, Esme, I'll pay to have your window fixed." I apologized, turning to see Rosalie, Esme, Carlisle and Jasper staring at me with expressions matching Emmett's. Meanwhile Edward looked wickedly amused, and Alice was bouncing with excitement. "That was so cool, Bella," Alice enthused. "Emmett hasn't been thrown like that for over half a century." That seemed to break them out of their trances. Emmett picked himself off the ground and came in through the hole I'd created, shaking off loose pieces of glass. "Damn, Bella, what was that?" he asked, absent-mindedly rubbing his jaw. I turned and smirked at him. "I told you that if you tried to get back at me for the cake thing that I would hurt you. You just didn't believe that I could." "I don't make empty threats, Emmett." He looked thoughtful. "Well, how was I supposed to know that you could throw a vampire through a window?" I grinned at him. "You weren't." I turned to the others, who had now gotten over the shock and were looking incredibly curious. "I guess I have some explaining to do," I addressed the 5 vampires who didn't already know. I headed over to the lounge and sat down. Edward and Alice joined me, the others soon following and arranging themselves on the other pieces of furniture. Once they were all settled, I started explaining what I'd told Edward yesterday about my shield. They were silent throughout my explanation, Carlyle asking me lots of questions, and seeming incredibly interested in my gift. Jasper remained quiet, but there was intrigue in his eyes. I finished with a demonstration, picking up the couch that I was sharing with Edward and Alice, and hovering it about a foot off the ground. Emmett was the first to speak. "That is so cool, little sis," he yelled, "you're a freak just like us." "Gee, thanks, Emmett," I said dryly, secretly reveling in the fact that he had called me his sister. The others chuckled, finally getting over their shock. I could see from the look on Emmett's face that he was figuring out just how much of an advantage my gift would give me in our little war. Esme came over to give me another hug. "Thank you for trusting us enough to tell us," she said. The others nodded in agreement. "Oh, and don't worry about the window, I'll have it fixed before you kids get back from Seattle this afternoon," she promised. "Emmett breaks things all the time." "Yeah, Bella," Rose chimed in, "he broke the front door last week just by opening it too enthusiastically." We all laughed at Emmett's expense and he pouted, "I just wanted to see if my new PlayStation game had arrived." I relaxed after that, relieved that they had all reacted so well, although slightly remorseful that I had revealed it by throwing Emmett through a window. We headed out after that. I paused at the door. "By the way, Carlyle, I'm not sorry you lost the bet." I winked at him and he laughed. "Me neither, Bella." Edward explained the bet to the others as we headed to the garage and got into our cars. They all got a good chuckle out of it, with Alice claiming that Carlyle should have asked her if wanted to win. I was driving my newly modified Maserati, with Edward in the passenger seat complaining apparently he always drove. The others were being driven by Rose in her BMW. Apparently Edward thought that because I was human there was no possible way that I would be as fast a driver as he was, having only seen my driving skills second-hand through the others. He settled down for a slow ride. Rose knew better, and once we were on the highway and headed away from Forks she stepped on the accelerator. Much to Edward's surprise I followed suit, tailing Rose as she raced through the meager traffic. Once we hit a clear stretch I accelerated even further, pulling up alongside Rose. I pulled out my phone and dialed her number, the speakerphone in my car allowing me to drive and talk to her. "How about a little race, Rose?" I suggested. "I wanna see what my baby can do." "You're on, Bella." I could hear the grin in her voice. We arranged that the finishing point would be the parking lot of the bookstore, the first place I wanted to go to before we went shopping. Edward looked excited as it dawned on him that I was probably just as fast a driver as he was. He sat back and enjoyed the ride as Rose and I wove through the traffic, overtaking each other as often as possible. Both of us were determined to win, and in no time at all we were entering Seattle. Neck and neck we raced through the streets, drifting around the corners and speeding as much as possible. Alice assured us that we wouldn't get caught, so we didn't care about traffic regulations. I concentrated hard, determined to win, but not wanting to accidentally injure any innocent bystanders. We reached the bookstore parking lot at the same time, much to the disappointment of all. "Draw," Alice declared. Rose and I grumbled, both of us had wanted to win. Eventually we stopped griping and went into the bookstore, Alice, Emmett and Rose looking bored while Edward, Jasper and I eagerly perused the shelves. In no time at all I had my selection of books stacked up in Edward's arms and was happily leading him to the counter. Jasper was already there, having already purchased some new war history books, and the others were waiting impatiently nearby. As the shopkeeper scanned my books I noticed that Emmett had bought a book as well. I wandered over to have a look. "What book did you get, Emmett?" I asked. Emmett didn't seem the type to get a novel, although it was the right size and shape for one. He grinned at me, opening his bag and presenting it to me with a flourish. 101 Advanced Practical Jokes," he declared proudly. I burst out laughing. "You're going to need to be more inventive than that if you're planning on going up against me," I informed him. Felix and Dimitri had worked their way through that book when I was 10. His eyes narrowed. "Just because I didn't scare you this morning doesn't mean anything one way or another. I will get you back for the cake," he threatened. I smirked. "Whatever you say, Emmett," I said before turning back around to go and pay for my stack of books. Of course, Edward had already beaten me there while I had been distracted by Emmett, and my books were now sitting in a bag hanging from his hand. He had a smug look on his face. "Edward, I was going to pay for them," I whined. He smiled at me, unleashing the full force of his gaze to match his smile. But I wanted to at least buy you something, love, and I know you won't let me pay for your new car. His soft voice was the final straw. I tried to resist his deep golden eyes, but it was no use. He dazzled me senseless. Okay, I breathed. I snapped out of my trance when I heard the others snickering behind me. Edward looked pleased with himself. Annoyed, I grabbed his hand and towed him out of the store. After we stowed our purchases, we headed for the largest shopping center in Seattle, where Rose, Alice and I put our credit cards through a workout, dragging the guys along as our personal bag holders. Jasper and Emmett were teasing Edward, who had apparently gotten out of carrying bags for years with the excuse of not having a partner. Now he was being subjected to it for the first time, and seemed shocked by how many bags I was making him carry. The girls and I happily flitted through the shops, buying anything that caught our eye before chucking the bags with our purchases at our men. Eventually though we had to stop as I was getting hungry and it was time to go car shopping. I got a salad roll to go, and we headed back to our cars, barely managing to stuff all of our purchases into the 2 cars. I sat in the passenger seat and ate my lunch as Edward took a turn at driving my car. He seemed to enjoy it. This is very similar to driving my Aston Martin, he observed. I grinned. Yeah, but this is better, I said smugly. Absolutely not, he disagreed, looking affronted. We continued to argue over who had the better car until we arrived at the first dealer, Mitsubishi. I had told Rose of my 4 choices, and she had agreed with me, which led to us being at the Mitsubishi dealer looking at a Mitsubishi Eclipse. Well, it looks cool, Alice said. I nodded, and allowed Rose to charm the dealer into letting us take it for a test drive. But as much as we enjoyed it, I knew it wasn't the one, and we soon left, heading towards the Audi dealer. The Audi TT Coupe we tried was awesome and it reminded me of my R8 back in Italy. I loved it. This one's definitely staying on the list, I confirmed, and Rose nodded her agreement. Edward looked on fondly. It's cute, Alice said, but the other one looked better. We all rolled our eyes at Alice. We also tried a Subaru WRX, but it just wasn't as fun as I thought it would be, so I crossed that off the list as well. Finally we made it to the last caryard, Nissan. Rose and I immediately headed for the 370Z, staring at the shiny black car with appreciation. Of course the car dealer was a bit annoying, he didn't seem to think we could handle the power of this car. I gritted my teeth in annoyance. Look, over there are the 2 cars we drove here in, I said, pointing out my Maserati, and Rose's BMW. They are just as powerful, if not more powerful, than this car. Edward stepped up then. Reading the man's mind, he had a better idea of how to reassure the man. Here's my credit card, sir. You are welcome to keep it while we take the car for a test drive, and if there's any problems with the car when we come back I will happily pay for the whole car, he said smoothly. The man looked at the clack card he'd been handed, then back at our cars. Okay, he sighed, and gave us the keys. As the engine purred to life I grinned over at Rose, who was riding shotgun. I put it in gear and tore out of the car lot, relying on Jasper and Edward to calm down the poor salesman. We ripped through the city, enjoying the thrilling speed. I loved it, and I could tell from Rose's expression that she did too. This is the one, I decided. Good choice, Rosalie approved. I stopped, and we exchanged places for Rose to drive us back. We sped off again, admiring the acceleration of the car, when all of a sudden police lights flashed behind us. Rose groaned. Where's Alice or Edward when you need them, she grumbled. I chuckled anxiously as she pulled over and wound down her window. The officer slowly lumbered up to us. He appeared to be a man in his 40s, who, judging by his beer gut and unshaven face, didn't really care for his appearance. He did a double take when he reached the window and spotted Rose. Hello officer, she cooed. How are you? He blinked a few times and looked dazed. I'm just fine mom. He stuttered, before seeming to recollect why he was there. Do you have any idea how fast you were going? He asked her. She battered her eyes at him artfully. No, I'm sorry officer, but I'm running late for a photo shoot, and if I don't get there in the next 10 minutes they'll use another model. Her eyes turned sad. I really wanted to be in this photo shoot, she explained, her voice soft and alluring. Well, he seemed to be weighing up his options. Perhaps, if you promise to never do this again and give me your phone number, I could let you off this time, he said. I held in my shudder of disgust, as Rose smiled radiantly at him. Certainly officer, she agreed, pulling paper and a pen out of her bag and writing out a number. I took a quick peek and nearly burst out laughing at the name she had put, Tsunami, but I held it in. She handed it to him. I look forward to your call, she winked at him before closing her window and smoothly driving off. I looked back to see him still standing in the middle of the road, a bewildered look on his face. As soon as we were out of range, Rose sped up and we burst out laughing. Did you give him a real number? I asked, still chortling in amusement. Of course, she replied, winking at me, but it's not mine, it's the number for drag queen meetings. I looked at her in astonishment. How do you even know the number for that? I asked, laughing harder. Emmett lost a bet last year, and his punishment was to attend a meeting. She snickered. We laughed at that all the way back, and when we got there we pulled in to find the others laughing too. Did you have fun dazzling the poor officer? Alice asked. Evidently she'd seen it and informed the others. We grinned, absolutely. When everyone calmed down, I announced, this is the one. Are you sure? Edward asked. I nodded enthusiastically, pulling out my card and handing it to the salesman who had approached us while we were laughing. I'll take it, I informed him. He grinned happily as he led us inside to sign the paperwork. Soon enough I was happily speeding back to Forks in my new black Nissan 370Z, Edward beside me, grinning at my excitement. Alice and Jasper were in my Maserati, driving it back for me so that I could enjoy my new car. By the time we got back it was getting dark. We showed Carlisle and Esme my new car before Alice, Rose and I had our men bring out shopping up to our room so that we could unpack it. All too soon it was time for me to head home, so I keyed Edward goodbye, noting the fixed window on my way out, and headed back home in my new car, eager to show Charlie. Predictably, Charlie was impressed. Luckily, he didn't know how much it was worth. Wow Bells, that's a nice car, he commented. I grinned. I know, I said smugly. It's a little fast, don't you think? He asked concerned. I sighed. Yeah, but it's got the latest in safety features, I assured him. He looked at me for a second, to gauge my sincerity, and I kept my face open and honest. He finally sighed in resignation. Well, that's good, I guess. I hugged him enthusiastically and he looked shocked for a second before he returned the hug. You really like the car, huh? He chuckled. Yep, I answered. I spent the rest of the evening content with my purchase, and happily fell asleep using Edward as my pillow that night. As usual, Edward woke me up the next morning for the start of another week of school. He keyed me softly until I was awake. I whined when he stopped and he chuckled. You are becoming very predictable in the mornings, Bella. He murmured. I hugged him to me tightly. You're the best alarm clock ever, I muttered into his chest. I could hear the grin in his voice as he answered, that's good to know, love. I could hear something different in his voice, so I sat up and looked into his golden eyes worriedly. Edward, what's wrong? He looked away from me for a second, sighing. Alice sees a few nomads passing through sometime this week, he explained, so I will probably be a little overprotective of you until they're gone. I frowned. Edward, I can take care of myself. I have a shield, remember, I reminded him. I know, he replied quietly, but I can't help wanting to protect you, Bella, it's in my nature. I let it go for now, annoyed at his overprotectiveness, but secretly happy at the same time. I knew firsthand how overprotective vampires could be. Even Felix and Dimitri, who I constantly beat in fights, still seemed to have an overpowering urge to protect me. I figured it was probably a vampire thing. He left me soon after so that I could get ready, promising to meet me at school. Today was the first day that I would be driving my new car to school. I drove into the school parking lot, smoothly pulling in next to Edward's Volvo. By the time I turned my car off, Edward was already opening my door for me. He helped me out before grabbing my bag and slinging it on his back. We walked hand in hand towards the rest of the Cullens, ignoring all the stares I was getting. With my new car, apparently it wasn't as inconspicuous as I'd thought. By the time lunch came around, the whole school knew I had a new car, one of the disadvantages of being in a small school where any change was big news. When Emmett joined our table, he looked incredibly amused. So I hear that you're sleeping with Edward and he bought you the car as a sort of payment, Bella, Emmett chuckled. Beside me, Edward growled. Actually, Jasper cut in, I heard that the two of you got married, and the car was Bella's wedding gift from Edward, he mentioned. I like that rumor better, Edward muttered. I grinned. Good to know you'd prefer me to be your wife rather than your whore. Being raised by vampires, I had adopted a lot of traditional values and beliefs, and I fully intended on marrying Edward after high school if he proposed. I was simply hoping that he had kept his 1900s views on marriage and would propose soon. Of course, if he didn't, I wasn't above adopting a few 21st century views and proposing myself. I already knew I wanted to spend eternity with him, and I didn't see any reasons why we should wait to get married, although I knew a lot of people would disapprove, or think I was pregnant. One of the biggest things currently standing in my way was the fact that I wasn't 18 yet, but that wouldn't be a problem in a few months. I had to admit though, that another reason I wanted to marry within the next year or two was so that I could experience my wedding as a human, and have my parents there. I wanted Charlie to be able to walk me down the aisle, and I knew that in a couple of years I would be a vampire, and it would be impossible for me to have contact with him after that. Of course, I knew my mother's views on marriage were completely different from my own. After her disastrous early marriage to Charlie, she was a great advocate for not getting married until your 30s. I was not looking forward to having to tell her I would be getting married before that, which I would if I had my way. The conversation dwindled after that, with Edward assuring me that I should never even think about calling myself a whore. During gym that afternoon I managed to inform Jessica that my truck had been smashed up when a tree fell onto it during the storm last week, and that I had been forced to buy a new car. I knew that as the gossip queen of the school she was bound to start spreading the news, and I hoped that the speculations would stop once people were informed of the truth. They didn't, but over the week they did at least die down a little. At least when I called Volturi to give them an update they were sympathetic. They were also pleased with how well the Cullens had taken me revealing my gift to them. If only other vampires would take the news like that, Marcus muttered. Carlyle always was a compassionate, open-minded man. Yes, Arrow agreed. I think, given how well they've handled things so far, we should start considering inviting them to Volterra soon to officially meet our princess, and explain everything to them. Really? I asked hopefully. I won't have to keep hiding it from them. Yes, Keys agreed. Maybe on your next break we could arrange something. Thank you guys so much, I said gratefully. I was overjoyed with the prospect of having no secrets from the Cullens. Dimitri and Felix, of course, got a kick out of me throwing Emmett through a glass window. They roared with laughter. I'll bet he was shocked. Felix said, I remember how I felt the first time you threw me into a wall. I snickered. Well, you shouldn't have called me cute. I wish we'd been there to see it though, Dimitri said wistfully. I would have loved to have seen their reactions. I chuckled at that, before launching into a conversation with Santiago about my new car. Nice choice, Bella, he complimented me. I've taught you well, princess, he said proudly. Thanks, Santi, I said, thankful that he couldn't see me blushing through the phone at his compliment. One aspect of my phone call was not received as happily as the other news. When I mentioned that Alice had seen nomads passing through the area, I could hear them all tense up. Be very careful, Bella, Arrow warned. Remember that your blood smells particularly sweet to vampires. In all likelihood, if they come across you they will try to eat you. I groaned. I would have to smell tempting to vampires. I know, Uncle Arrow, don't worry, I can take care of myself, I assured him. We didn't train you for 13 years for nothing, Dimitri stated. Saturday morning I found myself driving to the Cullens early. It was Alice's fault, of course. She had insisted that I be there early in the morning so that she had all day to get me ready for the spring dance tonight, which didn't start until 6 p.m. Personally, I hated the primping process. I may love shopping, but I just didn't have the patience to sit still for hours on end while my hair and makeup was done. This was why I had originally planned to spend most of my morning alone with Edward, before heading over to the Cullens' house in the afternoon to get ready. Unfortunately, Alice had seen my plan, and after begging, pleading and pouting at me hadn't worked, she had called Charlie. Charlie had been charmed into betraying me, and I had left the house this morning disgruntled, and muttering, betrayed by my own father, indignantly. Charlie had chuckled, go on, Bells, let Alice have her fun, and have a good time at the dance tonight. I had driven off in a huff, annoyed that Alice had foiled my plans. The minute I stepped out of my car in front of the Cullen mansion I was engulfed in Edward's arms. I sighed happily. Alice is setting everything up in her room and doing last-minute alterations to the dresses, he informed me, so you have a little time before she steals you away. I grinned. happy for even a few minutes less of Barbie time. We could just stay like this, I murmured, content in his arms. He chuckled, as much as I would love to. Jasper wants to play a game of battleships with you, seeing as you were so good at chess, he said, picking me up and cradling me in his arms as he carried me inside. Jasper was already waiting, battleships already set up on the table. Emmett was lounging nearby, obviously wanting to watch the game. Esme came in from the kitchen beaming. "Hi Bella," she said, rushing to hug me as soon as Edward put me down. "I baked you some cookies," she informed me, handing me a plateful of chocolate chip. I grinned at her. "Thanks Esme, these look delicious." She smiled at me. "You're welcome Bella. It's nice to finally use the kitchen." I settled down in front of the table, opposite Jasper. "You're going to lose," I informed him confidently. He grinned. "I doubt that darlin'," he drawled, his eyes taking on a competitive light. We placed our pieces on our separate boards, staring warily at each other. Edward joined Emmett on the lounge, looking on with interest. "You can start first," I offered Jasper, "you're going to need it." "No I won't," he said cockily, but I was raised to never contradict a lady, so A5, he started. "Miss," I answered. "F7, I asked." "Miss," he cocked his eyebrow at me. C4. I groaned. "Hit," I muttered reluctantly. Jasper broke out in a triumphant grin. We continued playing and he quickly sunk a few of my ships. In return I found and sunk some of his. Soon both of us were down to one ship each. Neither of us had found the smallest ship. I glared at Jasper, trying to psyche him out so that I would win. He smiled at me belligerently. Both of us had used a lot of different tactics during the game, but having been informed of Jasper's empathic talent, I decided that it was time to try using it against him. I tried feeling fearful, hoping it would project onto him, but in return I felt my own fear amplify as Jasper burst out laughing. "I've got to give you credit for trying Bella, but that won't work on me," he grinned. Edward laughed quietly behind us. I huffed angrily, my fear all gone. I grabbed a cookie off my plate and took a bite as I considered my options. I suddenly began thinking of pain. I imagined myself loosing Edward, and felt pain wash over me. In front of me Jasper winced in utter agony. "Bella, please stop, you're making me want to go jump off a cliff in despair," he pleaded. I smirked. "I thought you said it wouldn't work," I informed him. I felt a little guilty though, so I stopped projecting pain at him. He made his move, and I hoped I had distracted him enough that he would make the wrong move. He didn't. D4. I cursed. "Hit," I said reluctantly. In one more move he had won. I grinned in resignation, holding my hand out. "Well done Jazz," I said shaking his hand. "Thank you for the game Bella," he grinned at me in triumph. Emmett bounded off the lounge and pushed Jasper aside. "My turn," he announced, settling himself into Jasper's place and setting up his ships. I shrugged and grinned. "If you really want to lose Emmett, be my guest." He shook his head. "No way, I'm definitely going to beat you this time," he said adamantly. I smirked. I figured that it was time to rack up a few more points against Emmett, and I wasn't above cheating to get them. We started the game, and I let a shield invisibly slip over Emmett's board, feeling for the placement of his ships. "A1, I said confidently. His self-assured grin failed. "Hit," he said grudgingly. He missed on his go and it was my turn again. Yet again I unfailingly picked the right one. "Hit." He chose again. "Miss." "Hit." "Miss." "Hit." We continued with me smugly picking off every one of his battleships without fail, while Emmett continued to blindly guess where my pieces were. I won. I smiled smugly at Emmett, who looked flabbergasted and confused as he analyzed the boards. Soon enough recognition dawned on his features. "You cheated," he yelled, jumping up and pointing at me. I just sat there staring at him with a huge grin on my face as I grabbed another cookie off my plate and chewed slowly. "Prove it," I taunted, secure in the knowledge that as I was the only one who could see my shield, there was no possible way for him to prove that I had cheated. He frowned, speechless and annoyed. Behind him Rose laughed. "Well done Bella, it's not often someone can make Emmett speechless." I grinned at her, getting up and stretching my legs. "Bella, 3, Emmett, 1, I declared. Alice appeared at the top of the stairs. "Oh good, you're done. Rose, grab Bella, we've got to start getting ready." I peeked at the time as Rose picked me up. It wasn't even 10:30 a.m. yet and she wanted to start getting ready. I groaned as I was rushed up the stairs and placed in a chair situated in front of a large mirror in Alice's closet. Rose and Alice got to work on me first, since it wouldn't take either of them half as long to get ready as it would me. We put on some music and sang along as they did my hair and makeup before showing me the dress Alice had designed for me. The sketches I had seen didn't do it justice. It was a deep violet-colored strapless dress that hugged my body before flaring out at my hips and reaching to my knees. It had silver beading on the bodice and the right side of the skirt, showing an intricate flower pattern. As I looked closely at the stitches, I realized Alice had hand-sewn the beads herself. "Oh Alice, it's beautiful," I gushed. "I almost don't want to wear it for fear that I'll ruin your beautiful design." She growled at me. "No thinking like that, Bella. I made it for you to wear, not look at." I nodded meekly and slipped it on. She disappeared for a second before reappearing with a pair of Rose's Jimmy Choo stilettos in the exact shade of the dress. "Here, put these on." I strapped them onto my feet and stood up, turning to look at myself in the mirror. A dark-eyed beauty looked back at me. "Wow, thanks guys, I look amazing," I said in appreciation. They grinned. "You're welcome, Bella," they said before turning to get themselves ready. I sat and watched, talking to them about prom, which was coming up soon. Alice had already started designing our dresses for that too, of course. Eventually we were all set, except for jewelry. Alice and Rose lead me over to a chest full of antique jewelry. "Pick something to wear tonight, Bella," Rose encouraged me. I looked at them awkwardly. Well, I actually have my own jewelry, guys. I inherited it from some rich relatives a while ago," I admitted. Their eyes widened with interest. "Edward," I called softly, knowing he could hear me. "Could you get me the bag I left on the front seat of my car?" There was soon a light knock on the door, and Alice floated over to answer it. She took the bag from Edward and slammed the door quickly in his face before I could catch a glimpse of him. Edward," she chastised him. "I want you to get the full effect of Bella when we walk down the stairs together, not a moment sooner." I heard him sigh softly in resignation from the other side of the door. Obviously he knew better than to cross Alice. Alice came back over, opening the small bag I had bought and pulling out the velvet jewelry cases. "So what have you got, Bella?" I opened the largest case, showing them the necklace, 3 strands of white gold, upon which hung a large pear-shaped amethyst. Nestled intermittently along the chains were sparkling diamonds. "Wow," Alice breathed. "Esme, come look at this," she called. Esme was soon in the room, admiring the piece with Rose and Alice. I grabbed the next case and opened that as well, showing them a matching set of earrings, pear-shaped amethysts with tiny chains hanging from them, studded with minuscule diamonds that glittered in the light. "Your jewelry is beautiful, dear," Esme said, her voice awestruck. I smiled. "Thank you, Esme," I said as I revealed what was nestled in the last box. It was a delicate 3-chain bracelet, a miniature version of the necklace. Once they finished admiring my jewelry, a birthday gift from Didim when I had turned 12, I carefully put it all on while Alice and Rose decided on what jewelry they were wearing. Finally we were all ready, and much to my surprise, it was time to head downstairs to meet our partners. We waited at the top of the stairs as Esme went down to prepare the guys for our entrance. Alice had insisted. When they were ready we lined up, me in the middle with Rose on my right and Alice on my left. Holding hands we descended the stairs. I knew we looked amazing. Beside me Rose was wearing a beautiful tight satin cocktail dress in ice blue. I showed off her killer body, and the jewelry she was wearing, containing pale blue stones, drew attention to her graceful neck and platinum hair. Alice looked unbelievably pretty in a dress almost the complete opposite of Rose's. It was pale pink, with straps and a floaty skirt that made her look like a fairy. As we slowly made our way downstairs I looked at the 3 guys all waiting at the bottom, corsages in hand. All of their jaws had dropped as they each stared at their mate. My eyes locked with Edward's, and I saw the love and adoration in them as I neared him. In his suit he looked like a Greek god, my own personal Adonis. We finally reached our mates and let go of each other, my eyes never leaving Edward's. He picked up my hand, placing a soft key on it as he placed the corsage just above my Volturi cuff. "You look beautiful, love," he informed me softly. I smiled up at him. "Well, you look pretty good yourself, Edward." Unbeknownst to me, Esme was flitting around snapping photos. Eventually she managed to attract our attention, and we posed for more pictures as she happily snapped away. Carlyle came to stand behind her. He smiled. "You all look stunning," he informed us. "Have fun tonight." We thanked him and headed out. Once outside, Edward led me to his vanquish. At my raised eyebrow, he explained, "I like to take it out for special occasions." I grinned at him and got in. We followed the others in Rose's BMW to the school. The dance was being held in the gym. When we arrived, there were quite a few kids in the parking lot, and their jaws dropped when they saw Edward's car. "Well, the other students have certainly noticed that the Cullens have arrived," I commented as Edward helped me out of the car. He grinned. "Well, when you have a girlfriend as beautiful as you, it's reasonable to want to show her off." I rolled my eyes, leaning into Edward as we made our way into the gym with the rest of the Cullen family. Alice, Rose and I stood to the side as the guys bought our tickets, checking out the brightly decorated room. Alice scrunched her nose slightly. "I could have done better," she muttered. "Maybe you should offer to decorate for prom then," I suggested. Her face lit up. "Oh Bella, what a wonderful idea. It will be so much fun," she gushed before lapsed into silence as she mulled over ideas for her new project. I scanned the room for Angela, and was happy to see her chatting to Ben, who I knew she had a crush on. I also noticed that most of the guys in the room now had their eyes trained on the three of us, desire obvious in their eyes. Edward wrapped his arms around me possessively, glaring at the boys, a silent rumble going through his chest. I leaned back into him. "I take it their thoughts aren't exactly pure." I whispered. "No," he answered, "most of them are undressing you three in their minds right now." I shuddered in disgust. Turning, I pulled Edward's face down and kissed him passionately. When I eventually broke away, I looked up at Edward's amused expression. "I take it that their thoughts are a little disappointed now?" I asked. He grinned and nodded, before leading me onto the dance floor. Most of the songs were fairly fast, but the rhythm was suitable for Latin dances. Thanks to Renata, I was well equipped, and it seemed that in the last century of his life Edward had become a fine dancer as well. Soon we were twisting elegantly around each other. The other Cullens joined us, and students automatically made room for them on the dance floor. After I ended one dance with a move Heidi had insisted I learn, consisting of me wrapping both legs around Edward's waist as he dipped me in a slow circle, Emmett whistled at me. "Wow Bella, you've got some skills." I grinned at him and shrugged. "How can you look so smooth and say, why on the dance floor in Rose's 3-inch heels, and yet you manage to trip over your own feet and wear 2 trays of food?" he asked. I glared at him for bringing up the incident again, then I shrugged. "I'm just talented like that I guess," I replied loftily. Behind me Jasper chuckled. "Well, may I have this dance with you then, little lady?" he asked in a southern drawl. I grinned at him. "Why, of course you may, kind sir," I said in my best Southern belle accent as I took his hand. Alice grabbed Edward and twirled him away from us. For the rest of the night we traded partners, and I found that for such a large vampire, Emmett was almost as graceful as Jasper and Edward on the dance floor. Somehow though, whenever slow songs were playing I always ended back in Edward's comforting arms. Of course, the dance eventually came to an end, and we reluctantly headed home. I was somewhat relieved that by spending the whole night with whether Edward, Emmett or Jasper, I had avoided being asked to dance by Mike, Tyler, Eric, or anyone else. All in all, it was an excellent night, and when Edward kissed me goodbye on my doorstep when he delivered me home, I was perfectly content and bursting with happiness. "Good night, my love," he whispered as I let myself in. Charlie was waiting for me inside. He cast an appraising look over me, his expression turning proud as he took it in. "You look beautiful, Bells," he observed. "Did you enjoy yourself?" I grinned. "It was great, Dad," I said happily. "That's good." Esme rang and promised me pictures. He mentioned, "You had better send some to your mom, you know she's going to want tons." I grimaced, knowing my mother's tendency to be overexcited by the littlest things. No doubt once she saw Edward's photo she would be gushing over him and interrogating me about him every chance she got. "Yeah, Dad, I'll remember to send her a few," I assured him. We talked for a little longer before I went up to bed, perfectly satisfied with my life. I woke up early the next morning, still on a high from my great night. After saying goodbye to Edward, the first turned on my laptop and checked my emails. Sure enough, there was an email from Esme containing all of the photos she had taken. I sent copies to Renee and Volterra before calling Volterra to talk, knowing that all of the females had been waiting anxiously for a play-by-play of my night. They answered excitedly. Did you get my pictures? I asked teasingly. We're looking at them right now. Jane informed me. You look beautiful, and I love the dress, Sulpicia said appraising Ly. Wow Bella, you really know how to pick them. Your mate is gorgeous, Heidi said. Don't get any ideas, I warned, he's mine. They all laughed, before we settled down and I described yesterday for them in great detail. Renata was especially interested in the dancing, and I told her I would try to find any photos of us that the school photographer had taken that night of people on the dance floor. When I eventually hung up I lay back in my bed happily relieving my night. I was broken from my trance a few minutes later by my phone ringing. I looked at the caller. It was Renee. Hey Mom, I answered. Bella. Honey, I just got your email. Why didn't you tell me your boyfriend was so handsome? You have to bring him to see me soon. She said in a rush, her voice excited. Sure Mom, I'll think about it. I said, suddenly wondering whether Edward and I should pay her a visit. She didn't give me more time to talk as she started gushing about how gorgeous I looked and how pretty my dress was. I listened attentively to all she had to say before changing the subject. So what have you and Phil been up to Mom? She happily began filling me in. Oh Bella, we've been having such a great time traveling around and seeing so many different things. At the moment we're in Los Angeles Bella. It's so exciting, and next week we're going to Florida. Just think of all the sunshine I'll be getting. I was so happy that she was enjoying herself so much. That's great Mom. You know you're gonna have to take lots of photos to send me, right? She promised, and then she had to go. Phil was calling for her. I headed downstairs for breakfast feeling euphoric. My life currently felt like I had the best of both the vampire and human worlds rolled into one. Charlie had left a note on the table saying he had gone out for the day, so I quickly ate my cereal and headed over to the Cullen house. When I got there I walked in to find Edward softly playing his piano. He stopped to give me a key, before I urged him to play for me. He pulled me down beside him on the bench, and I watched entranced as he ran his fingers nimbly over the keys, producing a rich and beautiful melody. My jaw dropped, and when he finally finished I whispered, "That's beautiful Edward." He smiled softly at me. That is Esme's favorite. He turned back to the piano and began playing a different song. It was a soft, beautiful lullaby with incredibly sweet notes. By the time it ended I had tears running down my face. Edward turned to me. "You inspired that one," he said softly. I smiled at him through my tears. "I love you," I said simply. There were no other words necessary. The tender look on Edward's face as he softly brushed away my tears swelled my heart, and I smiled at him. Eventually, I got up, and moved to my harp. I settled and softly began plucking an accompaniment for Esme's favorite. Picking up on it, Edward began playing again, and the sounds of the piano and harp merged into a symphony of beautiful notes. I closed my eyes, losing myself in the music. The song eventually came to an end, and when I opened my eyes I found that the rest of the family was now lined up in front of us, huge smiles on their faces and awe in their eyes. Esme looked like she would be crying if it were possible. "Oh, that was just beautiful," she gushed, beaming her appreciation. I smiled at her before turning and staring the first few notes of Clair de Lune. Edward joined in and we moved through a variety of songs together, always in harmony with each other. Eventually we finished playing, and everyone left to their own parts of the house. Edward led me upstairs to his room where we listened to Edward's extensive music collection while lying together on his couch. "So what did Carlyle do for the 200 or so years before he changed you?" I asked, trying to fill in some of the gaps that I didn't know in the Cullen history. He sighed and then pulled me up off the couch. Holding my hand he led me into Carlyle's study, turning me so that I was facing a wall of paintings. Carlyle smiled from his desk. "Hello Bella, I see Edward is showing you the paintings depicting my life." I smiled at him. "I hope you don't mind me asking," I said apologetically. He shook his head. "Not at all. In fact, if I didn't have to rush to the hospital right now for an emergency consult I would have been happy to tell you myself," he assured me. He made his way out of his office. I turned to Edward expectantly. He smiled and then pointed out one of the pictures. "London in the 1650s, he informed me, when Carlyle was born." I listened quietly as Edward explained how Carlyle had been changed while hunting down vampires for his father, a priest. I was impressed when I heard that Carlyle had resisted humans for such a long time before one day hunger took over when a herd of deer passed him in the forest and he had drained the animal. It was from this that he realized he didn't have to survive off human blood. I continued listening as Edward moved through the pictures, telling me of how Carlyle had swum to France before traveling around Europe. He stopped when he reached a painting of something that I recognized. My fingers unconsciously traced over the picture a painting of a balcony in Volterra, one that I had been standing on less than a year ago. On the balcony were the recognizable figures of my uncles Arrow, Marcus and Keyes, along with Carlyle. Although I knew this painting was over 100 years old, the four inhuman subjects still looked exactly the same today. Edward noticed me tracing my fingers over it. When Carlyle was in Italy he ran into the Volturi. My ears pricked up with interest. I was eager to hear his opinions of my family. The Volturi? I asked. They are like the royal family of the vampire world, he explained. They make sure that vampires obey the rules so that our existence remains a secret. What are the rules? I asked, although as the princess I was well aware of exactly what the rules were. Well, there's really only one major rule. He paused and I raised my eyebrows, waiting for him to continue. We must not let anyone know of our existence. He explained reluctantly. So your whole family is breaking the rules? I asked, making sure I had the appropriate amount of concern in my voice. He sighed. Yes, he admitted, but we don't care, Bella. You are important to us. He hurriedly tried to reassure me. But what will they do if they find out? I asked, secure in the knowledge that we certainly weren't going to do anything. They'll kill you, and possibly kill all of us too. At my horrified look he quickly added, but they won't find out, Bella, I promise. I looked at him skeptically, before deciding that now would be a good time to see how he would react to the idea of me as a vampire. What if you changed me? I asked tentatively, then they wouldn't have any reason to hurt you. His eyes turned dangerous. Absolutely not, he spat out angrily. I was miffed. Why not? I demanded, are you planning on me being human for the rest of my life, aging every day while you remain forever 17? I sneered. That's exactly what's going to happen. He said, determination in his voice. What happens when I'm 60 and you still look 17? I asked, shuddering at the thought, even though I knew it was never going to happen. I will still love you no matter how old you look, Bella, he assured me. While I was slightly warmed by that, I was still annoyed. Well, what about when I die from old age? I asked. You are going to have to spend the rest of eternity without me. I pointed out. He shook his head. Bella, I would follow you soon after. I couldn't live without you. He whispered. I slapped him hard with a shield-covered hand. You selfish bastard. I yelled. Did you even think about how that would affect the rest of your family? Do you think I would want you to die with me? His eyes turned sad. I can't live in a world where you don't exist. He said softly. How were you even planning on dying anyway, Edward? There is no way your family would help you. I pointed out. He shrugged. I thought about going to the Volturi and doing something to antagonize them. He confessed. You don't antagonize the Volturi unless you want to die. He explained. I glared at him. There was no way my family would ever kill him. I'd make sure of it. You wouldn't even have to think about these contingency plans if you would just agree to change me. I pointed out. You don't know what you're asking for. He argued. You only see the good parts of being a vampire. You haven't seen the unstoppable thirst we suffer from, or the animalistic urges we have to suppress. You don't see the soulless monsters we are. I was beyond mad now. I knew exactly what being a vampire was like. I hadn't lived with them for 13 years without knowing everything there was to know about them. In fact, I probably knew more about them than Edward did. Mentally restraining myself from throwing Edward through the house in rage, I slowly said through gritted teeth, you are not a monster, Edward, and neither is your family. He seemed to sense from how quiet I was that I was incredibly angry. Don't ever say that again. But I am, he argued. About 70 years ago I went off on my own and killed people, Bella. I had to admit I was a little surprised, but it still didn't bother me. Were they good people, Edward? I asked, knowing that with his talent he would have picked people that deserved to die, or did they deserve death? I thought they did, he admitted, but that doesn't change the fact that I murdered them, he pointed out. I shrugged. They deserved to die, Edward, and you were just doing the world a favor. In fact, technically you probably saved lives. Every time you killed a bad guy you saved his next victim. I pointed out. He did not look impressed with my logic. Even if that's true and I'm not convinced that it is, it doesn't change the fact that I'm soulless. I won't take away your soul, Bella. He said. What makes you so sure that you don't have a soul, Edward? Do you think that all vampires have no souls? I asked. At his nod I frowned. So you're sure that because you're a vampire, a creature made for killing humans, that you have no soul? He didn't say anything, and I got annoyed. What about Esme? Or Carlyle? I demanded. Are you trying to tell me that two such sweet, compassionate people have no soul? He looked stumped at that. I decided that it was time to leave it there and let him mull over it. He was going to have to get used to the idea of me becoming a vampire since, like it or not, I was becoming one in around a year. So tell me why the Volturi is so powerful. I demanded, changing the subject. He sighed. They have many gifted vampires in their group. Among the top 12 is a tracker, a person who can see every thought you've ever had just by touching you, a person who can see bonds between people, a shield, and a pair of twins who are perhaps the most scary of them all. Jane has the ability to make you believe you are in incredible pain so much so that you die. Her twin Alec has the opposite. He cuts off any feeling you have, sort of like anesthetizing you so that you can't move. The leaders are the three in the painting with Carlyle, Arrow, Marcus and Keyes. I was surprised by how solemn and fearful Edward sounded of my family. I'd had no idea of just how scared of my family other vampires were. As well as the main 12, they have other Volturi guards situated around the world to stop any vampires who may endanger our secret. The main 12 almost never leave Volterra. He stopped for a bit before he seemed to remember something. Well, I guess it's really 13 now. A few years ago they appointed a Volturi princess. Really? I asked, incredibly interested in what he'd heard about me. He nodded. Nobody has met her except the main 12, but apparently she is incredibly powerful. It is said that if she wanted to, she could take down a whole army of vampires without lifting a finger. Nobody knows what her gift is though. I smothered a secret grin at that. Don't worry, I'm sure that if you were ever to meet her, you'd dazzle her with your good looks and she'd fall in love with you. I assured him. He rolled his eyes at me in disbelief. I chuckled softly. I knew for a fact that the princess was most definitely in love with him. In any case, he continued, they stop vampires who aren't careful with their feeding habits, making humans suspicious, and stop newborn wars. I was interested in his casual reference to newborn wars, and I wondered how much he knew about them. I'd learnt about them when I was 10, and had first-hand accounts from Felix, Dimitri, Santiago, Jane, Alec and Renata, who had been responsible for killing numerous newborns and stopping the newborn wars in their tracks. Newborn wars. I probed Edward gently. He nodded. In the south there are vampires who fight over feeding territory. He explained. They found that they could create lots of newborn vampires to fight their battles for them. Newborns are very volatile, so it's easy to convince them to fight, and they are stronger than normal vampires, making them ideal for pitting against each other. Of course, armies of newborn vampires have almost non-existent self-control, so it soon became necessary for the Volturi to step in and destroy them before the humans got suspicious as to the large amounts of deaths in the area. He explained. From the look on his face, he was trying to scare me with his talk of newborns, but I hadn't even been scared when I was 10, so he didn't have much of a chance now. He continued telling me about Jasper's heavy involvement in one of the more recent newborn wars, and I gathered from his tone that Jasper had a healthy respect for my Volturi family. I just hoped that they wouldn't react badly when I finally revealed who I was. Edward had finished and we were making our way out of Carlyle's office when we were accosted by an excited Alice, dragging Jasper. Emmett was behind them. There's going to be a thunderstorm tonight, Alice clapped excitedly. I grinned. I knew that that meant they could play a game and mask any abnormally loud noises made by them. I wondered for a moment what they were planning on playing. My Volturi family had liked baseball, football, soccer and rugby. I had played all of them with my family many times. They always claimed that I cheated because I had an extreme advantage with my shield, but Renata used hers as well, so as long as we were on separate teams it usually worked out fairly evenly. Baseball. Emmett boomed excitedly. My smile grew larger. Awesome, I enthused. They all turned to look at me, confusion in their eyes. What? I asked self-consciously. I can't wait to play a good game of baseball. Emmett broke the silence. Bella, not to burst your bubble, but we're vampires, we don't play baseball the normal way. I rolled my eyes. I kinda figured that out, Emmett, but in case you've forgotten, I have my own gift, remember? Trust me, I will have no trouble beating you. He looked at me disbelieving. Bella, you couldn't even go 2 steps at your speed before we'd have the ball and you'd be out. I simply smirked in response. Like I said, Emmett, don't worry about me. We continued bickering as we waited for Carlisle to get back from the hospital so that we could go to their playing field. Apparently it was deep in the lap of the Olympic peaks. We waited impatiently until Carlisle finally came back from the hospital just after midday. We were sitting in the lounge room where I was comfortably settled on Edward's lap, his arms wrapped securely around me as we all tried to watch the movie showing. When Carlisle finally walked in, we all jumped up excitedly. He took one look at our exited faces, and the bat and ball Emmett was holding, and grinned. I'll go get changed and then we can head out, he said before dashing upstairs. In no time at all, Carlisle was back downstairs, ready to go. I jumped on Edward's back, securing myself for the ride. Emmett watched me, amused. All little Bella's getting a piggyback ride, he cooed. I snarled menacingly at me and the family burst out laughing. Alice looked at how comfortable I appeared to be on Edward's back and smiled. Good idea, Bella, she exclaimed, jumping up onto Jasper's back. This is way better than running. I grinned at her. It was raining as we headed out, the whole family running together as the forest whipped by us in a blur. When we reached our destination, I was impressed. Their playing field was an enormous clearing the size of 10 football fields. Alice and I quickly got off our mates' backs as Emmett ran to set up the field. The bases were about 200 meters apart and I was glad that I was fit because I was planning on getting quite a few home runs. Out here there was no rain, although the thunder and lightning still roared overhead. I decided that I should hurry up and claim my team before Emmett stole the ones I wanted. Edward, Esme and Rosalie are on my team, I called. Emmett spun around in surprise. How come you got to pick your team? He complained. I smiled sweetly, because it's my first time playing with you guys. Besides, we're fairly even. You have 2 gifted people on your team, I have 2 gifted people on mine. I explained. He frowned, though it over, then ran an appraising eye over my team. He shrugged. You're never going to win with that team, Bella. Esme hardly ever plays, and the only good player on your team is Edward. All the good players are on my team, he boasted. Rosalie glared. What are you implying, Emmett? She demanded. He gulped. You're a good player too, he protested weakly, cowering under her gaze. I didn't mean it, he pleaded. She just turned and stalked off to the home plate while Emmett stared dumbly after her. I snickered. You are going down, Emmett. Before following Rosalie. Oh, and we're batting first, I called. He just grunted in acknowledgement. Finally the game got underway, with Rosalie batting first. Alice stood the pitcher's mound, deceptively still, but like the strike of a cobra her hand slapped out and Rose swung the bat. It hit the ball with a resonating crack which merged perfectly with the thunder currently roaring in the background. Rose raced off as the ball flew into the forest, Jasper chasing after it. She made it to first base and stayed there as Jasper came back with the ball. Edward went next and hit the ball hard and low to the ground. Using his incredible speed he was soon standing on the second base, while Rosalie was on the third. I let Esme go before me, and despite Emmett's claim that Esme wasn't very good, something he probably thought due to the fact that she wasn't an aggressive player, I found that she was really quite skillful. She hit the ball low to the ground similar to Edward, only with less strength. It didn't go as far, and she only made it to first base. Rosalie was home, and Edward was on third when I stepped confidently up to the plate, my shield wrapped around me. Emmett ran up to Alice and said something to her. She heaved a sigh and handed him the ball before sitting down in the middle of the field. Obviously she knew what was going to happen next. With the exception of Edward, who had seen what Alice knew, the others were all giving Alice curious glances. I confidently gave the bat an experimental twirl before facing Emmett. Bring it on, Emmett, I taunted. He grinned before throwing the ball in a soft underhand arc towards me. I looked at it disdainfully and let it pass. Come on, Emmett. I know you can throw better than that, I commented scornfully. That's just insulting. Gave me a real throw. I demanded. He didn't, sending me another soft throw. I sighed and I hit it hard, aiming it high into the air. I heard Emmett's shout of glee as he intended to catch it and make me out, but I slowly dropped my bat and headed at a sedate walk towards the first base. I sent out a shield to catch the ball and spin it teasingly over Emmett's head, just out of jumping reach. I continued smugly on my sedate walk around the bases as Edward and Esme made it to the home plate. I shot an amused look at Emmett, who had given up trying to jump for the ball, and was now staring at me, sulking. "That's not fair, Bella," he complained. I smiled sweetly. "Yes, it is, Emmett. I'm just making up for the fact that I can't run as fast as you. Besides, you didn't mention that I couldn't use my shield." He glowered and turned to Esme. "Mum, Bella's cheating," he whined. Everyone burst into laughter at that. "What are you, 7 Emmett?" I asked. "Are you telling on me?" I choked out. Rosalie rolled her eyes at him. "Grow up, Emmett," she scolded. By this time I'd finally made it back to the home plate before dropping the ball. "Home run, baby," I yelled excitedly. "In your face, Emmett." I grabbed Edward and leapt into his arms for a passionate key, in celebration. "PDA," Emmett yelled. Edward broke our key, and glared at him. "Like you can talk, Emmett," he scoffed. Emmett thought about that for a second before he grinned sheepishly. "Right, sorry, carry on." This brought on another round of laughter, and even Emmett joined in this time. "Little sis, we're so glad you're a part of the family," he proclaimed. "Everything's so much more fun now." I smiled. "Thanks, Emmett." We continued playing. I continued to get home runs on my turns, but eventually we had 3 outs and we changed places. I stood at the first base, while Esme pitched and Rose and Edward meandered in the field. Emmett stepped up to the plate, buoyant and self-assured. Apparently he was sure he could hit it hard enough to get himself a home run. I was sure I could stop that from happening. Before Esme threw the ball, I wrapped a shield around it, but allowed it to be thrown through the air as usual. Emmett swung the bat and it connected with the ball, a sickening crack resonating. As Emmett took off running towards me, I tightened my shield around the ball, stopping it mid-air and bringing it straight to my hand. It hit my hand just before Emmett reached me. He was running so hard that he ran into me and fell back as my shield anchored me to the spot. I snickered at him. "What was it you were saying before we came, Emmett?" "Something about me not being able to make it to first base." "It seems you have more of a problem trying to reach it than I do." Emmett looked at the ball in my hand, then at the ground, finally taking in the fact that he hadn't managed to reach first base. His jaw dropped. He turned. "Mum, she cheated again," he complained loudly. Everyone snickered at him as Esme commented, "Emmett dear, don't blame poor Bella for the fact that you didn't make it. There's a first time for everything." He stalked off back to the home plate muttering, "Poor Bella, HMPH." I allowed the others to bat and run without my interference, letting Rose and Edward catch the balls and try to tag people. When it was Emmett's turn again, I perked up, and saw Alice look slyly in my direction and give me a thumbs up, even though she was on the opposing team. Apparently the whole family liked to make fun of Emmett. I suspected that it was probably revenge for a few pranks he had no doubt pulled on them over the years. As he gave the bat an experimental swing, he glared at me warningly. "No cheating this time, Bella," he called. I simply smiled angelically at him. "No promises, Emmett," I yelled back. When Esme threw the ball to him, he swung, but at the last minute I used a shield to tip the ball so slightly that not even a vampire would notice that the ball had changed trajectory. It was a small enough bump though that the ball flew just under Emmett's bat as he swung. When Emmett realized that he had not hit the ball, he looked stunned. "Come on, Emmett, can't you hit the ball?" I taunted. His eyes narrowed into determination and he took his stance again, nodding to Esme. She threw again, and again I tipped the ball so that Emmett would just miss. "Good try, Emmett. I'm sure if you work on your hand-eye coordination for the next, say 50 years, you might actually manage to hit the ball." I choked with laughter and could see that the others were trying to stifle their giggles too. I could see from Emmett's face that he still hadn't realized that I had anything to do with it. I figured it was time to take some credit. When the next ball was thrown, I pulled it up and hung it in the air in front of his face as he swung. He stopped and looked at the ball levitating in his face. His gaze swung furiously to me and he stalked over. "Cheat one more time, Bella, and you won't like the consequences," he threatened. "I can be very, very vengeful if I want to. How would you like your Maserati to have pink polka dots all over it?" I cocked an eyebrow at him. "About as well as you'd like your Jeep crushed into a cube of scrap metal," I said sweetly, the warning in my voice unmistakable. "Nobody touched my cars and survived." Emmett huffed and stalked off. We continued playing again, everyone having a good time, until suddenly Alice froze, her eyes taking on a glassy look as she had a vision. Edward whipped around to look at her, his eyes widening and becoming fearful as he took in whatever Alice's vision was. Suddenly Alice and Edward were beside me, the rest of the family rushing over, noticing the panicked looks on their faces. "What's going on?" I asked warily. "The nomads," Alice whispered, "they were leaving and they heard our game. They're coming towards us, they want to play." She looked scared. My heart dropped at the thought. No doubt these nomads would in all likelihood try to hunt me or at least be far too curious about why I was with the Cullens. I had a bad feeling that this was not going to end well. Carlyle turned to Edward. "Do you have enough time to run her away from here?" Edward shook his head. "No, and even if I did, the last thing we want is for them to catch her scent and start hunting her." Emmett looked unperturbed. "How many are there?" he asked. "3, Edward answered shortly. "3. Emmett scoffed. "Let them come," he stated, flexing his enormous muscles. If the situation had been any less serious I would have rolled my eyes at Emmett's obvious enthusiasm for a fight. "Are they hungry?" Esme asked worriedly. Edward shook his head no, but he didn't look comforted by it. I wasn't either. As we chatted, Edward warned us that they were nearly there. We moved back to our positions, pretending that we were oblivious to their arrival until they stepped out of the forest. As Edward had said, there were 3 of them, 2 males and a female. All of them had rough, unkempt clothes and rugged appearances, a stark contrast to the civilized Cullens and Volturi. I hadn't seen many nomads over the years. Instinctively I shielded my family and sent out a second shield to lightly touch all 3 of them so that I would be able to recognize them in the future. The male in the lead had dark hair and bright ruby eyes. He was a standard build, certainly nothing compared to Emmett, or Felix and Dimitri. The other male was built slightly stronger, but more wiry. He had long blonde hair and a sinister smile on his face. As I observed him closer I realized from his stance that he was actually the leader of this coven. He was just using the other male as a decoy. I paid closer attention to him. The female was obviously the leader's mate. She kept stealing subtle glances at him and it was obvious from her body language. She had a mane of fiery red hair, her eyes wary as she examined us. We had all converged into a line facing them as they approached cautiously. Seeing Carlyle's friendly expression they relaxed a little as they drew to a stop. "Hello," Carlyle greeted them. The dark-haired one, pretending to be the leader, spoke up, while I kept a wary eye on the blonde vampire, my senses telling me he was dangerous. "Hello, I am Laurent and this is James and Victoria," he said, pointing out his companions. "I'm Carlyle and this is my family, Esme, Alice, Jasper, Bella, Emmett, Rosalie and Edward," he said casually, making sure that he didn't draw any special attention to me. "We were passing through and heard your game," Laurent explained. "We wanted to know whether we could play with you." Carlyle smiled, not showing an ounce of uneasiness. "Certainly, a few of our players were just leaving anyway. You can take their places." He threw them the ball. "Edward, Bella, Emmett, you guys can head back now," he reminded us. Edward nodded and grabbed my hand. Just as we were about to turn around, the wind changed direction, blowing my scent right at the 3 non-vegetarian vampires. They caught my scent and froze, James getting into a crouch and looking like he was about to pounce. Edward immediately crouched in front of me, snarling, an automatic reaction to someone threatening his mate. Laurent placed a warning hand on James's shoulder and he straightened up. "You brought a snack?" Laurent asked incredulously. The whole family stiffened. "She's not a snack," Rosalie snarled, and I mentally reminded myself to get her a big thank you present, perhaps some jewelry. "She's part of our family," Carlyle stated firmly, disapproval in his tone. "How can you be so close to a human?" Laurent asked. "We keep a permanent residence nearby and we're in constant contact with them," Carlyle stated. Their eyes widened in shock. "How do you do that without the humans becoming suspicious?" Laurent inquired with interest in his eyes. "We hunt animals, not humans," Carlyle explained. "There's another coven up in Denali, Alaska that also has outfeeding habits." They looked shocked. "Really? It's actually possible to live completely off animal blood?" Laurent asked. "Yes," Carlyle confirmed. "I have done so my entire life. If you are interested in knowing more, perhaps you could come to our house and talk," he offered. I looked over at James, my sixth sense telling me that I was still in a lot of danger from him. Then I saw a look in his eyes that I immediately recognized. It was the look of a tracker who had just decided on his next target. I was that target. It was a look I had seen many times on Dmitri when we used to play hide and seek. Of course, Dmitri had an extra gift which allowed his tracking to be pretty much infallible with everyone except me. He caught the tenor of a person's mind and tracked that. However, his gift didn't work on me with my mental shield, so he tracked me the old-fashioned way by scent, traps and deception. Over time, Dmitri had used almost every trick of the trade in finding me, although I often teamed up with Felix and shielded his mind as he carried me places. It was harder to get caught with Felix running us to hiding places. I knew for a fact that once a tracker had a new target, they would do anything to get them. The chase was what they lived for, and now it seemed that James wanted me to be his next meal. I contemplated killing him now, knowing that if I didn't he would inevitably try to get to me later. I certainly didn't want to lead him back to my dad, and yet I didn't really want to kill them all in front of the Cullens, especially when I couldn't explain properly to them why I wanted to kill him, since I couldn't tell them about Dmitri. As I was contemplating whether to kill him now, and considering whether I would have to kill the others as well, I saw his eyes flicker over the rest of the Cullens before his gaze settled for a second on Alice. I saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes. I was surprised. I knew Alice didn't remember anything from her life before she woke up as a vampire, and she obviously hadn't recognized James. This led me to conclude that James had known Alice before she became a vampire. That knowledge decided me. I couldn't kill James yet. I knew Alice desperately wished she knew why she couldn't remember her human life, and if James knew something, I couldn't kill him until I found out what it was. I was brought out of my thoughts by Carlyle. "I'm sorry, but given the circumstances, I think it would be best if you leave," he stated politely, but firmly. Laurent nodded. "I'm sorry for the disturbance," he apologized before turning. "Come on, James," he called. We watched in silence as they all headed back into the forest. Just before he entered, James turned to face me, and even at the large distance I could tell from the look on his face that this was anything but over. Once the nomads were out of range of Edward's mind-reading, Edward hurriedly slung me on his back and the whole family raced home. The run was different from how we were on the way to the playing field only a few hours ago. Gone was the carefree chatter, the taunting and the jokes. Instead, the air was now filled with a palpable amount of tension. "What are we going to do?" Alice whispered. "He's a tracker, Edward Said." His voice had an underlying tone of panic in it. I saw it in his mind. "He wants Bella," and my reaction to him only made him want her more. His words confirmed what I had already known: James wouldn't give up until he found me. I noticed Jasper had remained quiet, and was looking thoughtful. I could practically see his mind running over the best possible strategies. "Well, we could always turn around and hunt him," I suggested. I always figured that the best defense was a good offense. Only Emmett approved of my plan. "I'm in," he said, actual enthusiasm in his voice. "No," Edward Said firmly, "he would only lead us into a trap." I sighed. "Either way, I can't go home until I know he's not tracking me anymore." "I don't want to lead him to Charlie," I explained. The others agreed. "Alice, can you call him and make up some story about a big sale in Seattle that you just have to drag Rose and I to, and tell him we'll be staying there for the night since it's a public holiday tomorrow?" I asked. "That should at least buy us some more time, and we can always come up with another excuse later if we need to extend our stay." Alice nodded, and as soon as we reached the house she pulled out her phone and rang my house. "Hi Charlie," she said, her voice full of excitement. "Guess what? There's a big sale happening in Seattle, and I just have to go. Do you mind me stealing Bella? It's a school holiday tomorrow, remember, and I'm going to need all of that time to shop properly." She paused for a bit, listening to his answer. "Oh, we'll be fine Charlie, don't worry, it's just us girls," she reassured him. No doubt he was worried about me spending so much time with Edward unchaperoned. Suddenly she screeched, "Oh thank you Charlie." Before ending the call, she turned to me. "All done Bella, Charlie says to have fun." I smiled gratefully. "Thanks Alice." The whole family congregated in the lounge room. Edward wouldn't leave my side. Jasper cleared his throat. "I think the best way to approach this is to split up. Alice and I will take Bella away, while the rest of you lay a false trail for him to follow and hope that he either gives up once it reaches a dead end, or that you can catch him and kill him. I think Esme and Rosalie should then go and watch over Charlie just in case one of the vampires tries to get to him if the smell Bella's scent in the area." He continued to explain his plan and I had to admit that it was a good strategy. I knew a false trail wouldn't fool a tracker of James's caliber for long, and I was grateful for it. I wanted him to come after me so that I would have a chance to get whatever information he knew about Alice out of him. I think it would be best to go to Phoenix, I announced. It's sunny there nearly all the time, so while Alice and Jasper would have to stay inside, at least if he found me it would limit his activities to night time. I explained part of my reasoning. The other reason I had, which I couldn't tell them, was that it was likely that James would manage to get hold of some of my personal information, and he would know I was from Phoenix. Dimitri had explained to me that most beings tracked by trackers, especially humans, tended to go somewhere where they felt safe, comforted and at home. My records showed that I had lived in Phoenix for a long time, and I knew that that would be the first place James would look for me. I would be waiting. Edward of course protested violently when he heard the part of the plan where he wouldn't be going with me, and I was also pained at the thought. But once Jasper explained his reasoning, I couldn't fault it. Edward, James knows you would never leave Bella. We need you to help lay the false trail, otherwise it will never work. Edward thought about it and gave in, giving Jasper a reluctant nod. Jasper was cut off from explaining the finer details of the plan by Edward's menacing snarl. When we looked at him questioningly, he explained, "Lawrence here." Sure enough, there was soon a knock on the door. Carlyle let Laurent in, and whatever was on his mind caused Edward to relax slightly. "I've only come to warn you," he explained. "I don't approve of what James is doing, and I've left his coven. I intend to go up to Denali and find out more about your way of life from the other coven. But before I go, I thought it was only fair to give you a warning." He said, "James is absolutely lethal, his senses are unparalleled, and he has never failed at a hunt since I've been in his coven. I only joined it because of how strong he is." His revelation that James was actually the leader of the coven surprised everyone but Edward, Jasper and I wasn't surprised that Jasper had also noticed the real hierarchy. Laurent left soon after, with Carlyle giving him directions on how to find the other coven. We decided that it was time to leave. Alice ran me upstairs and into Rosalie's room, where I switched clothes with her so that Rosalie could lay a false trail with my scent. They carried me back downstairs and into the garage where the others were already waiting. Alice tensed suddenly, and then turned to us. "They're watching us," she told us, "they're waiting for our next move." It was time to set our plan into action. Edward gave me a key. Goodbye. It was different, desperate somehow, and I poured all of my passion and love into it, realizing that I had no idea how long I would have to be away from Edward. It pained me to see him go somewhere without me. Rosalie, Emmett, Edward, Carlyle and Esme jumped into the Jeep, while Jasper, Alice and I got into Carlyle's Mercedes, as it was the only car in the garage that didn't have my scent in it. Besides, the dark tint on the windows was bound to be useful in sunny Phoenix. We waited silently as the Jeep roared out of the garage and sped away into the night. Alice closed her eyes for a second before opening them and smiling. "They're following the Jeep," she confirmed. "We can leave." Jasper immediately started the car and pulled out. I took one last look back at the now empty house as we raced away. I lay down on the backseat, stretching myself out for the long ride ahead. It was only 4 o'clock on the afternoon, but I knew that I would need as much sleep as I could get for the coming days. Making sure that my shields were secure around all three of us, I relaxed and concentrated on falling asleep. 10 minutes later I still couldn't sleep. I tossed for a bit, trying to get comfortable before I finally gave up. I sighed, thinking. I knew from experience that meditating and counting sheep weren't going to work. Then I remembered something. "Hey Jasper," I asked, my voice breaking into the comfortable silence. "Yes, Bella," he asked quietly. "Do you think you could help me get some sleep here?" I begged. He chuckled, although it was more strained than usual. "Sure, Bella." In no time at all a heavy wave of drowsiness overtook me. I barely managed to get out a "thanks, Jazz" before sleep completely overtook me. I awoke to the sensation of being shaken so quickly I felt like I was vibrating. I opened my eyes to see Alice staring down at me, a tender look in her eyes as she released my shoulder. "Come on, Bella, we're here, it's time to go up to our suite," she explained. I stretched out drowsily and yawned before getting out of the car and trudging along after Jasper. Alice walked beside me, making sure I didn't trip over anything in my sleepy state. I managed to get my bearings as Jasper talked to the receptionist, and I realized that we were at one of the fancier hotels close to the Phoenix airport. I spotted the clock on the wall and realized with a start that it was 3 a.m. Thanks to Jasper's influence, I had been asleep for nearly 11 hours. Even though it was 3 in the morning, after Jasper used his charm and a large amount of cash, the receptionist was only too happy to give us the keys to the hotel's best suite. She seemed a little surprised though when she saw that we had no luggage with us. As soon as we got to the suite, Alice pulled out her phone and rang Edward, letting him know that we had arrived, and asking for an update. He told us that James and Victoria had split up. Esme and Rosalie had gone back to Forks in case Victoria went for Charlie, and James was still tracking them but always remained just outside Edward's mind-reading range. I was glad to hear that they were all okay, although I did feel slightly guilty for making them go out of their way like this, especially for me. Jasper picked up on my guilt. "Bella, please don't feel guilty," he pleaded. I looked at him apologetically. "How can I not, Jasper? Your whole family has to go out of its way and risk getting hurt because of me." He looked at me sternly. "Bella, our family is strong and our only fear is losing you. You have changed Edward so much since he met you. He used to be a morose, brooding vampire, all alone and barely existing. Now he has you, and for the first time in almost 100 years he's happy. Our whole family loves you, and none of us want to even think about what would happen if we lost you. I doubt Edward would have the will to survive," he explained softly. That thought pained me, but I was grateful for Jasper's explanation. I smiled up at him. "Thanks, Jasper." The next few hours passed slowly as we sat together and watched the early morning TV shows, bored and with nothing to do but wait. When 6:30 a.m. came, I ordered some breakfast from room service and tucked in. I had barely finished when Alice had a vision. James had changed his course and Alice saw him in a room full of mirrors. We were all confused when Alice described it, so she drew it for us. I was shocked when I realized that I recognized it. Jasper felt my recognition. "Do you know where this is, Bella?" he asked. I nodded. "It's the old ballet studio I went to once," I explained. "When I was 10, Renee had signed me up for ballet lessons for the 6 months I was with her. Of course I was hopeless at it due to my clumsiness, and I didn't like the other girls and their vain mothers." Jasper looked concerned. "Where is it, Bella?" "Just a block away from Renee's house here in Phoenix," I told him, giving him the address. Our conversation was stopped by Alice's phone ringing. When she answered, I could hear Edward on the other end. Alice relayed their news. They were in Alaska, had lost James, and were worried that he might be heading here, so they were already at the airport waiting for the next plane to Phoenix. I was glad. Despite being away from Edward for less than a day, I missed him terribly. It felt like my heart had been ripped away from me. Luckily, it was a finally cloudy day, a rarity in sunny Phoenix, and by the time my lunch arrived from room service, Alice had seen us picking up Edward, Carlisle and Emmett at the airport in 2 hours. She left to go and buy us all a change of clothes since we hadn't bought anything with us, and Jasper headed down to the reception area to book another suite for them to stay in. While I was enjoying my lunch in my room, I was surprised to see my phone ringing, and even more shocked when I looked at the caller ID and found that the number was for Renee's house in Phoenix. I knew for a fact that my mother was still in LA, since I had talked to her yesterday. Therefore, the only person it could be was James. I grinned victoriously. I'd be able to put an end to his hunt faster than I'd thought. "Hello." I answered my phone. In the background I heard my mother's voice sobbing and calling my name. For a second my heart rate picked up as I panicked. What if he really did have my mother? Then I concentrated on what I was hearing and realized that I recognized the dialogue. It was a videotape of Renee and I one day in Volturi, on St. Marcus Day, and she had lost me in the town square and panicked. She still had the camera on while she was historically calling, "Bella. Bella." Felix and Dimitri had of course brought me back to her. Evidently James had raided our home videos. It was time for me to play along. Mom. Where are you? Are you alright?" I asked, my voice panicky and worried. Sure enough, the next voice I heard was that of a cold-hearted killer, literally. "Your mother is just fine, Bella," James assured me, then he hesitated, for the moment. "Be very careful about what you say, Bella. In fact, don't speak until you are sure you're alone." I stayed silent for a few seconds. "I'm alone," I whispered, deliberately making my voice quiver. "Good, now tell me, can the others hear you?" "No," I answered. Excellent, he murmured. Now I don't really want to hurt your mother Bella, but I want you. So if you do exactly what I say she won't be harmed, he assured me. I didn't believe a word he was saying. I have to admit Bella, I was a little disappointed to find that your mother's blood doesn't smell nearly as appealing as yours. If it had I would have almost been prepared to take her life instead of yours. Alas, we can't always have everything we want, can we? So I'm willing to trade you your life for hers. What do you want me to do? I whispered. Well, I'm sure you're a clever girl Bella, I need you to get away from your vampire friends and come meet me. I'm sure you remember the place you used to take ballet lessons at, right? The benevolence in his voice irked me. Yes, I choked out, making it sound like I was on the edge of hysteria. Good, he purred, we'll be waiting, he promised, and with that, he cut off out conversation, hanging up the phone. I sat there, my lunch forgotten as I mulled over the conversation. I knew that somehow I was going to have to lose Alice and Jasper. I didn't want them getting involved, and it would be easier to get James to talk about what he knew without Alice there. I began formulating a plan, although I was careful not to make any decisions. I didn't want Alice to have any visions of me escaping from them. Jasper soon came back, and we played a few rounds of cards until Alice arrived, toting a multitude of shopping bags. She handed me some new clothes and I went to take a shower and change. It was then time to head to the airport where my plan would be put into action. My only regret was that I was going to miss seeing Edward, but I consoled myself with the knowledge that once the danger was over I would be able to spend much more time with Edward. We reached the airport and Alice immediately headed for the terminal where they would be coming in from. Once there I decided that it was time to make my move. I cleared my throat awkwardly. Guys, I'm just going to the toilet, I explained. They nodded, trusting me to do exactly as I said, and knowing that if James was at the airport Alice would have seen it. I quickly walked away from them before I could allow guilt to set in and entered the nearby toilets, walking straight through and out the other door which lead to a different side of the airport. Once I was out I ran, heading outside as fast as possible and straight into a taxi. I gave him the address for Renee's house, planning to walk from there to the studio so that if the studio ended up on the news the taxi driver wouldn't connect me to it. I chucked a few extra bills at him and urged him to make it as fast as possible. As we pulled away I looked back furtively, half expecting to see Alice running after me, but once we were on the freeway I sat back and breathed a sigh of relief. I was now heading to take care of James. He was my problem, not the Cullens, and I was going to handle it. I pulled out my phone and called Volturi. I had known better than to call them before it was too late for them to intervene. Felix, and especially Dimitri, wouldn't be happy about the idea of a tracker hunting me. As suspected, Dimitri was furious, but when I calmly explained that it was only one vampire, something I could easily handle, he calmed down a little, although I could still hear the underlying rage in his voice. You should have told us sooner, princess, he berated me. It is Felix and my job to protect you from vampires like him. He sounded pissed. I know Dimitri, but I want to take care of this one myself, I said firmly. The next time you tell us there are vampires in the area we're coming to keep you safe, he stated firmly, and I could hear murmurs of agreement in the background, no arguments. I sighed. Okay, I agreed. He let it drop after that, although I suspected that he would still be annoyed for quite some time. And we're coming regularly to check up on you once the Cullens know about us. Fine, I could tell from the tone of his voice that nothing would dissuade him. Felix was a little less worried. Kick his ass, princess, he said. I chuckled darkly. I intend to, Felix, believe me, I intend to, and with that thought I bid them goodbye and started mentally preparing myself for a meeting with my would-be killer. I sat in the taxi thinking about my two vampire families, and I was sad that they were worried about me. While they knew that I could take care of myself, they were all still violently aware of the fact that I was still human, and James was a vampire. The taxi dropped me off at my mother's house and I ran in, using the spare key that Mum always left taped under the outdoor table in the backyard. It all looked the same, but sure enough, when I checked our home videos, one was missing. He had taken it with him. After making sure the house was still neat and tidy, and that Mum wouldn't notice anything when she came home, I locked the house, replaced the spare key and headed down the street to the ballet studio. I searched out with my shield and found James hiding in one of the back rooms of the studio. Thankfully the entire place was empty, apparently nobody came in on public holidays. I confidently opened the door and stepped in, locking it behind me in case any humans decided to get too adventurous and come near. Once inside I could hear a loop running of my mother's panicked screams. Playing my part, one dashed towards the sound, yelling, "Mom, Mom! I'm here, where are you?" I closed in on the sound, yanking open the door of the room that the sound was coming from. Inside I found a TV set playing the scene I remember of me as a child in Volterra. I grinned. I had James right where I wanted him now. I felt him creep up silently behind me, but I wasn't scared. My shield was secure, and I had expanded it out so that he wouldn't be able to get within a foot of me. "Well done, Bella, that was very fast," his dark voice complimented me. Still playing the weak and terrified human, I whirled, allowing myself to take a deep breath and gasp in shock. "Where's my mother?" I asked, my voice deliberately trembling. He chuckled, an evil grin appearing on his face. "Your mother is fine, Bella. In truth, I have no idea where she is. I never had her to start with," he gloated. "You tricked me," I accused, my voice still wavering. "Of course," he sounded smug. "How else was I supposed to get you to ditch your little protectors and meet me here?" I stayed silent, wondering how much he would divulge. He pulled out a video camera and started filming my terrified face. "You see, Bella," he explained, "I had a feeling that you would want to go somewhere where you felt safe. Humans always feel the need to go somewhere familiar to them when they get scared. So I had Victoria break into your school and get your details. You were the only Isabella in the entire school. Imagine my delight to find that you had a mother living in Phoenix. Of course I immediately headed here on the hunch that I might find you, and I was very pleased when Victoria overheard your mate in the airport in Alaska saying that he was catching a flight here. It just confirmed my suspicions that you were already here." I let him continue to gloat, pleased that he had fallen right into my hand. "Of course, I was a little disappointed that your mother wasn't here. I had planned on actually using her as bait." I shivered at that thought, but when I found your home movies I soon realized that I wouldn't need her after all. His eyes glinted in the dark, a deep burgundy that told me he was hungry. "I have to admit, in all my years, you are the second most tantalizing scented human I have ever come across. The first was my singer." His eyes showed a deep rage at that. "She was supposed to be my gift. But I was cheated from my prize by another vampire, a yellow-eyed animal drinker like your little family. She was in a mental asylum, barely aware of her surroundings, but the vampire fell in love with her." He snorted at that. "Must be a side effect of drinking animal blood. They all go crazy." In any case, he found out that I was after his little pet and he changed her before I could get to her. To this day she is the only one that has ever gotten away from me. He paused for a second. "Imagine my surprise when I found her with your coven." My eyes widened. I had been right, he did know Alice's past. "Alice," I whispered. "Yes," he confirmed, "when I'm done with you I'll find her and kill her. She will not be a mark on my perfect record for too much longer. I killed the vampire who changed her." He was snarling now. The evil glint in his eyes was now in full force. Then his demeanor changed, the look on his face now stealthy. His voice became smooth and persuasive. "Now Bella, just because your life ends here, doesn't mean my hunt is over. I'm really looking forward to your mate coming after me to avenge your death." His eyes sparkled with a sick kind of excitement. He zoomed the camera in on my face. "Beg him to avenge your death," he urged. I stayed silent, casting a glare in his direction. Now that I had confirmation about his knowledge of Alice, it was time to drop the charade. I was quivering all over, not with fear, but with rage. How dare he try to hurt Alice? How dare he threaten my family and my mate? He didn't like my silence. He walked closer, a menacing look on his face. But I dropped my facade of being scared. I glared right back at him. "Ask him to avenge your death, Bella." He yelled at me, furious that I'd disobeyed him and annoyed that I no longer looked scared. "No," I said firmly. I wrapped a shield around the video camera, forcing it out of his hand and settling it a safe distance from us, still filming. His anger suddenly turned wary as he stared me in shock. "Telekinesis," he whispered, his eyes wide. "Guess again," I snarled, throwing a shield at him and sending him crashing into the wall. His look turned venomous as he got up and lunged at me, growling threateningly. I threw him back again, growling right back at him. This time he stayed down a bit, his look turning contemplative. I grinned triumphantly. If he thought I was going to let him get away, he was sorely mistaken. Before he could make any move to escape, I grabbed him in a shield and dragged him towards me. He struggled desperately against the invisible force that moved him towards me. I tightened my shield and he cried out in pain. Once he was within a few feet of me, I pushed him down on his knees so that he was looking up at me. How does it feel when your prey becomes your predator? I challenged him. My rage was peaking now. He stayed silent, his eyes ambivalent, but his face showed a determination to remain silent. I simply compressed my shield again, causing more screams. Do you like feeling like your victims? Do you find pleasure in torturing them with your sick games? I snarled at him. He showed absolutely no remorse. Yes, he said, his eyes daring me to do something about it. But you're not like me, you don't kill people. You don't have the strength to kill me, he taunted. My gaze got blacker. On the contrary, James, you are not the first vampire I have killed, and I strongly doubt that you will be the last. But understand this, I have absolutely no problems killing anyone who plays sick, sadistic games such as yourself. In fact, I won't even feel a smidge of guilt over it. His eyes widened at my revelation, and for the first time I saw some uncertainty flicker across his face before it relaxed back into a taunting sneer. If you kill me, Victoria will come after you, he threatened. I laughed. Then I will happily give her the same fate, I informed him calmly. My determination became stronger. I realized I didn't have a lot of time before the Cullens showed up. No doubt Alice knew exactly where I was. It was time to see what else I could get out of him. What else do you know about Alice? I demanded. He glared at me, remaining silent. I simply smiled, compressing my shield around his pinky finger until it fell off and hit the floor with a soft thud. James Moe, Ned in pain before collecting himself and glaring at me. Start speaking now or you'll lose the whole hand, I threatened. If you're going to kill me anyway, why should I tell you anything? He snarled. So that your death is quick, I answered. If you don't answer my questions, I will tear off all of your limbs one by one, slowly and painfully, while you scream and beg for mercy, a mercy which you never gave to any of your victims. I was determined that he should pay for what he'd done. I sliced off his other pinky, feeling a sick sense of power when he cried out in pain. Your whole hand will be next, I warned. He started talking. Her name was Mary Alice Brandon. She was born in Biloxi and was placed into the asylum at a young age due to her apparent ability to see visions of the future. She had a sister called Cynthia. Her parents placed her into the asylum, then claimed she was dead. They even gave her a grave. He chuckled darkly. The date on her tombstone and her admittance papers were the same. It's not like anyone would have missed her if I had killed her. In fact, I gathered from her family that they would have welcomed her death so that they wouldn't have to pay any more bills from the asylum. I would have been doing them a favor. He sounded so confident of that I was chilled to the bone. My anger spiked, and I could no longer hold back. This is for Alice, I snarled before grabbing his head in my shielded hands and twisted hard, ripping it off. I crushed his body thoroughly with my shield, his life ending with a loud screech. I calmed down after that, slowly using my shield to rip up some of the wooden floor and stacking it against the vampire pieces. Reaching in my pocket, I pulled out the lighter Felix had given me all those years ago and flicked it open. Bending down, I was just about to set him on fire when the doors burst open with a loud crash. I straightened up to see the Cullens rush in, their faces worried and fearful. Their anxious looks turned to shock as they took in James's crushed body parts lying on the floor, the large pile of wood, and the lighter in my hand. Edward was the first to rush to my side, grabbing me and holding me tight. Thank God you're all right, he whispered as he buried his nose in my hair. As the adrenaline started to wear off, I realized how much energy this confrontation with James had spent, and I wilted into his arms, enjoying the sensation of being with him again. I missed you, I whispered. He sighed. I missed you too. I was so worried, Bella. He pulled back to look into my eyes. His golden eyes were serious and worried. Please don't ever do anything like that ever again, he begged me. I just nodded in agreement. We were broken from our embrace by Emmett. Ah, Bella, couldn't you have waited? I wanted to fight him, he whined, looking like a little boy that had been denied his favorite toy. I just rolled my eyes. Sorry, Emmett, if you're lucky I'll save the next one for you, I promised. Edward growled at that. Well done, Bella, Jasper said quietly as he scrutinized the remains. Carlyle remained silent. I extracted myself from Edward's embrace and flicked my lighter open again. Bending down, I let the body and wood catch fire. We stayed until the fire began to roar and the body was in ashes. On the way out, I grabbed the video camera and turned it off. Edward stared at me quizzically, but I just shook my head. Later, I promised. It was obvious that we weren't going to make it back to Forks for another day, but Alice took care of it, ringing Charlie again and saying she just hadn't had time to shop for everything, so we were going to stay for another days. She was very persuasive, and Charlie caved pretty easily. With that done, we headed home, Emmett, Jasper and Alice driving back, while Carlisle, Edward and I flew. I kept the video camera on me at all times, knowing that it would be very important to Alice. I wasn't sure how much she'd already seen while scanning the future, but I knew she'd want to know the whole story, as horrible as it was. Often on the flights, as I lay in Edward's arms, I spotted him eyeing the camera speculatively. Edward was literally glued to my side the whole time as we traveled back to Forks. He seemed worried that I would disappear on him at any moment, and he always had at least one hand on me. Not that I minded, in fact I loved having him so close all the time. When we finally arrived back in Forks, Esme picking us up at the Port Angeles airport in Edward's Volvo, we arrived home to find the rest of the family all back. Alice danced towards me as soon as I got through the door, and I handed her the video camera. "If you want us to leave while you watch it, we will," I told her quietly. She shook her head, although there was indecision in her eyes. "No, Bella, I want you all to find out with me." I nodded and led Edward over to the sofa while Alice connected up the camera to the TV. I noticed everyone's curious glances and explained. "James knew Alice when she was human, he knows about her past, and why she can't remember." Their eyes widened, and they turned back to the screen urgently as Alice pressed play. We all watched in silence as the video started. When Edward saw James telling me to ask him to avenge my death, he snarled, drawing me closer to him as if to reassure himself that I was really here. They all tensed when James lunged for me, but they relaxed slightly when they saw him flung into a wall. They were absolutely silent as they watched me torture the information about Alice out of James. When the video finally finished with us watching James burn into ashes, I turned to look at Alice. She was quivering in Jasper's arms as he attempted to calm her. We sat quietly, the rest of the family's gazes moving between Alice and I. Finally Alice calmed. She turned to me. "Thank you, Bella, not only for finding out the information, but for killing him for me," she said gratefully. I smiled at her. "You're welcome, Alice, you would have done the same for me." Jasper nodded at me, new respect and gratefulness in his eyes. Emmett, of course, couldn't bear the seriousness of the situation and broke it up. "Wow, Bella, remind me to never get you mad," he exclaimed. "You're incredibly scary when you're angry." Everyone broke out into stilted laughter at that. Carlisle had picked up on a different part of the dialogue between James and me. "He's not the first vampire you've killed?" he asked softly. I shook my head. "No, a few years ago a vampire tried to attack me, and I killed him as a reflex," I explained, leaving out the part where I was in Volterra at the time. They relaxed a little, though they all seemed to have finally understood how dangerous I was to them. "I would never hurt you guys though," I promised urgently, worried that they might suddenly not want me around now that they knew I could easily kill them all. "We know, dear," Esme assured me, a genuine smile on her face. "We trust you just as much as you trust us." I relaxed, relieved, into Edward's arms. I looked over at the clock and realized that it was late on Tuesday afternoon. It was time for me to go home. I knew Alice needed some quiet time to think about all she had learned, and Charlie would need his dinner. Edward and I got up, and after grabbing some clothes out of my wardrobe and placing them in a couple of shopping bags, we headed out. I needed the clothes to keep up the pretense that Alice and I had actually been shopping for the last couple of days. Charlie was happy to see me, and glad that I'd had a good time shopping with Alice and Rosalie, although he warned me that it couldn't become a frequent occurrence for me to miss school for shopping, even if I did already know everything that was being taught. While I waited for Edward to reappear before I went to sleep, I called Volterra, and they were relieved to hear that I was fine. Felix and Dimitri congratulating me on my trapping and killing of James. They were all now eager for the Cullens to know about them so that they could come and visit me every now and then. While I argued that I didn't need them babysitting me, secretly I was happy that I would get to see them regularly. I missed them all. I fell asleep that night in Edward's arms, happy that everything was back to normal after such a hectic few days. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.